annihilate the Horde and lead your people to their destiny. You are not prepared. You shall be king.
I knew you'd find your way here, eventually.
Are you ready for StarCraft 2?
Tonight we're here to celebrate the midnight launch of Cataclysm in Orange County near the Blizzard headquarters.
Everyone is out here in the freezing cold because they're just so excited. Blizzard has had a relationship with Make-A-Wish for many years now, and we sold a Moonkin hatchling pet. Today we're able to announce that $800,000 will be donated to Make-A-Wish.
Had thousands of games all weekend long.
And here we go. Guys are running up.
Up and running right now, so even though he has less harvesters, actually Holdout thought he might not have them for his base.
Thoughts are on the edge of his unit.
With breeds and tanks going in, there's not enough breeds, so he sees he's gonna go in and wipe out.
So many Banelings.
I have to throw this guy. JJ!
Another champion. Wow, I got chills all over my
In
body.
an epic final night game.
BlizzCon is a celebration of Blizzard games, and it's a way for the communities to come together.
And this is an opportunity for us to interact with our fans and participate in an event that everyone's sharing a passion about.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president, CEO, and co-founder of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Morhaime.
Hello, friends and fellow gamers. Welcome to BlizzCon 2011. I can't believe this is already the 6th BlizzCon. How many of you have been to at least one BlizzCon? No way. Okay. I look forward to this event all year. It is so cool to be here with the most dedicated gamers in the world. Blizzard hit a major milestone this year when we turned 20 back in February. This year has also been huge for us because we released World of Warcraft Cataclysm. As you all know, Cataclysm added 2 new races and a ton of new content to the game. And we've still got more coming. Patch 4.3, Hour of Twilight, is currently on the test realms and will be our biggest content update for Cataclysm. You'll want to start perfecting your strategies for taking down Deathwing once and for all in the most epic raid content that World of Warcraft has ever seen. By the way, I hear a lot of people are excited that rogues are getting a legendary in 4.3. Yeah, that's good. Now the rogues around you know who you are. We also launched Cataclysm as well as StarCraft 2 in China earlier this year. As of right now, every World of Warcraft player in the world is playing the same version of the game, which hasn't happened since Burning Crusade. We're very happy about that. In December, we will be releasing World of Warcraft in Brazilian Portuguese. This will be the game's 10th language. And speaking of our global community, I'd like to give a shout out to everyone watching BlizzCon live on television and online via DirecTV. More than 60,000 people from 130 countries bought a virtual ticket. In addition, BlizzCon is being simulcast in Chinese and Korean for our players on the other side of the planet. And of course, I want to say thank you to all 26,000 of you here in attendance. Many of you traveled from across the United States and beyond. In fact, we have people here from every single state, and we also have attendees who came from as far away as Australia and 48 other countries to be here. Please give yourselves a round of applause. It's hard to believe that it has already been 20 years since Alan Frank and I started Blizzard. Things were a lot different back then. You basically had to know a programming language just to install a game on a PC. There was no World Wide Web, so we were a lot more concerned when we heard something had gone viral. In all this time, there's one thing that hasn't changed. Although we've grown a lot from 3 college guys to all of this, we are still as dedicated as we've always been to making great games. I am proud of the fact that most of the people that you see up there on that screen still work at Blizzard. It's safe to say we've come a long way since our first game, RPM Racing. Did any of you play RPM Racing? Well, don't worry if you haven't, because our newer games are way better. Way. It's amazing how we've all grown together over the past 2 decades. Because of you, we all get to do what we love for a living, and we are grateful for that. We're also grateful for the generosity that you've shown in supporting our charitable efforts. This year alone, with your help, we were able to donate a combined total of over $2.7 million to Make-A-Wish and to help victims of the tsunami in Japan. Thank you all. We also recently kicked off our charity server blade auction, which you can learn more about on worldofwarcraft.com. This is the hardware that World of Warcraft ran on when we first launched the game. The winner of each server blade will own a rare piece of World of Warcraft history and will also be helping us support a good cause, St. Jude Children's Hospital. You can see a sample server blade and the commemorative plaque that it comes with over in Hall A near the art gallery. Okay, whether you're joining us at home or in person, you are going to see some new things at BlizzCon this year. First off, how many of you have installed the free BlizzCon app on your Android or iPhone? That app is awesome. It has a ton of info to help you navigate the show. If you have not done so, I encourage you to grab it. By the way, I want to remind you that you can pick up your Blizzcon souvenir program right after the opening ceremony. You can find them at the game demo areas at guest services. As with every Blizzcon, we have our latest game content here for you to check out. We have a lot going on with StarCraft 2 here at the show. We announced some of the details of the Heart of the Swarm campaign earlier this year. This weekend, you can try out the campaign and get an exclusive first look at the new multiplayer content. We have completely revamped Blizzard Dota, and I think you're gonna like the new version. You can check that out over in Hall C. StarCraft 2 has started to take on a life of its own in different cities around the world. Some of you have taken it upon yourselves to organize barcraft events at local sports bars and restaurants to watch live StarCraft 2 tournaments. These events are a lot of fun, and Blizzard will be doing more to support them going forward. Go to StarCraft2.com for a list of upcoming events in your city. If you can't find anything in your city, I encourage you, go to another city. 2011 was a huge year for esports in general, and once again, we have some of the best esports action on the planet right here at BlizzCon. Gamers have competed for about $2 million in Blizzard games this year, including the nearly 300,000 that's up for grabs at this week's tournaments. In addition to the Global BattleNet Invitational, we have the October season finals for the Global StarCraft 2 League. Slayers MMA and I Am MVP will be battling it out for the season championship. This is the first time a GSL event is anywhere outside of Korea. We're gonna keep the show open late tonight so you can check out the match. It starts at 9 p.m. on the RTS stage in Hall C. Slayers MMA and I Am MVP will be battling it out for the season championship. This is the first time a GSL event is anywhere outside of Korea. We're gonna keep the show open late tonight so you can check out the match. It starts at 9 p.m. on the RTS stage in Hall C. You can also hang out right here after the community contests to watch the action up on these screens. We have some of the most skilled pro gamers in the world competing this weekend. In addition to MMA and MVP, we'll have players like Nesty, Rhett, Select in StarCraft 2, and Team EG in World of Warcraft Arena. We'll also have some of the top shoutcasters in the world calling the games, including Day9, JP, Tasteless, and Artosis. With tournaments like the Major League Gaming Series and the Global StarCraft 2 League racking up millions of viewers, it's only a matter of time before a pro gamer marries a Kardashian. And if you think about it, that would not be a bad thing for esports. Our artist stage is back by popular demand, as are the developer panels. In the interest of integrity, we have asked Redshirt Guy to come back this year. And we've asked him to monitor everything. Jay Moore is back. And he'll be hosting the costume and dance contests. I would encourage the contestants to break a leg, but I don't know. The artist formerly known as Level 80 Elite Tauren Chieftain is here. They'll be kicking off the closing ceremony tomorrow night. And oh yeah, this other band will be here too. I'm talking about 6-time Grammy winners, 3-time winners of Best Rock Album, multi-platinum recording artist, multi-platform, that would be us. Multi-platinum recording artist and one of the best rockingest bands of all time, Foo Fighters. Headliners for tomorrow night's concert. Okay, now let's go to a big topic. Let's talk about Diablo 3. Okay, I wanted you to be the first to see the box it's going to ship in. Here it is. It has been a massive development effort to get to this point. I'm not talking about the box. The beta test is going really well, so we're putting the finishing touches on the game, and we have an updated version here at the show for you to play this weekend. Okay, I also wanted to give you the first look at the Diablo 3 Collector's Edition. I am pleased to announce the Collector's Edition and its contents today. It will come with some really cool stuff, including in-game items for Diablo 3, World of Warcraft, and StarCraft 2, an exclusive art book, a behind-the-scenes DVD, and the most awesome Soulstone USB drive that the world has ever known. The drive will come preloaded with Diablo 2, and it will have a holder shaped like Diablo's skull. The Collector's Edition is going to weigh 3,000 pounds, but it will be worth it. There's one more Diablo 3 related thing I wanted to tell you about. One at a time, I can't understand a word you guys are saying. Okay, this might actually be better than that. Okay, this is kind of a crazy idea, but I'm president of the company and I get to have some of those sometimes. Okay, basically, we know there are a lot of World of Warcraft players out there who will be interested in playing Diablo 3. Is that right? Okay. Well, I didn't want you to have to make a hard decision about which Blizzard RPG to play next year. So here's the idea. What if we just made Diablo 3 available free to World of Warcraft subscribers? Hey. Okay. Hold on. Here's how it works. Hold on, I'm going to tell you. Starting today, you can go to our website and sign up for the World of Warcraft Annual Pass, which is a 12-month subscription to World of Warcraft that can be billed monthly. By making a 12-month commitment to World of Warcraft, you will get Diablo 3 free when it launches. Okay. This is the full digital version of the game, not a trial or limited edition. When Diablo 3 goes live, you will be able to download it and start playing instantly, just like you did with Cataclysm. In addition to getting Diablo 3 free, you will also get guaranteed access into the next World of Warcraft expansion beta when it goes live. Okay, wait, there's more. Last but not least, you'll get the exclusive in-game mount, Tyrael's Charger. All right. So that's the World of Warcraft Annual Pass, and it goes live on our website right now. Okay. Before I turn things over to Chris Metzen, I want to remind you that in addition to this year being our 20th anniversary, it's also the 15th anniversary of the Diablo series. At the very end of 1996, we released the original Diablo along with Battle.net, and the world has never been the same. So let's take a look back at 15 years of Diablo's reign. On behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you again for joining us, and have an amazing Blizzcon.
Years ago, the Lord of Terror was unleashed.
You will also get guaranteed access into the next World of Warcraft expansion beta when it goes live. Okay, wait, there's more. Last but not least, you'll get the exclusive in-game mount, Tyrael's Charger. All right. So that's the World of Warcraft Annual Pass, and it goes live on our website right now. Okay. Before I turn things over to Chris Metzen, I want to remind you that in addition to this year being our 20th anniversary, it's also the 15th anniversary of the Diablo series. At the very end of 1996, we released the original Diablo along with Battle.net, and the world has never been the same. So let's take a look back at 15 years.
As we begin here, guys.
15 years ago, the Lord of Terror was unleashed upon the world. In 1995, a small development studio named Condor Games approached Blizzard Entertainment with an idea for a claymation, turn-based single-player RPG with the working title of Diablo. The promise of swords, sorcery, and slicing through waves of demons sold Blizzard on the idea, but a few changes were made. Diablo's turn-based mechanic was replaced with real-time combat, lending the game a relentless hack-and-slash feel. Blizzard was so impressed with Condor's creativity and design savvy that halfway through the game's development, Blizzard's parent company, Davidson and Associates, acquired Condor. The studio was later renamed Blizzard North. Diablo would become one of Blizzard's biggest hits, drawing acclaim from gamers and critics alike, while racking up numerous Game of the Year awards. While 2.5 million sales are an impressive feat, Diablo's greatest impact on the future of Blizzard Entertainment was the debut of the original Battle.net gaming service. Battle.net provided Diablo players with the ability to chat with other gamers and to easily find multiplayer games. Diablo introduced players to the service that would grow into the industry-leading gaming platform we have today.
Fresh meat.
Following a much-needed rest after Diablo's release, Blizzard North immediately set to work on crafting an epic sequel. 5 new character classes were designed, each featuring 3 unique skill trees. Diablo 2's 4-act story would lead players on a gripping campaign to hunt down Diablo and his brothers, Baal, the Lord of Destruction, and Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred. The story was set, and after 3 years, Diablo 2 was released worldwide on June 29, 2000. Diablo 2 sold more than 1 million units in its first 2 weeks, setting a record for the fastest-selling PC game of its time. Battle.net grew in popularity with each Blizzard game release, and Diablo 2 made the service more popular than ever before, thanks to features like chat room avatars and server-side character storage. In 2001, Blizzard released Diablo 2's expansion set, Lord of Destruction. Diablo 2 would remain popular for years to come, and Blizzard would support the game by releasing content and balance patches 9 years after the game's original release. But players continued to wonder, what of a sequel? Where was Diablo 3? When Blizzard North closed its doors in 2005, the future of the franchise seemed uncertain. The truth was finally revealed at the Worldwide Invitational in France in 2008. Diablo 3 would become a reality. This exciting revelation would only bring more questions. What is the fate of Sanctuary? What is Inferno? What would this mean for BattleNet? Would Diablo 3 capture the action and excitement that made the previous games such a success? The world is about to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Vice President of Story and Franchise Development, Chris Metzen!
What up, Blizzcon?
Good Lord, there's a lot of people here. Guys, how you doing? I am geeked out of my mind right now. I can barely stop shaking. So I apologize if I flip out. It's gonna be fine. We are gonna make it through this together. Oh, Horde, we are gonna get to that. Patience. Patience. As we begin here, guys, I just want to say, do you guys feel the energy in this room right now? It is insane. This is crazy, y'all. Thank you for being here with us this weekend. On behalf of all the brothers and sisters at Blizzard, guys, we are so honored to be here with you all to talk about these games, to vibe out on these worlds that we inhabit together. Thank you so much for being here. We've said it a couple years ago, the energy of these events, I mean, just geeks us through the roof, and that fuels us up all year. So thank you for that. Why don't you give yourselves another round of applause, guys. We're gonna have a good BlizzCon. Good God. Warcraft players, where are you at? Guys, you might be wondering, what kind of jackass rolls out wearing a lion sweater and carrying a doomhammer? The quick, easy answer to that is this kind of jackass. I'm exactly that kind of jackass. Today, Alliance, Horde. You can shout out if you want. Guys, today, we celebrate as one. Today, you will be honored as one. Because today, you find out what your new expansion is. We're gonna get to that in a little bit. Warcraft players, I know. You guys chill out, grab a cup of coffee, and talk amongst yourselves. It's gonna be fine. Right now we have a little bit of business to conduct. Diablo players, where you at? You badass demon-slaying champions! You have no idea what's coming down. Guys, your game is almost ready. In classic Blizzard fashion, here we go with the cottonmouth again. In classic Blizzard fashion, it's gonna be done when it's done. But babies, we's in the home stretch. And I'm telling you guys, it is the sharpest, tightest, most compelling, ass-kicking Diablo game ever. And that is a fact. See the hand shaking? Good Lord. Adrenaline. And 6 cups of coffee. Diablo fans. I have to pee, I'll be right back. Diablo fans, to tide you over. We got a little something special for you this morning. Good Lord. We're gonna make it. Hold it together, Sparky. We are gonna show you one of the recently finished cinematics from Diablo 3. You guys gotta get one of these. For the Horde! For the Alliance! Oh, yeah, go ahead and do it. It's all good. I didn't mean that alliance, I just meant let's engage with each other in a constructive and non-violent way. We gotta make up something this badass for the alliance. We'll work on it. I want to hedge the bet against this cinematic, guys. It has been edited for content, haha. We cut out a couple of bits that would reveal too much story, but I think you will agree that this thing illustrates just the power and the scope and the scale and, damn it, the majesty of Diablo 3. Guys, feast your eyes on a cinematic we call the Black Soulstone.
This makes any sense to me. What am I missing, Uncle? What am I supposed to see?
Ravaging this world and all hope of resistance. My minions will find the stone, wherever you choose to hide it. Then, at long last, Osmodan shall reign as the prime evil.
Just getting started on D3, y'all. StarCraft players, where are you at? StarCraft players, we got some cool stuff to show you this morning. I'm sure you're all curious about what the hubbub is about Heart of the Swarm. Oh, it's really good. I'll just say that out loud. Guys, the StarCraft 2 dev team has been kicking ass trying to get Heart of the Swarm ready for prime time. But before we show you a preview of that, they want to give you a little demo of another project they're working on. We announced this last year, and for our money, I think it's one of the coolest, freshest, funnest, and funniest projects we've worked on in a while. Guys, take a look at a short clip of Blizzard Dota.
In a tiny trans-dimensional pocket universe sit two dark and terrible gods, one red, one blue. To amuse themselves, they kidnap great heroes from across time and space. And those heroes come from one company, Blizzard. These heroes are forced to fight to the death in an endless battle with no purpose other than ladder points. This is Blizzard Dota. Seriously.
You know, there's something about the idea of Thrall and Zeratul fighting back to back that just geeks me out. Dota's gonna kick ass, y'all. At this time, we have an additional video for you. I'm not even gonna bother setting this up. Guys, this video does all the talking. It is self-explanatory. Feel the power of StarCraft 2, Heart of the Swarm.
The girl you remember is dead. I'm going to find Minsk and make him pay.
This is Nova. Find Kerrigan.
How many innocents have you killed? How many more have to die?
The killing will never stop until Minsk is dead.
There's too many Zerg! We're not gonna make it!
The Swarm. Vengeance shall be mine.
I told you this speaks for itself. StarCraft players, buckle up. We're just getting started. So now we come to the turn in our little opening ceremony. Warcraft players, you're still here, right? I thought you might be. Guys, in a few moments here, we're going to show you a preview video of the next World of Warcraft expansion set. All in time, my friend. All in time. This one's a little different. I want to set it in your minds. I want to contextualize this thing. So bear with me for a little minute. Friends, the past number, as I get my thoughts together, the past number of expansion sets have really been predicated on the big new supervillain, causing some kind of giant global crisis that the Alliance and Horde have had to scramble to deal with. You could argue that the Alliance and Horde have been a little distracted the past number of years. Yahoos like Illidan ripping it up in Outland, the Lich King and his Scourge marching through Northrend, Deathwing breaking the world. These guys have been a pain in the ass. But in all seriousness, to give you a sense of what the next couple years are going to do for Warcraft, at this time, the real enemy, the true villain of the franchise, is going to be war itself. Brothers and sisters, my friends, red and blue are about to get it on with a level of ferocity that has not been seen since the heady days of Warcraft 2. War is coming, and it's not going to be pretty. Unless, of course, you're playing a blood elf. Whatever. To contextualize what you are about to see, get a picture in your head. The war that is coming between the Alliance and Horde, picture it as a storm on the horizon. The video you're about to see, the land that you're about to adventure through and experience, is much like the calm before that storm. This next expansion set is set in a place that has been lost to time for close to 10,000 years. It is a land of balance and harmony and beauty and hope. That is, until we arrive. With all of our hate and our violence and our unending factional conflict, the war, I love you too, man. Faceless audience guy, I love you. The war that is coming for the world of Warcraft will be fought in this gentle place. Oh, you guys ready? But guys, if that sounds a little doom and gloom, sounds a little heavy, come on, man, it's not even noon. Guys, it's just possible that the curious race we're gonna meet in this mystic land may just teach us a thing or two about who we are and why we fight. And have epic loot. So without further ado, Alliance! Horde! Proud defenders of Azeroth! Behold what the future has in store for you all.
We were there. When a world of limitless adventure opened up before us. We rose defiantly against all those that threatened the peace of our kingdoms.
we ventured to a new, alien world and cast the Lords of Shadow and Flame back into the abyss. It was we who held the line, as death itself rose like a tide to swallow everything we held dear. We have endured the breaking of the world, and must now face the Destroyer and end his cycle of destruction. But soon, we will face a new chapter. An adventure unlike any we've known thus far. A mystery shrouded by superstition. A land of forgotten power and ancient magics. And a people that may well change the fate of us all. For all the challenges we have faced, and all the places we have been, Azeroth's limits have yet to be revealed.
Tom Chilton, Corey Stockton, and Greg Street.
Settled in here. Let's get this thing started. So, as you guys know at this point, this is the World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria Preview Panel. And, yeah! So, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be speaking to you for quite some time to try to give you a lot more detail about what we're doing here with our upcoming expansion. We're going to give you some philosophy behind, you know, the things we're trying to accomplish with the expansion. And then also we're going to talk in great detail about the features themselves because, you know, as you might have seen, those names of features going by in that trailer might leave you wondering, well, what are they talking about? What are they? So without further ado, what is World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria? And our prime objective here is we want to be combining new gameplay with the most fun parts of the past. I think it's a fair criticism that some people have leveled against Cataclysm, saying that, you know what, there weren't a whole lot of new things to do at the end game, right? So you level up through the new stuff, or you re-roll and you go through the very much changed world. But at the end game, it's, you know, the same kind of stuff that you've been doing for years and years, hopefully at least. So we want to make sure that we introduce some really fun new things for you guys to do to kind of keep things exciting at the end game. So there we are, new things to do. That's a core part of blending exciting things of the past with new things of the future. This is just a quick, like the image there is just a snapshot of an idea that we have that we're working on called the challenge modes. Another core philosophy that we have is getting people back into the world. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a little bit tired of seeing the inside of Stormwind and Orgrimmar all the time. Great cities and all, very lovely places, but standing in the city queuing for stuff, all the time can get a little bit old. So, just like a lot of you guys, it sounds like, we want to get people back out into the world at max level and experiencing the world, and that means a lot of different things. It means getting out there and having a fun questing experience. It means getting out there and doing stuff like pictured here. We've got an old school shot of Azure Ghost. So one of the things that we're planning to do is to kind of reintroduce the concept of these outdoor world raid mobs for players to fight. And of course, where there are outdoor world raid mobs that people are fighting on PvP servers, that means that there will be people there trying to grief the people doing the outdoor world raid fighting. So yeah, it's a little bit of that Port Alliance conflict Chris was referring to. So another core philosophy that we have is that we want you to be able to do what you want to do to progress your character. Over time, World of Warcraft has kind of blossomed with all these different things to do, and we're going to be adding more different things to do. And we really want the game to feel like there's a menu of content, and that you can pick and choose what kind of content you want to do, and you're not necessarily pigeonholed into the content that you feel like you have to do in order to be able to progress your character. So what we're trying to say here is that we want you to be able to progress your character whether or not you're raiding, doing dungeons, or even doing daily quests, for example. And so that's what that little image is there. You got a little quest turn in there. Imagine that's a daily quest that you're turning in, you're getting Valor points out of it. So that way you can actually get Valor points and progress your character, even if you're just the guy that wants to go out there and quest. Granted, it'll be faster if you're doing raids, or if you're doing, hard mode raids, all that kind of stuff, heroic raids, but you'll still be able to make progress all the time. Next, we really want you to be able to geek out with more interesting character builds than ever before. I was there back in 2004 when we created the talent system. In fact, that was kind of my job, was to create the talent system that you guys have experienced over the last many, many years. We had this vision, right? Back then, it was in the Friends and Family Alpha that we were getting constant feedback. This was before we had a talent system, or at least one that you know of today. And we would get constant feedback about players wanting to be able to customize their character more. They wanted to be able to stand next to another character of the same class and feel like they were a little bit different, that they'd made some choices and that those choices were meaningful, and that led to their gameplay experience feeling a little bit different and that their character was special. So with that in mind, we went out and we created the original talent system. I would say that it was, the talent system was pretty cool. We drew a lot from stuff like the Diablo 2 skills system, that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, I don't actually feel like it's aged as well as I wish it had. I feel like, we've been plagued over the years with cookie cutter builds, right? And how much choice do you really have when you step into your raid or whatever, and your raid leader's telling you, well, those 4 points that you spent right there are going to cost you, 4% DPS, and we really can't have that, so you're going to have to take a hike, that sort of thing. So we want to try to make sure that we refine what we call the talent system to get to the point where we don't have the cookie cutter builds that we have today, and that the choices that you're making are significant choices for your character, but that you actually have a lot of flexibility about how to set up your character and how to play it. So we'll be going into a lot more detail in this talk and also in the talent panel with exactly what that is. So with that, we have the introduction, of course, to continent of Pandaria. So Corey's going to step up and tell you guys all about the continent itself.
Hey guys. So everyone knows where you're going to be playing. You've heard what Pandaria is, but now we want to show you and tell you about what you're actually going to be playing in. What is this place? So it's going to be 5 new zones of level up zones is what we're looking at for the continent itself. Another thing that we're changing here is the fact that we're going to go back to a single unified continent. So if you remember back to Burning Crusade, or you think about Northrend, we had one single continent with all the zones together. With Cataclysm, we changed that up a little bit, and our zones were separated in different places. We kind of felt like that didn't make it feel like one unified place. Instead, it felt a little separated and just didn't have that same vibe. So with Pandaria, we're going to be going back to that same kind of hit where we've got all the zones and they're going to make one unified place. as you've probably seen from the cinematic, we've clearly got an Asian influence on the landscapes and the environments and everything you're seeing here. It's been super cool just to see the artists at Blizzard take that and turn it really into a unique World of Warcraft style. Because you could take that and just, you know, kind of make it look specifically Chinese or Asian or one specific look, but we've really put that World of Warcraft look at it, so when people see it, they instantly think, wow. Another thing that's going to be a little different that we haven't done actually really since Burning Crusade is we're going to have an auction house in the new continent. So actually on Pandaria, you'll have an auction house that you'll have access to. Now granted, you know, you're still going to need to go to Stormwind or Orgrimmar for certain things that you're going to need to do, but we want people to have that convenience that if you're at the new continent and you like playing there, you should be able to stay there in Pandaria. You shouldn't necessarily have to always be going back all the time. And another thing we're going to be changing is we're not going to have flying until max level. And it's great to see that response because that's really how we feel about it. I don't know about you, but for us, you know, it's just questing. Every time you kill a mob, you've got to get on your mount, fly up in the air, fly over something, land back down again, dismount, fly, then mount up again. You know, even though it feels convenient and fast, in the long run, we just don't really feel like it gives the best questing experience that you could have. So by going back to this, we really feel like we're going to get a better core quest experience. So here's a look at the continent as a whole. This is you guys have, anyone that's been to BlizzCon before has probably seen this. This is how we start out our design process. We lay out everything in 2D and get a feel for how it's going to play out. So you can see the 5 zones here. We've kind of got a central valley, the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. We've got dungeons across all the different zones. I'm going to talk a little bit about 2 of these zones. The Jade Forest, which is our intro, our start zone, and then the Valley of the Four Winds there on the south side. One thing that's cool is we've really been working on this for a while, so we've got a lot of stuff to show you guys. I think this is probably the first BlizzCon we're going to be able to actually show video fly-throughs of these zones with their, you know, art complete and ready to see. Here's a little look at the scale. So there's Twilight Highlands from Cataclysm, so you can just get a vibe for how big these zones are. Yes, we're delivering 5 zones, but they're really large zones. And when you add that to the fact that you're not going to have access to a flying mount till max level, you can really see there's going to be a ton of content in these zones. So a little bit about Pandaria. Pandaria's been around for a long time. The thing is, it's been shrouded by mist since the Sundering, so no one's really had access to it. The Pandaren have been alone there for all this time. They've been undiscovered. As Chris was kind of mentioning in the opening, the Alliance and Horde are locked in an intense battle. That's something that's always been the core of World of Warcraft, right? And we want to follow that up here. So they're in a naval battle somewhere close, near to the continent, and that's how they end up discovering it. They end up having a naval battle offshore, ships end up getting blown up, and Alliance and Horde end up washing up on the shores of Pandaria. And it's been revealed, thanks to the events of the Cataclysm, has finally unshrouded the mist, and you're able to find the continent. The Alliance versus Horde aspect of this, though, is that once they land here and they find it, they realize that it's a lush land, it's full of resources and all kinds of things that Garrosh could use and things that Varian can use in their war. And so they're basically going to just destroy this land, trying to get what they can out of it. And that's where we come in. Now, we've got a whole panel on story and lore. It's tomorrow at 4:15. So if you guys want some more info on that, be sure to hit up that panel. Now, besides the continent itself of Pandaria, we've also got a new start zone. So anyone that rolls a new Pandaren is going to have a new start zone to play in. What's really crazy about this start zone is that it's a turtle. You guys are going to see it here in a little bit. We've got some shots of it in a video. But essentially, you're playing on the back of a giant turtle. This turtle left Pandaria 10,000 years ago and started growing. And the Pandaren have always been happy with Pandaria. They haven't wanted to leave, but a few of them have gotten what we call the wanderlust. They kind of want to get out and see the rest of the world. And those Pandaren that want to do that have left on the turtle. And that's essentially where any player Pandaren will start playing from. Now, it's going to be similar to our past start experiences. It's going to be story-focused, simple mechanics, but it's going to really, really draw you into the Pandaren lore, their culture, their history, and find out really what's going on with them as a whole. Super unique. Greg's going to talk about this more in a little bit, but the Pandaren are our first neutral race. So it's a race that you're going to start out as neutral and play from level 1 to 10, and then when you get to level 10, you're going to pick your faction. You'll pick Alliance or Horde at that point, and it's a one-way choice. So you'll make that choice, and then you'll decide and go forward from there. Yeah, we're pretty excited about that. It's the first time we've had a chance to do it, so it should play out really cool. So here's a look at some concept art of the turtle. Like I said, it's a turtle. So you can see there's a valley you start in and you kind of work your way around. We've got a really cool storyline here where you're trying to restore some spirits to that central temple. This is the map. So this entire play space, the entire starting zone is playable here at the show, on the show floor. So you'll be able to go over, get a Pandaren, and play all the way through. That's why we have a final map here, because this whole thing's playable now at the show. Here's some screenshots of a look. This is that central temple you saw. This is a look at the edge of the turtle, so you can kind of see where the turtle hits the ocean there. Obviously, Pandaren love beer, so they need lots of breweries. You'll find these all over the place. And then this is a great shot showing the actual, the island itself that you're playing on. You're on the back of a turtle. So when we say you're on the back of a turtle, we're not trying to fake it and kind of just look like a turtle. This actually is a turtle that you're playing on. When you run up to the edge, you'll be able to see water on the edge. You'll be able to see the head. Everything will be animated. So it's going to feel really cool and unique. And here's a video of some of what it looks like. There you go. Isn't that awesome? I mean, we've been seeing this stuff for a while, and I still think when we log into the game to play it, we're just always blown away by just what they were able to do with this art style specifically for WoW. So next up, let's talk a little bit about what are you going to be killing here, right? We can't just all be Happy Land running around. You got to have stuff to kill. So let's talk about some of the races you're going to run into on Pandaria. First off, we have the Jinyu. The Jinyu is a race of fish-like creatures. They kind of looked at as the wise men on Pandaria. They've been known to take their staff, stick it in the river, and they can hear what the land is saying. It's literally talking to them. You're going to see them across a wide number of zones. They're definitely something that's going to play into your story the whole way through. Here's a concept piece of what they look like. Next up, we've got the Hozu. The Hozu are a monkey-like race. They stand up on their hind legs. They can walk around. They've been known to be really mischievous. They play tons of pranks on the local Pandaren. It's something that's been indigenous to the continent for a long time. And just like the Hozu, they play through in a lot of zones throughout the whole place. You're going to see them in dungeons as well as the zones outside. Here's a look at what they look like. Concept piece. Next up, we've got the Vermin. The Vermin are our take on, we really wanted to do a new kobold. When you look at the kobold, it's the classic creature. Whenever you see them, you always want to take them out. You can fight them in droves. They're not too strong, so you can fight a bunch of them at one time, like a little bit of a nuisance. Here's a look at these guys. We saw this concept art, and we were like, we need to build that right now. And he needs whatever this crazy knife, fork, weapon thing going on. But the Pandaren have lots of farmland, and these are the kind of guys that they've dug tunnels under the farmland, and they're sucking the vegetables down underneath into their tunnels from below. So that's part of the storyline and the stuff you're going to get with these guys. Now next up we have the Mantid. This is one of our pillar enemy races. We're going to have whole raids based around the Mantid, dungeons. They really play a big role in the kind of the overarching story. They're an insect race that's been on the island for millennia. They've lived next to the Pandaren this whole time, but they've kind of been separated from the rest of the continent by a giant wall. And as you're going to find out over the story of the expansion, that they're starting to go a little crazy and they're coming through the wall in places, and you're going to have to end up dealing with that. So here's a look at them. Now, different than our other insect races that we've had before, like Silithid, these are sentient creatures. Like, they're going to be able to dress themselves, they have their own houses, they have looks. They're not a hive mind like you would get with the Silithid. They're more of a creature that you can expect to be intelligent and use weapons. So we really wanted to play up a different aspect on them.
What language do they speak?
Next up, we've got the Mogu. The Mogu are another ancient race. The Mogu were actually the original race on the island of Pandaria. They were the first race before the Pandaren overthrew them over 12,000 years ago and took the island for themselves. And what's happening now is the Mogu want it back. And so that's going to play another big part of this storyline, is you're going to see them in raids, you're going to see them in dungeons. We really wanted to have a lot of villains for players to fight. Like Chris mentioned, we don't necessarily always have to have one big bad guy that's causing all the badness in the expansion. We kind of want to spread it out and have a number of things that players are dealing with. Here's a look at these guys. So you can see they're kind of big and hulking ogre-like race. And finally, we've got the Shah. The Shah is really unique. What it is, it's the manifestation of negative energy on Pandaria. So if you imagine whenever anything bad, someone gets killed, a fight happens, something like that on the island, any sort of battle, essentially what's happening with the Alliance and Horde once they get here releases Shah energy into the land. It's kind of a shadow form creature. You're going to see it all over the place. Here's a look at what we're thinking, how these guys can feel. Super aggressive, something you definitely want to take out. You could fight this guy as a raid boss for sure. So that's just a quick look at some of the stuff you can expect from the creatures. Next up, we're going to hit the first zone, the Jade Forest. This is where Alliance and Horde are going to be landing. So this naval battle we've talked about that happened off the coast, the Horde end up washing up on the north side. The Alliance ends up washing up on the south side of the zone. So historically, over the past couple expansions, we've had separate start zones where you've been able to come in and choose, like, I want to go to Kashir, do I want to go to Hyjal, do I want to go to Howling Fjord, or do I want to go to Borean Tundra? So here we're going to do one unified start zone, and Alliance and Horde are going to kind of meet up in the middle. So definitely a little bit of a different vibe. The look is very, very unique. It's these tall stone spires and filled with rainforests in the valleys. But on the top of these stone spires, you've got Pandaren buildings, so they create these awesome vistas and really cool landscapes. It's a different look from any WoW zone we've done before. It's definitely going to be your first look at the Hozu and the Jinyu. So you're going to meet these races and actually try to befriend them. The Alliance tries to take the Hozu, while the Horde will try to become friendly with the Jinyu and end up turning them against each other. And this is what ends up causing so much negative energy to be released in the zone, and that's part of the storyline that you're going to play through. This, of course, releases more Shah, and this is super bad. This is why when you get there originally, Pandaren aren't necessarily big fans of you, because what are you doing? You've come into this pristine land, and you just started to tear it apart. We also have a dungeon in this zone, the Temple of the Jade Serpent. We'll be talking about this dungeon in detail at the Dungeon and Raid panel, but it's definitely going to be, it's going to be your 85 to 86 dungeon when you first get there. This dungeon has been kind of taken over by Shah. It's been caused by you. So the whole goal there is for you to go in and cleanse it, essentially, of what you've done. So you've got to look at the map of the zone here. So you can see all those kind of brown dots are the spires throughout the zone. So it's filled with valleys all across. Here's a look at some concept art. Just looks so great. It's got that super unique vibe. Another look at some of the valleys with those spires. And then we've got a video, show you guys. that's the Jade Forest. Now, once you finish the Jade Forest, you'll be heading on to the Valley of the Four Winds. That's our second zone. This zone is huge. It's kind of broken up in two sections. It's got a north side and a south side. The whole northern side of the zone is Pandaren farmlands, while the whole south side of the zone is essentially a coastal jungle. And going along with our theme of kind of having less linear quest content, when you come in here, you're going to be able to choose to go south right at the beginning or go to the north side. Now, obviously, you can come back and do either side later. We want to make sure people feel like they have a choice and they're not being... It's one thing we wanted to kind of hit on a little bit is not having our quest flow feel so linear. So every time you do a zone, you do it in the exact same way. As we said, another thing that goes along here is that we've got a dungeon. So it's one thing we're trying to do a little different is make sure that the dungeons feel like they fit in each zone. So when I say that, I mean that not just that it fits the story like it should be there, but more that it actually exists in the world. So when you go to Valley of the Four Winds and the Storm Stout Brewery is there, you're actually going to see this giant Storm Stout Brewery building. It's something we haven't been able to do a lot of. Sometimes we end up with just a portal, and the portal takes you into the dungeon, but you never see where that dungeon is in the world. So it's a big thing we've tried to do with these zones is make sure that our dungeons really have a presence, like they're definitely there. Your first interaction with the Mantid is going to be here in the Valley of the Four Winds. This is one of the zones that borders the wall I was talking about a little earlier, and one of the first breaches in the wall by the Mantid have happened here. And they're attacking a Pandaren village, and you're going to come in and have to figure this out and deal with that through the quest lines. So here's a look at the map. So you can kind of see that top part of the zone on the north side of the river is all the farmland, and then the southern side is all the coastal jungle. Here's a look at some concepts. So this is so when we were trying to think about what Pandaren farmland would be, we didn't want it to feel anything like the farmland you've seen in WoW, like you see in Westfall or you've seen in other zones where we do human farmlands. We wanted to feel different and have that vibe. So here we've got those tiered rice paddies. This is a side cutaway view of the zone, so you can kind of see how it starts and then teeters all the way down to the coastal jungle down on the edge. And here's a video. See what it looks like. That's Valley of the Four Winds. So next up, Greg's going to come up and talk to you guys a little about some of the new features you'll be seeing in the expansion.
You guys still with us? There's a lot of information we know. We keep saying it's a fire hose. We're just spraying you with new stuff you've never seen before. We usually don't have this much to talk about when we have an expansion, so here we go. Love you too, man. We have a new race, the Pandaren. One of our early concepts here. There's not a lot of the hair and facial styles in yet. If you go out and play, and I encourage you to go do that, you'll probably look like this. That's all coming. They look pretty awesome. And here's the female. And we have variation on the female ready. Now, of course, we don't have the female done, and if you go play through the starting zone, you're going to see a lot of female pandas, and they're going to say, I am a girl, or something on their name, so just use your imagination. They're coming. As you mentioned, you can be Horde or Alliance as a Pandaren. You start out neutral, and at level 10, you can make your choice. kind of depending on the philosophy you espouse, or more likely where all your other characters are. These are the Pandaran classes. Yeah, we can talk a lot about the monk, but you can see there's several other classes they have to choose from. Some of these we thought didn't make as much sense. There weren't a lot of Pandaran fighting back in the wars on Azeroth. Weren't sure what a Pandaran druid meant. A bear that turns into a bear? Or... All right, the Pandaran racials. These have been extensively vetted, I'm sure are set in stone, and will never, ever change. You get increased stat benefits from food. They like to eat. They also like to cook. And in fact, we're going to try to do some interesting things with cooking because that's such a key element of the Pandaran culture. Inner peace. It's one of those ones that sounds really, really powerful and probably isn't, which is exactly what we look for in a racial. This one, on the other hand, is crazy overpowered. I'm sure we'll never make it. And finally, they need something active to do, and this is it. A little bit of crowd control. Wanted to show out some of the awesome weapons that the artists have put together for the Pandaran start zone. You're going to see a lot of stuff like this. We really want it to feel like you're not in Azeroth. You're in, you're this new place, that entirely different culture and feel. All right. We have a monk. Again, we're going to start with some concept art. Here they are. See the guy there? Really, really excellent animations. We'll show you some more of those in a second here. So, if you ever wanted to play a drunken master, this is your chance. They have 3 specs. Yeah. What we want to do with the monk healer is to try to experiment a little bit more with a healer that can stand up in melee. If you've ever played, say, Atonement Discipline Priest, you can do a little bit of damage that drives your healing. We don't expect monk healers are going to be doing tons and tons of damage, but we want to kind of experiment with a different type of healing style. Maybe get players who are a little burned out on healing to try something different here. And then finally, you can probably guess what the last one is. Punch someone in the face. We do have this epic start zone for them. So we want players to experience it. With the Death Knight, we thought the story kind of made sense that you're being brought back by the Lich King. Here, it's more that you're starting out on the turtle and eventually will make it to Pandaria, so we start at first level. Very martial arts based, it probably goes without saying, but really trying to embrace this. Even like I said, the healer and the tank are going to do a lot of very kung fu things. And our animation team really delivered on this to a crazy level. There are a lot of new animations for the monk. The tank healer and DPS guy all have different stances they stand in, so even their base kind of idle animations look different. You'll see them all throwing a lot of punches, all of their weapon animations are unique, and this goes for the non-Pandaran too. Oh, you thought that monks were Pandaran only. So our fiction here is now that Pandaria has been rediscovered, while most of the Pandaran are kind of the stay-at-home type, there are the adventurous ones, and they're spreading out a little bit into the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, and starting to train some of these other races in the secret arts of monkery, or whatever we call it. I think Tom said, if we don't do no monks, monks aren't worth doing, so. I also can't wait to see a Taran monk do the role. But. All right, what do they use? They hit a lot with their hands and feet. We really want to deliver on that fantasy that you're sitting there punching and kicking the crap out of those little bunny guys. But we still want them to have weapons. We want you to see your weapons as you're using them. So you can imagine a typical fight might be you build up with your hands and feet, and then you pull out your staff or your other weapon for some kind of killer finisher. We do want them to use a lot of stabs and fist weapons. These aren't the only weapons they're going to use, but we thought they're very signature for the monk. We think this will allow us to put a lot more fist weapons in the game. They're really cool. They don't quite have enough users yet, so expect to see a lot more. They can also use one-handed axes, maces, and swords. We're trying to figure out exactly the difference between the dual wielding and the two-handed. We might let anyone do anything. Dual wield might be DPS. That's the kind of thing we're going to iterate on. I'm sure you guys will let us know the right way to do it. And healers can use offhands. We don't want the monks using shields. They're leather armor class, so they'll share a lot of the same gear as druids. Agility for the tank or DPS, and intellect for the healer. Okay, one of the fun things about doing a new class is coming up with a new resource system. We want it to feel a little different, kind of capitalize on what we already know works, but just try to mix it up a little bit. So they have it's an energy-like resource, and then it slowly regenerates. And you use this primarily only for 2 attacks. Your jab, which is your primarily builder, and then the roll attack, which you saw in the opening trailer where the monk is running along that goes into a roll. It's a lot of fun if you go check it out. All our computers over around the corner there. Jab generates light and dark force, which you then use for everything else. So you have some finishing moves that take the light force and some finishing moves that take the dark force. So, yeah. We talked about this a lot, and it's pretty controversial, but it's also kind of fun. We really wanted to deliver on this kind of Street Fighter feel that you're punching a lot. And we thought the auto attack was just going to get in the way of that. We wanted it to feel very visceral. You push a button, you see an animation. So I actually think it feels pretty good, but try it out and let us know. This is the current monk resource bar. Again, if you were with us for the Death Knight, this is the kind of thing we iterated on a lot. But you can see we have 4 light force balls and 4 dark force balls on the other side. You would fill those up and then consume them to do finishers. At the moment, in the playtest area around there, this bar is down in the middle of your screen. That's something we've never done before. It's something players have asked us about a lot, so we're going to try it. Again, let us know how it works. Now I'm going to show you a video we put together. We did some fun camera work here, but all of these animations are real. This is what a monk should look like when you're actually in combat. A lot of new animations, really fun. Okay, catch my breath here. This is a big one. This isn't something we've made a big secret of, as we've kind of done postmortems over how the Cataclysm talent revamp worked out overall. We really like the level 10 choice. You can be an elemental shaman at level 10 rather than having to wait till super high level. You get a fun ability like Mortal Strike right away. We think the level 10 specs are a keeper. We also did remove a lot of junk from the talent trees. There were a lot of these passive kind of increases your attack damage slightly, things like that. They weren't very exciting, and we got rid of some of them. We did actually deliver on our goal of engineering some choices. You could finish a tier, and to go down to the next tier, you'd have to spend a certain more number of talent points to get there. When you finished in your primary tree, you could decide which other tree to sub-spec in. We think that worked out pretty well. On the other hand, there are a lot of things that we think we can still improve the talent system. There's a risk of skipping core talents. In the Fury tree, there's a talent called Raging Blow. If you skip it, you're not being adventurous or creative, you're just being a very bad Fury warrior. We removed junk, but we didn't remove enough junk. I think it's a very fair criticism. There's still some talents in there. They're either downright bad or they're just not interesting enough, and we think we can do better. We do have some choices, but we don't have enough choices. Yes, you might have a different final talent point than another combat rogue, but we don't think that's enough. Like Tom was talking about, what talent trees were supposed to do is really give you a way to customize your character, to feel like I'm different from the other people who play my same spec and class. And despite everything we've done, the cookie cutter builds still persist. We have some customization, but it's just not enough customization. Something players mention a lot is they liked the fantasy, at least, of hybridizing, of saying, you know, I'm going to go a little bit down one tree and a little bit down another tree. We can debate whether or not those builds are ever truly effective, but we know players really kind of want them to be, even if we never really delivered on that. Actually, I think this is really important. I want to mention it. I know it's easy for us to be sitting here on stage kind of like saying, passing down laws from the top of the mountain. This is how WoW is going to change. But these are the kind of things we've been hearing from players really since the talent tree's launched, and certainly from Cataclysm. So this isn't just something we decided, hey, let's tinker with talent, that'll be fun. This is something that overall we've heard from players for a long time. Guys, you can do better, and we're about to do better. You're welcome. So, talent's gone. Okay. Not completely, but it is so different that we're calling it Talents 2.0. Now, the best way to think about this is you have three types of abilities. You have your class abilities. Say you're a warrior, you get certain abilities for picking warrior. You have your spec abilities. Today, you only really get one spec ability. We're talking about giving you several. And then finally, you have the actual talents, which should be very optional in that you get to choose which one makes the most sense for you. So you still choose your spec at level 2, and you get a spec ability right away, and then you get other spec abilities later as it makes sense. So you might get one level 25, level 40, level 70. Anything from your tree that we thought you really need to function, whether it's a core ability like Divine Storm or a fun proc like Art of War, we just give you those now rather than risk you skipping over them. Like I said, some of these are old talents you need to have, and old core abilities not every spec needs. You'll see this particularly for the pure DPS classes, where a Warlock doesn't need so many different dots and nukes when ultimately Destruction and Affliction are supposed to have different rotations. So what we did is just take some things like Immolate and say, okay, that's now a Destruction-only spell. So just as an example, these are the kind of things a Protection Paladin will get. Point of note that Hammer of the Righteous here goes for both Protection and Retribution. There are going to be some abilities that make sense to go into more than one spec. And you can see there are passives and procs in here too. And then you also get to pick talents. There are no longer any talent points or ranks, and there's one talent tree per class. We thought this was really important in order to deliver on the hybridization, or saying, I want to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that. You earn a talent every 15 levels, which sounds scary, but it'll make sense in just a minute. Every time you get to choose a talent, there are 3 choices, and you get to pick one of those. Once you pick one, you can't go back and get the other 2. So you're really going to have to make a hard choice of, do I want shiny object A, B, or C? Our goal is there are no mandatory talents. If you're a healer, you should not see, oh, I have to take this talent because I'm a healer. There may be 3 healing talents, and you pick which one you think would be the most fun, or which one fits your play style, or maybe which one matches this certain fight you're about to do. But we shouldn't ever see anyone saying, oh, you have to get this, or you're just doing it wrong. We also think an important concept here is that you can change talents fairly easily, about as easily as you can change glyphs. So not the kind of thing you can do in combat, but say you pick the fear talent, and you go into a fight where everything's immune to fear, you can say, hang on a sec, I'm going to respec to the the stun talent instead, because I know that's useful in this fight. So I'm just going to walk you through the UI here. Our UI designers have done a great job coming up with a new system. This one should look fairly familiar. We changed it from vertical to horizontal, but you still pick a spec at level 10. And then these are all the abilities you would get. In this case, you're picking the Holy Paladin. Holy Shock's still at level 10, and then a slew of other things you get at higher level. A lot of these will be familiar. A couple of these you're probably saying, ooh, that looks interesting and new. Holy Wrath, Holy Only. And then here's the Paladin talent tree. Every level, every time you get to make a talent choice, you get to pick one of these. These are all very powerful. They should feel very unique and very exciting. I really want to emphasize that. You'll see some familiar names in here, but don't assume that it works exactly the same way it does on live. Sanctified Wrath, for example, we had to make the kind of thing that a Holy Paladin or Protection Paladin would also say, you know what, that's something I could really use, that sounds fun, I want to try it. We think this system, as Tom said at the beginning, is going to give players a lot of like cool stuff to geek out over, rather than just saying, hey, what's the cookie cutter spec I need before I can go raiding or PvP. You really want to look at this and analyze and say, you know, I think Veneration sounds fun, but then I'm going to get Sanctified Wrath instead of Divine Purpose, that sort of thing. It's pretty exciting. I think once you see all of the individual talents here, you'll be pretty excited about it too. So here's an example of the Paladin choosing at level 15, choosing Speed of Light, and then the other choices. You can't ever pick two things in one row. We knew when we started out here that the only way to really get you guys to understand how this system works is to go through every freaking talent in the game. So we're going to do a panel right after this one, and we're going to walk you through every class and say, here are your talents, enjoy. All right, I'm going to turn things back over to Tom again.
All right, so we've got more new features to talk about. As you guys may have seen, there was a little bullet point that went by in the preview trailer about scenarios, these PvE scenarios. And you might be asking yourself, what the hell is a PvE scenario? What do they mean? So what a PvE scenario is it's a way for us to give you interesting new things to do that don't really make a whole lot of sense in the context of a typical dungeon, right? A dungeon is all about you go out there and you fight trash, you kill a boss, you fight trash, you kill a boss. And they're usually taking place in these kind of unique areas that we create for the purposes of a dungeon. Scenarios are more about reusing parts of the world that we've either already created in interesting new ways. I'll go over one example, which is the Battle for Goldshire. And it also gives us the ability to do some interesting new types of PvE gameplay that we've never seen before. One way to characterize that potentially would be able to kind of label them as PvE battlegrounds. So what are they? These are short instances for a few players. The number of players can vary based on what the scenario is. The scenario can be for 3 players, for example. And these are all designed for players that are playing their character in a similar way as they would when they're questing. So you don't have the typical like tank, heal, DPS type setups for these types of scenarios that you would for a dungeon. It's a staged experience, or at least in many cases it is, where you'll have different phases of the scenario that you go through and you're trying to accomplish some greater goal. And here's one example, right? So these are purely theoretical examples. This isn't an actual scenario that we're in the process of creating. But if you can imagine for a moment a scenario called the Defense of Goldshire, and let's pretend for a little bit that you and a couple buddies are in there, and your job is at first to clear out a bunch of kobolds. You got to find and return some children in the town, and then kill Goldtooth. And this would be the type of scenario that we would do as an introductory scenario. Maybe we first introduce this scenario at level 10 for players that are leveling up for the first time. But we would even design it in such a way where you could do like a level 90 version of it, so that even if you never got a chance to do it, or you just kind of wanted to go back and do it again, you'd be able to do that. And of course, with our philosophy of being able to do whatever it is you want to do to progress your character, you'd still be able to get Valor points out of doing it at level 90. So, here we are imagining, these are all fake screenshots, by the way, so. Whoa, big gold tooth. Another example that I kind of called out is the idea of being able to do PvE battlegrounds. This is the kind of thing that we've never really done before, we've never really been able to do before, and we'd like to take a stab at doing some stuff like this. So if you imagine this, imagine that this is the Battle of Grizzly Gulch, the Battle of GG. And let's, again, purely hypothetical example, let's imagine that this is a Defense of the Ancient style battleground, right? Except there are no enemy players on the other side. Because there are a lot of players out there that would love to do battleground type content, but are kind of, freaked out by fighting other players, or, makes them really nervous, or they just don't like that kind of thing. So this gives us the ability to do a lot of those similar kinds of mechanics in a PvE setting. And that also allows us to do some slightly different things that we wouldn't normally be able to do. So imagine that you and a couple buddies are in charge of going down the lanes of this PvE battleground called the Battle of Grizzly Gulch. You've got to slay enough soldiers to get your characters powered up, and then dominate the enemy defenses to destroy their 6 towers and their barracks, and then out comes the boss, and you'll have to apply the beat down to General Drake. Here's actually a map that we've been working on a little bit. This one is like an extension of a Defense of the Ancient style battleground that we're currently working on, so you can kind of imagine the scenario taking place in an environment like this. So these scenarios have a wide variety of different applications that really give us the ability to do new things that we haven't done before with dungeons, because those are very much about tank, heal, DPS, fight some mobs, tank them, heal them, beat them down, boss, etc. Another important point here is that there isn't player collision, that these are designed to be PvE. And one other way to look at these is that they could potentially replace group quests. I know that a lot of you probably experienced way back in the day when we used to do a lot more group quests out in the outdoor world, but we always had problems with, some people would be halfway into doing the group quest when you join up with the quest, and you kind of have to start over again, and all the kind of awkwardness of, LFGing inside, trade chat or whatever, or in an LFG chat for that zone of trying to find a group to do your group quests, because this gives us a more elegant way to use some of those interesting outdoor areas to do group style questing. So that brings us to how it kind of works, and kind of a little look into that. Now, not surprisingly, this is the type of queue and go sort of scenario, like a dungeon finder. So you'd pop open a UI and you'd queue for it. And on the upside, no role requirements. It kind of implies automatically very short queues. Yeah. So you might even be able to imagine being able to do something like this while you're waiting for your dungeon queue to pop, because they're intended to be pretty quick experiences. And of course, this is one of many different options to earn Valor points to progress your character. So now let's talk about another one of those new features that went by, and that's Challenge Mode Dungeons. Hopefully this will be something that excites a lot of you in the room. I don't know how many of you guys were around way back in the day when we had this thing called the 45-minute Baron Run. So that was pretty exciting, and I've always really wanted for us to be able to do that sort of thing again and really institutionalize it in a way that adds a whole new type of gameplay. Granted, there were some not fun elements to it. For example, like if it was blocking your progression to getting your tier 1.5 set back in the day, that part of it was a little bit of a downer. But that won't happen here. So what are challenge mode dungeons? Dungeons, as you know, are these experiences that you guys go through already. But wouldn't it be interesting if we had essentially time trial versions of these dungeons? And so challenge modes really are that. When you set yourself into a challenge mode and you group up with your buddies or potentially queue into a challenge mode dungeon, the purpose of doing this is going to be to complete the dungeon in a specified amount of time. And so that implies a whole different level of coordination and teamwork that you don't necessarily get when you're just sort of plodding through, either because you're new to the dungeon or you're just trying to get the loot out of it and you're just kind of taking your time to do whatever. And you'll rip through there as fast as you can in order to earn bronze, silver, or gold medals for doing it as quickly as you possibly can. The gear levels for these are normalized, which is another important distinction here. So what that means is that, for example, if you were to apply that to today's world, you would all be brought down to the same level of gear. All your gear would scale down to the same level of gear, some standard level, that you would go through this. So it isn't the kind of thing that you can just get better gear to overpower your way through. So when you're able to, you know, talk about, yeah, we got, yeah. So you'll be able to brag to your buddies about how you got that, you know, 23-minute run, and you'll know that it's a fair basis of comparison because everybody's gear was at the same level. And what do you get out of it other than Valor points, of course? You also get sweet-looking gear with no stats. What might that be for? Transmogrify, perhaps. So we're going to create an entire tier of gear that has a unique and special look that you'll be able to get exclusively by doing challenge modes. So if you do the challenge modes and you rip through there and you get the gold medal in all the different dungeons, you'll be able to earn yourself an entire set of gear to show off to your friends about what a badass you are for being able to clear these dungeons as quickly as you can. So that summarizes the way challenge mode dungeons work. Really a big part of this for us is giving you the ability to have bragging rights and leaderboards. So that's going to be a big part of this feature. It's going to feel like competitive PvE in a sense. So we want to be able to do things like, you know, when you open your character sheet, you'll be able to see your best times for any given dungeon. You'll be able to see what the rewards are for the different dungeons if you complete them in gold, silver, or bronze times. You'll also be able to compare yourself to your guildmates and other people on your realm. So you'd be able to pop open a UI and see, you know, what are the top times for people on this realm for this dungeon. Get yourself on that leaderboard. Show people what a badass you really are. And so that sums it up for challenge modes. With that, we are going to hand it over to Corey to talk about the pet battle system.
All right, I'm super hyped to talk to you guys about this feature because I think pets are something that pretty much everyone that plays World of Warcraft probably has a pet in some way, shape, or form. I don't think not necessarily everyone is a collector and has all the achievements, but it's definitely something that I think everyone knows what it is, and it's a feature we definitely felt like we could expand upon and offer some new gameplay. Whoa. There we go. So what exactly are we doing here? Essentially, you're going to be able to collect, you're going to level, and you're going to fight with your pets. So we're going to go through all of these in a little bit more detail, but first some key elements. First of all, it's accessible to everyone. We didn't want it to be a feature that was locked to the max level that only a few people would get access to. We wanted it something to be that everyone could do. So you'll be able to start this at a really low level and start collecting pets, leveling them up, and building your team. Another thing is it's going to work with almost every pet in the game right now, as well as a ton of new pets that we're going to be adding for the system for you to collect. So for all you people already out there that already have, say you've got 100 pets, you know, most likely almost all of those pets are going to work with the system right when you get it. Now granted, you're going to have to level them on your own, but they'll still be able to work with the system. It's also going to be a lot of customization, things like being able to name your pets, things like being able to have different ones, giving them individual abilities. We'll get into that more in a little bit. So as far as collection goes, how does that work? Like I said, it's going to work with your existing pets. So a lot of people are going to start the system and already have a pet to start with and get it going. There's another type of pet you're going to be able to get that we're introducing new for Mists of Pandaria, and this is going to be called a wild pet. And the way wild pets work is you're going to find them out in the world. Essentially, when you find them, you're going to be able to engage in battle with them and fight with them using a pet that you already have. And then you're going to be able to get that pet and add him to your collection. Now, what's cool about these wild pets is that they have random varying stats. So you're not necessarily going to just go out and be able to get all the wild pets you want, you know, within that first week, because they're going to have varying stats. So you might want a pet that's really good at, say, tanking, or a pet that maybe has like a CC ability. So you're going to keep wanting to collect these pets until you find that one that has the right set of stats. Then you can start leveling it up. The other thing about the wild pets that's pretty cool is that they have unique spawning abilities. So for example, certain wild pets you might only find during a certain season, like winter. Certain pets you might only find when it's raining. for example. Certain pets might only spawn during the day or the night. So there could be a pet that only shows up during the spring while it's raining in Elwyn Forest at night. Now, they're not all going to be like that, obviously, but we definitely want to mix it up so that people have a lot of pets to collect over a long period of time. We don't want you to just go out right away and get all of them. We want it to be a system that lasts. Now, how are you going to find these pets? We're going to change the pet interface we have now and introduce something called the Pet Journal. What the Pet Journal is going to do is let you manage all your existing pets you have, as well as the teams and the battling and everything that goes along with the new system. We've got a few UI shots that we'll show you that give you a little bit more of a rundown about how the journal works. The other thing along with this is that most pets are going to become tradable. So what this means is you're going to be able to, say, get the Whippletinger from an event, like the Brewfest event, and then be able to take it and, say, level it up to a certain level, maybe teach it some abilities. Then you can go and take that pet and throw it on the auction house, and someone else could get it. And based on the amount of time and work you put into it, obviously it's going to sell for what people think that's worth. So we really wanted the system to feel like something that you could trade pets, not only in the auction house, but with your buddies and you know, your friends, your guildies, other players. This is a huge one. We're really working hard to have this, is to have account-wide pets. Meaning that obviously if you have a set of pets on one character, you log in another character, you know, you'd be able to use those same pets. If you got a pet up to level 14, you log in another character, that pet's still level 14 and you have it. You don't have to do it again multiple times for all the pets. So here's a look at the pet journal. Just like the mock-ups Tom showed you earlier, these are all mock-ups of how we think the UI would work from our UI team. So over there on the left, you've got your list of pets. You can search and filter through to find the ones you want. And then over on the right, you can see that pet's stats. And then at the bottom, you can see the abilities that they've unlocked. We're looking at unlocking something like 6 abilities over 25 levels. And then on the right, there's an interesting spot called location. And if you click that, you're actually going to be able to find out where can you get this pet in the world. So instead of having to alt-tab out of the game, go to the web and go to a database site and try to find out, well, where can I find this guy? Where does he spawn? Where do I get him? Similar to what we did with the Dungeon Journal, where you could see all the items and find out what bosses drop them, you're going to be able to find out where to get all your pets straight out of the journal from within the game. So now you've collected some pets, you've got a good amount of them, you're managing them, now you've got to level them. How do you do this? Well, you fight with other pets. And when you win battles, you earn experience, and experience levels your pet. As you level, you're going to learn new abilities that you can then use in battle. Now, you're also going to have slots to place these abilities in. Every pet can use 3 abilities in battle at one time. So a pet's going to learn 6, and you get to choose any 3 of those and place them on your pet to use in the battle. And I've got it mock up so you guys can see how this looks too. Every time you level, you're going to earn stats as well. So the higher level your pet, obviously it's going to be stronger as it's growing. Now you're going to be able to level multiple pets because you're going to want to build a team. You don't want to just take one pet and get them all the way up. You might want to take a couple pets and level them all up together so that you can have a team of pets that are at similar level. So here's a look at the team interface. So this is also within the journal. It's just a different tab. And so here we've got a team. This guy has 2 pets on his team, and you can see those 3 slots for abilities where he's dragged an ability in. And those are the abilities that when this pet goes into battle, that's what shows up on the bar, and you can press that ability to use it. So over on the left, these are the pets and their level, and then on the right, you just drag them over, and that's how you would build a team. Now, how does the fighting work, right? So now you've got a pet, you've leveled them up, you want to actually fight against someone and use all this stuff that you've been earning. So you're going to be able to fight both in PvE in the world against the wild pets. But you're also going to be able to fight friends and possibly enemies using the PvP battle as well. One thing that's different, it's going to be turn-based. So we wanted to slow things down a little bit from WoW combat. WoW combat's super fast. You know, people can sometimes die in like 15, 20 seconds right away. So we wanted to introduce something that felt a little different, could slow it down, and it's something that's a little bit more of a thinking game. So mechanics-wise, you know, it's not going to be something that's going to move so quickly, you're not necessarily going to miss it or know what happened. So we wanted to give something that felt a little bit different. So it could be, you know, just people that might want to focus on that could have a different piece of content to focus on. Kind of like we were saying earlier, that we want content for everyone. We want to have a feature that a lot of different people could play, not just something that's for a small segment of the population. So you're going to fight with a team of 3, and we're going to allow you to queue. Just like we have dungeon queuing, you'd be able to queue up and go against another group, and we'd look at the level of their pets so we could make sure that we put you against other pets that were within the same range. So hopefully you'd have a fight that feels something about the level that you could handle. So here's a look at what it would look like. This is just a mock-up. So one thing that's important is we want to keep the WoW characters in the scenes for the fights, because they're important. They're the ones that are collecting the pets. They're the masters of the whole system. So we want to have the WoW characters actually be a part of it. When your pet does an ability, your guy might do an emote. He might do something that makes sense going along with that ability that you used. You can see the bar at the bottom has the abilities you'd be casting, and then you can see your other pets kind of underneath the portraits there. This is just a mock-up, like we said, but it's something we could envision it looking like. So customization, like I said earlier, naming your pets is a big thing. So you could have a pet that you've had for a really long time, and you finally be able to give them a name and then see that name in battle. We're also talking about having items. So imagine the idea that you could have an item that we'd have an item slot on the pet. You can equip an item. Maybe you could even put gems in that item so you could modify the stats on the pet as well. So we could pull in some of the profession systems. You're going to be able to do individual builds like we were showing you earlier with abilities. So you can take a certain pet and change his abilities and change his slots out so that your team will feel different from other teams around you. And finally, we've kind of got this concept of masters. So you're going to be able, we wanted to really have people that are into the system feel like they could travel around the world and have a reason to go to other places. So you're going to be able to go to, like, say you're going to go to Daenerys and there's a goblin there that's really great with training mechanical pets. So you'd be able to go there and fight him, and if you can beat him, he'll grant you what we're calling a master ability. And then you could use that ability on any of your pets to fight in battle. So here's a look at how this could work. So this guy's got 3 abilities at the top right now, and then he's chosen a master, and then over on the right we see the map, and that shows you where you can go to fight that master and the ability that you could get. So it just adds a little bit more depth and customization into the system as a whole. So that kind of wraps up the core features. So now I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about some of the dungeons that we're expecting to have. We're looking at doing 9 new dungeons for Mists of Pandaria. We're super excited to be able to do a lot of different new dungeons, a lot of awesome looks. There's going to be 6 dungeons specifically on Pandaria that you're going to be able to fight in. We also have something coming back that we found was very popular with Cataclysm. So a few updates of classics. And so we picked a couple. Skullamask. And what's cool about this is we've gone into Skullamask and it's got a new layout. It's gonna have bosses that are reworked with all new abilities. It's gonna be a little bit easier to navigate, not so complicated, but still it's gonna feel really cool, really fresh. And we're gonna talk a ton about it in the dungeon panel later today. The other one is Scarlet Monastery. So Scarlet, as you know it now, has 4 wings, but some of these wings only have 1 boss, and then we have another wing that has ton of bosses. So we wanted to take it and make it feel a little bit more even. So we're going to redo Scarlet Monastery completely and introduce it as 2 separate wings as their own unique dungeons with their own bosses. We got a few screenshots of a couple of the new dungeons. This is the Stormstout Brewery here. You're going to be helping Chin Stormstout recapture this brewery for his family heritage. This is a look at the Shadowpan Monastery. It's a really awesome outdoor dungeon. And this is the Temple of the Jade Serpent, which is in the first zone, the Jade Forest. It's another dungeon that goes indoor and outdoor. It's something we're trying to do with a lot of the dungeons, is get a whole different vibe with players going both indoor and outdoor at different times. So not to be left out, we're also obviously going to be introducing new raids. We're looking at having 3 raids to launch with. The races we're looking to feature in these raids are the Mogu and the Mantid, which we talked about a little earlier as kind of being two of our pillar enemy races. So definitely fit well into the whole raid vibe as far as having creatures that you're going to want to kill. So as you know, we're introducing Raid Finder with 4.3 for the Dragon Soul raid. In Mists of Pandaria, Raid Finder is going to be available for all raids, right from day one. So all the raids are going to have essentially 3 difficulty levels of Raid Finder, Normal, and Heroic right off the bat. We think it's going to be great because it's going to give that other level for people that are looking to get into raiding a chance to do that with content that really fits for them. And like Tom mentioned earlier, we're looking to bring back world raid bosses. I think the big thing here is that obviously there were problems with them originally, but I think we've figured out solutions to those problems, to the fact of them staying camped, to the fact that they drop very specific pieces of gear that players need. I think, you know, we've got solutions to those problems, so why not bring them back? They were something that players really liked, so that's something we really want to do here for Mists of Pandaria. Like I said, we'll have a lot more info on this at the Raid and Dungeons panel later today. So, questing. What's going on with quests in the new game? Couple different things. One thing is we definitely want to focus on more max level content. It's something that we saw with Cataclysm, that people burned right through the content very quickly, and we saw that they really wanted more content to do at max level. So it's something we want to focus on here. We still obviously want a strong leveling experience along the way, but we want to make sure when you get there, you have a lot of stuff to do and stuff that can give you Valor points that you can do at that level. So this is that kind of thing. We really want to focus on that. Things like the Molten Front from 4.2, we want to do things like that right from the beginning, so players have different choices when they hit level 90. So we're talking about having multiple hubs for that kind of stuff all over the world. Those will play into the factions as well, but it'll give players a different thing to do at max level and not just necessarily the same options that they've always had historically. Another thing that goes along with that is maybe giving some incentives to Dungeon and our raid players for doing outdoor daily kind of stuff. So for example, say, you know, if you did 5 daily quests, you would get a buff. And that buff, you know, if you happen to go into a dungeon with that buff, you might get a chance to roll on a piece of loot that only shows up to the players that have that buff. You know, so maybe you went out and did a few dailies first and then go and do the dungeon. It helps kind of motivate some play there from both sides. So like I was talking about a little earlier with Valley of the Four Winds, we're really looking to make the quests feel less linear. So not the fact that they're always going to feel completely different, but the fact that we give you some choices. So when you come back and you go through a zone, you can do it in a little bit of a different level. Same thing with flying from max level. We mentioned this earlier. It's just something that feels better to not have that. To keep people on their ground mounts, we can introduce different types of quest content that really fits. And we don't have to worry so much about people flying up in the air and landing on the boss mob to kill them right away without clearing anything along the way. You know, it just really, I don't know, it doesn't have that good vibe to it. You didn't feel like you really did it. You kind of cheated a little bit and flew in. So by keeping people on the ground, it'll really feel better. Finally, faction improvements. Factions are something we've had in the game for a long time. We've done a number of different things with them. And here we're looking to shake it up again with offering players more ways to earn the items they want. So, you know, whereas you look right now, we ended Cataclysm and we had Tol Barad, and we had a number of great items there, but it was kind of your only option of a place to go. We want to have more options for players to go, but still be able to use all those options towards getting the gear that they want. So we're looking at having groups of factions, and you can do any quest within these factions that you want, but they all lead towards that awesome, you know, flying mount reward, or that one thing that you really want to get. So you don't feel like you have to grind so much. We want factions to be fun. We don't want them to feel grindy. And that's something we're really going to be focusing on here. So do we have a lot of PvPers here? Great. So we're talking about doing some new battlegrounds. We don't know exactly which of these battlegrounds we're going to do. These are all ideas that we're working on, but we figured it's Blizzcon, so we'll fill you guys in on the stuff we're thinking about, and we'll talk about a few of them. So we're looking at a couple different types of battlegrounds here with different gameplay styles. You know, obviously we've had CTF, and we've had kind of capture King of the Hill style games where you have to hold a certain area to earn points. So we're looking to do a couple different styles of battleground here. Another thing is we're looking to do a new arena. Right now we're calling it the Tolvir Proving Grounds, and this is located out in Old Doom. I'll have some screenshots to show you of this in a little bit. So first, let's talk about the Stranglethorn Diamond Mine. The concept behind this is it's a goblin mine below northern Stranglethorn. Alliance and Horde are fighting over it to get these minerals out of it. And we're looking at doing a payload-style gameplay. So essentially, you'd have these mine cars that you have to escort to a depot. When it hits the depot, you'd get points. We're looking at multiple tracks within the actual mine itself, and the first team, essentially, to escort enough cars to the depots and get the points would win. But it would feel very varied with a lot of different options every time you play, because you could get a mine car and send it on a different track each time, and we're also talking about having you actually be able to, in the middle of the game, send the car off to a different track. A track could split, and a player could sit there and decide which way he wants it to go. So it's a unique kind of style of gameplay, something that we feel like could be really cool with WoW's PvP. So this is a look at a map of how that could work. There in the center where it says Diamond Mine would be where the carts start. And then there's a couple different tracks that lead all the way around the cave. And you can see some of the tracks split and go in different directions. There's some bridges there where when a track goes across a bridge, you could knock guys off the bridge. There's all kinds of opportunities to do cool things here. Here's some concept art for this one. This is one we've definitely gotten a little bit of progress on, to the point where we've got some playable prototypes. So next up, there's one we're talking about called the Valley of Power. And this would be about getting an ancient Mogu artifact and capturing that artifact. And Alliance and Horde both want it because it would offer power for their war against the other side. Now, the way the gameplay would work is essentially you'd have an object, and you pick up the object, and the longer you hold it, your team earns points. Now, depending on where you stand in the area of the actual map, you could earn more or less points. So if you run off in the corner and hide, you're going to earn less. But if you stay out in the middle where it's wide open, you would earn more points. The ball itself would be doing damage to you, so the longer you hold it, you're taking more and more damage. So you'd need healers with you to keep you alive. But it's a really fun style of gameplay. It's something we think, again, would fit really, really well with WoW. So here's a look at how something like this could work. We'd have some start areas on the two sides. That's a ledge going all the way around. And then some stairs that lead down kind of into a recessed area. And the orb is right there in the center. So you'd start and run right through for it. We've got a couple simple pillars for line of sight, but really a simple map. For something like this, the gameplay is all about the combat. You don't really necessarily need a lot of line of sight blockers or things in the map to make it fun. And here's what I was talking about with the point values. You could see the farther away you are, the less points you would earn. Closer to the middle, the more you would get. The concept piece of where this could fit into the world. And finally, we've got Tolvir Proving Grounds. We haven't done a new arena in a long time, so we thought, maybe it's time to add another one in. A lot of players are very happy with the arenas that we have now, so we've been tentative to add a new one. But this really felt like a cool opportunity to use a really neat piece of art and do an arena that could be simple and that players would really like. So we based it off Nagrand Arena, which is one of our most popular arenas. And it's got a great sense of place in the world because it feels like it could be in Old Doom. When you go there, you would know exactly that it fits. So here's a look at it from the top down. It's just a simple square with 4 line of sight blockers. They're kind of on angles a little different than Nagrand, but the layout in general is very similar. And then here's a look at it from the side of how it could fit in Old Doom. So we have one other new feature we're talking about adding in, and Greg's going to tell you about it.
You guys still with us? Almost done. We're almost done.
We're getting close.
Go to the bathroom soon. Achievements. Let's do this. Pretty much all we can say about it. We're going to take some of the achievements and let them be shared across all the characters you have, particularly things like the raid achievements and some of the ones that are more difficult to get. And then this will also give us the possibility to introduce some new types of achievements. So, for example, we could say, get every profession to max level, which would be really cruel to do for one character, but across your stable of characters it'd be kind of fun. So look for this soon. All right. Talk a little bit about some class changes coming up. I think most of these are pretty exciting. First one is a change we're going to try for resilience. We really like the way resilience works as a stat for PvP. We like the way that when you're hardcore at the very competitive levels, getting even a little bit more resilience can make a big difference. And we know that it gives you a good goal to work towards and makes the PvP gear rewarding. Our concern is that it's a big barrier of entry into Battlegrounds or Arena. There used to be a day when you could kind of come in your PvE gear and gradually work up to better PvP gear. Players have told us now they feel like they just can't compete in PvP at all because there's such a big step up. So the way we're going to try to do this is to treat resilience as a base stat, which means you'll get a little bit every time you level up. Even naked, your character will have some resilience. And then as you get PvP gear, you'll get up to the kind of resilience you have now. We don't want PvE gear to be the best gear for PvP, but we want it to be something you can use, and vice versa. All right. A few other things I'm going to talk about. The future of ranged weapons, warlocks, shaman, and druids. I can't talk about everyone, but we still love you. Just had to throw that out there. Okay, ranged weapons. Ooh. I'm just going to milk this for a second, so just... Okay, it's gone. So once we decided to make this change, then we're left with, what does the hunter do with their melee weapon? It's just a stat stick. So hunters don't need melee weapons anymore. You just get your ranged weapon, you're good to go. And the funniest thing about this is we went really quick from everything as a hunter weapon to nothing as a hunter weapon. Okay, this leads to some other questions that I'll hit real quick. We don't think we even need a range slot for all of the other characters. I know, it's crazy. We think the relic slot is like one of the least interesting pieces of gear we can introduce. It's got some stats on it, but we don't drop them in Dungeons and Raids. You pretty much get your new one every tier and you're good to go. There's not a lot of gameplay there. Honestly, we don't think we'll really miss it. The Rogue and Warrior will just throw their melee weapons when they need to do ranged attacks. So that's what I mean here is literally the gun, bow, and crossbow are hunter weapons, and the other classes don't ever want them. And then finally, we know some of you casters want to be Harry Potter. So rather than cutting the wand completely, we'll just make it a main hand weapon. So like you have your caster dagger, your spell sword, sometimes you'll get a wand. It'll be statted like the other items. You can use it in your main hand. Warlocks. I'm just kidding. I beat on Paladins so much, I had to show love. Warlocks are one of those classes we want to take a really hard look at with the new talent system, because we thought once some of those kind of signature abilities are available to any Warlock, you're really left with like a bunch of guys that are kind of using similar spells and doing similar things. We really thought there's a lot of room to kind of push Affliction, Demo, and Destro away from each other a little bit. So the way we're going to try this is we have a unique resource for every spec. We're going to keep Soul Shards for Affliction. We like the improvements we made for Soul Shards and Cataclysm. We totally agree with the feedback that they're not quite interesting enough, and we have some cool ideas for them. But Soul Shards will be something Affliction uses. You pick Affliction at level 10, you get shards. If you pick Destro or Demo, you're going to have something different. Demonology is a new resource called Demonic Fury. You build up Demonic Fury by doing stuff, and when you hit max Demonic Fury, you then metamorphosize. So rather than it being a cooldown, you can try to build it up constantly. You can try to be in demon form a little more often. We're going to do some new, cooler abilities that you get to have in demon form. We think this will make the spec just play very differently. And we have a new resource for Destruction. Destruction has always been a little tricky to design because it kind of feels like, hey, I'm the Warlock who thinks he's a mage. And we just don't think that's a rich enough kit for Destro. We feel like Destro's been... could stand to have a little more excitement going on. What infernal embers are, as you can imagine, the Destro Warlock who keeps casting fire spells slowly gets hotter and hotter and eventually catches on fire. And when you hit this fire space, then your conflags do really crazy damage. The problem with ever having those big destruction nukes be too powerful is the burst issues we have. But if you have to build up to get to that point, we think we can handle throwing some really massive conflags out there. So this will be the kind of thing, again, you can build it up pretty quickly, hit your big nuke, and then build it up again. We think this will be just a lot more fun overall to play the spec. And then if you want to switch specs to Affliction or Demo, you're going to feel pretty different. Shaman. This isn't a really big section, but we think totems are a really cool mechanic, but we agree that it's not so fun to constantly be dropping, I need my Strength of Earth, I need whatever, just to do competitive DPS or healing, and just to kind of be the buff bitch for everyone else in the group. We'll still keep the concept of buffs. You'll still bring them with you to a group, but it'll just be something you can have innate or cast like Arcane Int or something like that. We want all totems to be about utility. And that means we have to fill in the design space a little bit with some new totems. So we have an Earth Grab totem that does a big root around it. We have the crazy Repulsion totem that keeps people from getting close to the shaman or wherever they put the totem. And then we have the Bulwark totem, which puts a shield on the shaman and helps them to take a little more damage. Now, when we talk about the shaman talent tree here just a little bit, you'll see how some of these totems fit into the talent tree. Some are core and some are talents you have to choose, the exclusion of others. And druids. This is a pretty short section, but it kind of shows what we can do with this new spec and talent system we have. Druids always felt like they had 4 specs, so now they do. Feral stays as the cat-based melee DPS spec, but we're adding a new spec called Guardian, and this is the bear spec. There'll still be a lot of overlap between the two. Some of the fun of playing the druid is the flexibility, and in fact, when we talk about the talent trees, you'll see they're really trying to go after the player who wants to be able to shift around in lots of different forms. So there'll be a lot of overlap between the Feral and Guardian spec, but overall, if you want to be the tank for your group, you would probably want to pick Guardian. And all druids can still go cat or bear form. You're not losing that ability. All right, just because we didn't mention you, I still want to think that we're not doing anything for you in Mists of Pandaria. We have done a massive spellbook cleanup. We've gotten rid of some more junk. We've tried to find roles for some of those spells that never actually did anything. We want to clean up action bars a little bit, but not removing the fun things, just kind of removing this spell has such a very narrow niche that I don't use it often. Rotations are improved, kind of how I mentioned for Warlocks. We're doing that pass on all of the specs, even if we're not changing your core resource. You now automatically learn spells in the field. You don't have to go back and visit your trainer. It always makes us cry a little inside to see a level 15 or 20 player going along and they have all these spells they haven't learned yet because it's just not worth it going back to the trainer. This feels pretty good. Trainers will still be there for things like respecking. Lots of new spells. There's a lot in the talent trees. There are a few new core spells where it makes sense. We're still thinking about giving everyone a new level 87 spell. Level 90, you'll get your final talent point, but we might give you a new spell at 87. Specs more developed, like I mentioned with the Warlock and Druid. And overall, we really want talent trees to be fun. They shouldn't be a chore. They shouldn't be the thing you just look up on the internet to find your cookie cutter build. They should be something you can really obsess over and have a lot of fun with. And I think that wraps it up for us. As you can see, the team has been crazy hard at work on this. Usually when we talk about a new expansion, we have a couple of concept pieces and that's it. But our artists, programmers, producers, the whole team has really been kicking ass trying to get this together. And we can't wait for you guys to get a look at it. You should definitely go play it. We have a lot of Q&A sessions coming up tomorrow where you can ask questions if we've blown your mind with all this information. And hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you for attending the World of Warcraft Class Talent System Panel. Your panelists are Greg Street and Tom Chilton.
Hello again, Blizzcon.
We were just here.
Deja vu. Okay, well, as you probably already know, we're here to talk about the talent system, all the new stuff that we've done with it, and to give you guys a sneak peek at what we've done with your class. So let's open this vault of knowledge. Or vault of idiocy, whatever, you know. All right, so Talents 2.0. We spent a little bit of time talking about this in the preview panel, the World of Warcraft, Mists of Pandaria preview panel. But now we'd like to go into more depth, talk a little bit more, recap some of the philosophies, that sort of stuff, and then make our way through all the different classes. So, as you may realize by now, this represents a major change to the class talent trees. And it's really kind of a new phase of development for our talent system. The Cataclysm talent system was still very similar in a lot of ways to the original talent system, but we had these ideas in the back of our mind kind of, squeaking around that were telling us that we had bigger, better things to do with it. So the goal here is that you're standing next to another combat rogue, for example, and this combat rogue has different talents than you do. Whoa, wouldn't that be something? Holy crap. And they're not just an idiot, right? So, as I said before, character customization was the original point of talents in the first place. That's what we set out to do back in 2004, somewhere around, I don't know, I think it was around April or May of 2004 when we were talking about this. And that's what we kind of thought we were going to accomplish. But, over time, we've really seen that cookie-cutter builds have dominated the scene. And players have told us, we want more talent customization. We did the Cataclysm talent revamp with that kind of idea in mind, hoping to give players, more meaningful choices than they had before. But, really, while we made some improvements to how clean the system is and all that sort of thing, we still don't really feel like we delivered it on a level that players would really be happy with. So, time to do it over. So this new model is all about customization, making choices that are interesting and difficult choices. And so, when you look at a class now, the class is really going to be comprised of three things. And the first, of course, is your core class abilities. And these are abilities that are available to everybody of that character class, whether or not you're, arms or protection or fury, to take the warrior for an example. So, all warriors obviously learn heroic strike. It's like that today. It'll continue to be like that in this case. We also have spec abilities, and this is something that we're doing a lot more with than we did before. The spec abilities in today's game, as of Cataclysm, are just that one ability that you get, like Mortal Strike for picking arms. But now it translates into quite a few new things. And that can include abilities that are either currently core abilities, if they only make sense to really work out for a certain spec, or they could be old talents, or they could be the existing abilities that we have now. So in this case, for the warrior example, only arms warriors will be able to learn slam. And finally, we have talents. And any warrior can pick from the same sets of talents. Now, what's very important to us is that players are making apples-to-apples comparisons about their talent choices, right? One of the things that we've learned over time is that if you put let's say, a survivability ability up next to a DPS ability, and you are playing a DPS, role, for example, let's say you're an arms warrior, which one are you more likely to pick? Gee, I wonder. I think I'll have to take the DPS ability. And that really saps the actual reality of choice from the decision. However, what we feel like is if we present you with three different options that are apples-to-apples comparisons, for example, three different survivability abilities, and say, here they are, here's three of them, they're all cool in different ways, pick one, then there's only so wrong you can go with that, right? It becomes more of a choice of your style of play, what abilities appeal to you more as a player. And those choices can really actually add up to create a very different character once you look at your character overall. If we have DPS abilities in there, they'll be compared against other DPS abilities. So you'll be picking one of 3 different DPS abilities, or utility abilities, or mobility abilities, or survivability, all that kind of stuff. So in this case, it's crowd control. Throwdown would be put up against 2 other crowd control abilities. So you'd have to pick, well, which style crowd control suits you best? So here are a bunch of different warrior core abilities. Many of you are probably very familiar with these. Of note, Enrage is in there. So that's an example of a really significant talent for warriors that we don't want it to just go away. It's kind of a cool mechanic and all that. But now all warriors are going to have the passive Enrage. And at level 10, you'll still choose your spec. And so here's the warrior example. The warrior's going to choose between arms, fury, and protection. And that's going to have a whole bunch of implications. So if you're the fury warrior, here are the abilities that you would get at the different levels. And so that implies that these aren't necessarily abilities that you would get as arms or as protection. There may be a little bit of overlap when it's necessary and when it makes sense, but for the most part, these are very distinct. Like Flurry, for example. Because before, you didn't want to be that warrior that didn't pick Flurry, right? That wasn't really a choice, not if you were sane. So at level 15, you'll pick your first talent. And in this particular example, you're looking at the warrior and you're comparing 3 different mobility abilities against each other. Do I want Juggernaut? Do I want Double Time, which essentially allows you to use a charge twice in a row? Or do I want the Warbringer ability? So you're going to pick which mobility ability, in this case, makes the most sense for your character and your style of play and the things that you do. This guy picked Warbringer. And we'll continue to go through all these different examples with the different character classes in a moment. So some of the other philosophies that go along with this are that it gives you access to stuff that you could never really access before in terms of the combinations, right? So in the past, if you were, let's say you're a rogue, and let's say you've chosen subtlety, well, you kind of know that, well, I'm going to get Shadow Step as a subtlety rogue, and I'm going to have, preparation, I'm going to have that sort of thing. But you were never really able to combine an ability like that with an ability, let's say, like Killing Spree. And because these different talents are now going to be able to play against each other in the same tree, you'll be able to create all kinds of new combinations of the cool talents that there already are in the game that are really meaningful in ways that you never could before. And really that's at the crux of giving you guys a lot more control over your character, a lot more flexibility, and a lot more customization. Yeah! We'll also be adding several new overpowered feeling talents. So there's going to be new stuff in the different trees that you've never seen before. Also bear in mind as we go through these trees, as Greg said in the past, which is that don't make assumptions about the talents that you see in there in terms of how they operate today. A lot of these talents, once they're in this kind of system, they will change in terms of their cooldown or their duration or some of the details of their effects. That's because they aren't necessarily all layered on top of each other. In the past, we've had to essentially gimp some abilities because we had to worry about, well, first you can gouge the guy, and then you could kidney punch him, and then you could, blind him, and then you can do this, that, and the other. And when you layer all those mechanics on top of each other, we actually end up in a situation where sometimes we have to marginalize those abilities more and more. And so in a lot of cases, this opens up a lot of flexibility for us that we didn't have. And so as we're going through these also, if you don't see a beloved talent, don't worry. It's probably something we just gave to your spec or as a core ability or something like that. This is definitely, there's not an intent here to take away a whole bunch of awesome stuff. We're moving things around and putting them in places where they actually make for interesting choices. An example, all holy priests now have Circle of Healing. Woohoo! And hopefully you'll come away with this not feeling like they're mandatory talents. And every choice should be hard but fun. Screenshot time. So rather than disappointing everybody by just walking off the stage, we're now just going to go through every freaking talent. So, Greg, take it away.
We're going to iterate a lot of these individual talents. Obviously, these are not set in stone. You guys haven't even played them yet. Don't get too obsessed about the numbers or, oh my god, 2-minute cooldown, that's OP. We can get to all that. Try to look at the spirit of the talent, what we're trying to do. We have 10 classes. The monk talent tree wouldn't mean anything to you guys anyway, so we'll skip that one. We still have 10 others. Buckle up. We're going to go in alphabetical order, so if you're a warrior, you can go get a beer, come back a little later. DK. First DK tier is all about diseases. Outbreak is a current ability. It's up against Roiling Blood, which lets your blood boil act like pestilence. And the return, by popular demand, of Corpse Explosion. The way this works is if a target dies with your diseases on it, you can then target that corpse and blow it up. Next here, we have 3 survivability buttons. You can choose Lichborn, you can choose Anti-Magic Zone, or you can choose Bone Shield. We're hoping that the blood DKs don't just say, oh, I have to have this, because the other 2 can be pretty useful as well. All right, level 45 is about movement and control. Death's Advance and Chilblains are current abilities that the DKs out there are probably familiar with. And then we have a new ability called Asphyxiate. You lift your target off the ground and strangle them. You'll see what we do with some of these talents is if you get Asphyxiate, it replaces Strangulate. It's kind of like a improved Strangulate. So you don't have both of them, you just have the more awesome version. All right, level 60, we have a healing tier. DKs have always been a little bit about self-healing, particularly the tanks. We still have Death Pact and Vampiric Blood in here, and a new ability called Death Siphon, which lets you to suck away a little bit of used shadow damage and heal yourself a little bit based on the damage dealt. Okay, level 75 is a really interesting tier. We introduced the concept of runic empowerment for Cataclysm with the idea of making sure that the rotations didn't feel too, we call it the metronome, when you're like, I know a rune's coming back now a rune's coming back now, and you can get to the point where you're just hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we introduced runic empowerment to mix that up a little bit. Some players don't really care for the mechanic. They think it's too RNG, they want a little more control. You can make other criticisms about it. So we thought it was a great candidate to stick here as a talent. If you like it, choose it. If not, you have 2 other choices here. You can take the Runic Corruption, which just increases the rate you get runes back, or this is a really modified Blood Tap, where now you can take a depleted rune and turn it into a death rune. And now, the final tier, level 90, is all about awesome crowd control. Gorfien's Grasp, probably the easiest way to talk about this is AE Death Grip. Yeah. Remorseless Winter is kind of similar to the Lich King's ability himself. It's kind of a replacement for Hungering Cold. We had trouble balancing Hungering Cold at the end with the instant nature, and we didn't think the cast time really went over very well. So here, you can still do control, but it takes a little while to stack that 5 stacks up and then stuns the target at the end. And then finally, Desecrated Ground here. When you stand within the area, you're also immune to crowd control effects. It's also worth noting that all 3 of these abilities do some amount of damage. You know, again, we want them to be apple-to-apples choices, to where if you're picking one of these abilities, you're not going to say, well, I have to pick this one just because it does a trivial amount of damage. Cool so far? Seem good? You with me? We're going to build a talent calculator. I'm sure many of you are going to go home and build talent calculators after this presentation. We'll hope to have something up on our website pretty soon where you can go and read all these tooltips. You don't have to furiously iPhone everything, but I'm sure you will anyway. The Druid. So one of the fun things we did with the Druid is we tried to have different tiers based on different themes of being a Druid. Level 15 is all themed about being a cat. Doesn't mean that only the feral cat spec is interested in these. It means that they're just kind of themed that way. Feline Swiftness is the movement ability we have now. Displacer Beast is a really fun ability that lets you kind of move in a random direction and get out of any kind of dots that are on you at the time. And then Tyler's Pursuit is basically a second dash. So if you want to be the really mobile guy getting around the battlefield, you can do Tireless Pursuit. You'll see a lot of the Druid abilities will say something like, this ability activates X. So rather than having to jump to Cat and then hit Displacer Beast, if you're a Moonkin and you hit Displacer Beast, you'll go into Cat as part of that. Okay, level 30 is kind of a healing tier. You know, rested Druids are going to care a lot about this, but because the Druid's a hybrid class, we wanted the other specs to feel like they could do a little bit of healing as well, even if it's something they're using on themselves. So Nature Swiftness is your next spell is instant. It's pretty similar to what we have today. Renewal is a big heal that you can do on yourself. And then Cenarian Ward, you designate a target and put a shield on them, and then they'll get healed when the shield gets broken. Okay, Tier 45 is, has some crowd control in here. Fairy Swarm is one of those spells that replaces Fairy Fire, but in this case it's also more powerful than Fairy Fire because it does the snare as well. Mass Entanglement's exactly what it sounds like. Root everything. And then we thought it'd be a lot of fun to put Typhoon in here, so if you want to be the bear with Typhoon, here's your chance. Level 60 is a pretty cool tier. What we did in this case is we said, let's take something cool that different talent trees have and make it available to everyone. So Wild Charge is a new version of Feral Charge. If you take this talent, you get a lot of different movement abilities, one for every different form you can go into. So if you're Bear, you get the Bear Charge. If you're Moonkin, you get the Moonkin Charge. The way Incarnation works is, depending on your spec, it activates a super powerful version of your spec. So if you like Tree of Life, this is where you get Tree of Life. If you want to say, you know, I would like to be a cat that kind of turns into the super powered cat version, you can also pick this talent. There's super boomkin and everything in here. And then finally, Force of Nature. It's not just the 3 treants you know and love today, but the 3 treants do different things depending on your spec. We didn't want to have the gigantic tooltip here. It works a little bit like the Guardian of Ancient Kings, where there's a variant depending on each of the 4 Druid specs. Remember, there's 4 Druid specs now. All right. Obviously a bear theme. Demoralizing Shout and Demoralizing Roar was one of those abilities that we weren't sure the game really needed anymore. They were kind of just maintenance-y. The debuff wasn't that interesting. We thought, let's just get rid of them and focus the tank debuffs around the more interesting Thunderclap and Sunder and things like that. So this is not the Demoralizing Roar you have today. This Demoralizing Roar is actually CC and does a Brute Disorient. Ursol's Vortex, it can be used in any shapeshift form, but it's bear themed and it pulls all the enemies to you in wind. And then Bear Hug is a really interesting kind of stun where you're a bear, you've grabbed the bad guy, they're stunned, but you have to sit there and keep stunning them. And if you walk away, they're gonna break out. All right. Level 90, I mentioned before, we really wanted the kit to remind players the kit of the Druid is you can do lots of different things. That was always what the Druid is originally about. We've moved a little bit away from that by letting players specialize so much into, you know, I'm a cat, all I care about is cat stuff. I'm not going to pay attention to anything else. So level 90, we give you a choice of how you want to be a shapeshifter. There's a lot of different things here. Heart of the Wild feels really powerful. It's the one that says, you know, even though I'm a balanced druid, I still want to be a fairly good healer. I'm not as good a healer as a resto druid, but I'm willing to give up a talent point and be a pretty good healer. Same thing is true of Feral. This Feral, the Feral spec, if you pick Heart of the Wild, gives you the ability to have better armor in bear form and have a little higher intellect, but you're not going to be as powerful as a druid who picks that spec. So that's, Heart of the Wild is more about focusing on that form. Master Shapeshifter has to do with the actual act of shifting itself. So every time you shift, you increase your damage and attack power, which stacks up. So if you shift multiple times, you can build up this buff on yourself. And then Disentanglement, when you shapeshift, it removes roots and does a heal. And there's the full Druid tree. All right, still with me? Still excited? Keep going? It's the Hunter. Okay, the top Hunter tier is about arrows and ammunition. This is something we've kind of flirted with a few times, and we think this is a great place to deliver it. You can have 3 different types of ammunition just by choosing the talent. The frozen arrows do the kind of thing that Frost usually does in our game. The arcane arrows restore focus, and then the venom-tipped arrows put a dot on. So again, hopefully it depends. It might depend a little bit on the situation you're in. If you're in PvP, maybe the arcane arrows look like a good choice, but gosh, having the ability to freeze or having that dot could be really attractive too. Level 30 is a crowd control tier. Silencing shot, Wyvern Sting, pretty much the abilities we have today. Intimidation is now here, and we went ahead and changed Beastmaster's level 10 ability to kill command, which has always kind of made sense. Level 45, it's all about how you want to use disengage. So every hunter will have something cool that happens when they disengage, and they choose it here. You can buff your movement speed, you can buff your kind of avoidance, or you can heal yourself after a disengage. Hunters have often asked for a self-heal, and here you can get a good one. Here's one about survivability being slippery or perhaps being a little bit tanky. Crouching Tiger, the existing talent that can improve your disengage and deterrence. Aspect of the Iron Hawk just reduces the damage you take outright. And then this is a more powerful version of the Spirit Bond that lets you and your pet heal as long as your pet's still alive. Okay, level 75 is about resources in 3 different ways. You have 2 clickies, Fervor, which gives you focus to you and your pet, Readiness, which finishes the cooldowns of your abilities, and then Thrill of the Hunt, which is just kind of a passive ability to get some focus back. So here's one of those opportunities. Some players really like having the active control. Some players would rather not have another button on their bar, and they're happy just to have it kind of happen over time, even if that means a little more RNG for them. So a great example of customization here. And then one thing we haven't seen a lot of yet in the Hunter tree are traps. So level 90 is all about your traps. Flash freeze, your freezing trap no longer has a cooldown. You can keep using it as much as you want. Black Ice is a really interesting one. It increases the movement reduction speed of Ice Trap, but then it also improves your movement speed as long as you're moving to the trap. So it's kind of the buff nerf there. And then Transmorph Trap, you put a toxin on this trap that actually turns the target into a beast. So imagine they work a little like Hex, where they're obviously not very powerful as long as they're a beast there. One other thing I wanted to mention about hunters, because I know the question will come up, is what happens to the pet talents? And the way we think we're going to handle that is we're going to let hunters choose any of the 3 specs for any pet. So you can have a ferocity, tenacity, or cunning pet. If you want to have a bear doing DPS, or you want to have a moth with you in the raid, you can do that and just choose, which one you want to, if you wanted to do the damage roll or the tanking roll. And the whole hunter spread. The Mage. The Mage is a great example of a class that works really well with this talent system because historically we always had a lot of the most fun abilities for crowd control, survivability, and utility in Frost, and then we always had trouble increasing their damage because they had so much utility here. So we figured it would be a lot of fun just to take the utility, put it throughout the talent tree, and then just let Frost do different types of damage, because obviously you're doing Frost damage here, than Arcane and Fire. In this Brave New World, Arcane Blast is Arcane only, Fireball is Fire only, and Frostbolt is Frost only. I know, it's crazy. So, level 15 is a very chilly tier. We have the existing Ring of Frost, which probably wins the award for the most levels jumped, all the way down to 15. It goes up against Cone of Cold, and this is the improved Cone of Cold version, so it also freezes. So the only Cone of Cold out there is the one that freezes, and you don't get just kind of the lame Cone of Cold without that. And then a new way of freezing, Frostjaw, which will silence and freeze a target. Okay. I was mentioning with the Warlock, we kind of like the feel of the Mage to be like slippery and glass cannony, where we want to try to shift the Warlock back to be a little more tanky as a caster. So these are all abilities that kind of help mages survive and get away. Greater invisibility is an upgrade to invisibility. It doesn't, in this case, it doesn't really replace invisibility. It just makes your invisibility more powerful. But the key here is it removes the 2 dots. The existing cauterize that only fire had access to before, and then cold snap finishing the cooldown on some of your most powerful escape and control mechanisms. Okay, 45 tier is about movement. Presence of Mind obviously allows you to get a fast spell off, instantly. It's up against Scorch. Now, this is the old improved Scorch. So Scorch can always be cast by moving, but you don't have, can always be cast while moving, but you don't have Scorch unless you pick this talent. So if you're in a situation where you feel like you're going to be moving a lot, you can take Scorch here and Scorch as you move around. Arcane Flows is kind of a variant on that, where it lets you cast the next 2 spells while moving. So it's like a cooldown you pop, then while you're moving you can cast those 2 spells. You get to choose between Scorch or Arcane Flows. I should mention here, we're going to make sure that Scorch isn't the no-brainer choice for fire mages. We're not going to have to worry about, oh, well, fire mages buff all their fire damage, so of course they're only going to take Scorch. We want these to be attractive to any of the 3 specs. Okay, level 60 is another kind of escape and control level. We have the mana shield here, but it has Enchantress Absorption baked in, so when the shield is destroyed, it does a knockback. Up against Blazing Speed, which lets you move faster a short period of time, and then Ice Barrier. This is a fun tier. Polymorph's a signature mage spell, and as we've done with some of the other classes, we wanted to do something that was all focused on that spell. The way this works is Sickly Polymorph, they regenerate health slower. So you can polymorph someone who's pretty injured and they're not gonna heal back quickly. Heavy Polymorph does a stun to the poly target, and Double Polymorph lets you have 2 sheep at once. Like I said, we really wanted these to feel like game changers. We wanted you to see a mage doing a double polymorph and be like, whoa, what's going on out here? I've never seen anything like this. And then crowd control at level 90. Mages are great at crowd control. Here you can have Blast Wave or Dragon's Breath, both of which do a little bit of damage as well, and then Slow. And there's the full mage tree. The Paladin. So at the top is a tier that's about movement, which I know sounds pretty crazy for Paladin. We totally redesigned Speed of Light. Now think of it as a sprint that also does some healing while you're sprinting. It's up against a modified Long Arm of the Law, so whenever you judge, you get a speed movement. We don't think we need to have the minimum range thing anymore, so judge makes you fast. And then this is a very different Pursuit of Justice, which gives you a 10% movement speed for every charge of Holy Power. So you can think about holding the Holy Power for a little bit so you can go fast, or using it because you need to use it on something else. Tier 30 is a crowd control tier. Fist of Justice replaces Hammer of Justice, but it's a very short cooldown, so you can just go around being the stunned in here. We wanted to make Repentance available to any Paladin. But we wanted to make it a really hard choice because we put a much improved Seal of Justice that does a really legit snare. '45 is a survival tier. Hopefully it'll be a hard choice for the Prot Paladins, but there's good stuff in here for the other 2 as well. Blessed Life is the modification of the current talent that gives you Holy Power when you take damage. There's only direct damage, so just standing in an AE isn't going to flood you with Holy Power. Sacred Shield is the automatic defense mechanism when you get brought down low, and then Ardent Defender is the activated one. So again, you want to be active, take Ardent Defender. If you want to not have to worry about so many buttons, take Sacred Shield. Paladins heal. We wanted to have a healing tier. There's a very redesigned Selfless Healer, all about Flash of Light. One of the things we did is gave Flash of Light to all Paladins, but Holy Light and Divine Light are holy only. We figured if the other 2 Paladins really wanted to cast a heal, they would want to cast a fast heal, so we based it on Flash of Light. If you've read the tooltip by now, you can also see we've taken out the RNG here because it just stacks up to 2 times to then give you a 100% chance to have a free, powerful flash of light on someone. Eternal Glory is the existing talent, which gives you a chance not to use Holy Power in your heals. We threw in Light of Dawn here, since really now Word of Glory is the single target, and Light of Dawn is the group target, and in this case, every Holy Paladin will have Light of Dawn. And then think of Holy Shield as a absorption version of Word of Glory. So not every Paladin will be able to have a shield, but if you want it, there's one right here. 75 is about utility. Veneration is a new idea where if you put down a consecration, your allies in the consecration are immune to movement impairing effects for a little bit of time. Acts of Sacrifice is the existing talent that lets you cleanse snares off of yourself and also reduces the cooldown in your hands a little bit. And then Clemency is a way to immediately finish the cooldown in your hands so that you can cast them again. Finally, level 90 is a really exciting tier that's about burst and cooldowns. A common complaint we get is cooldowns are cool, but Paladins have a little too many of them. So here we let you pick the way you want to do it. And I'll walk through these real quick. Holy Avenger, when you have Guardian of Ancient Kings out, your abilities don't cost Holy Power. Sanctified Wrath varies depending on your spec. For Holy, you can Holy Shock with no cooldown. For Prot, you can Judge with no cooldown. And for Ret, you can use Hammer of Wrath as you can today. We also put Divine Purpose in here. It's a fun talent for some Ret Paladins, but others get frustrated by the RNG. Here's a way to get Holy Power that's not so tied to the cooldown. Sometimes you'll just have more Holy Power than others. And the full Paladin tree. Everyone still here? We're getting there. We're in the home stretch. Stay with me. It's the Priest. Priest is a challenge because we have 2 healing specs and 1 damage spec, and we really wanted to make sure that the choices were there. We didn't want to just have, hey, here's 2 healing choices, and then here's the thing that Shadow chooses. So these are some pretty creative talents. Really excited about these. Level 15 is about control. We tried to let players recreate the existing builds they had, so if you just like Psychic Scream, take Psychic Scream and you're good. If you want to try something different, we have 2 new forms of crowd control in here. The Void Tendrils rise from the ground and can root all targets within an area. And the Siphene is kind of an interesting idea where a little Siphene comes out and will Psychic Scream repeatedly on different targets. Level 30 is a fun tier that adds kind of a little wrinkle to some of your existing abilities. Body and Soul, the existing holy talent that increases movement speed after someone's been shielded. Path of the Devout increases your movement speed when you levitate, which, face it, could be quite often. And then Phantasm, when you fade, you remove movement effects and give yourself a slight speed boost. Level 45 is about damage and healing. Again, we didn't want to just be, okay, Shadow always has to take this one, so we wanted to have choices in here. We have Surge of Light and Surge of Darkness, which is kind of the clear casting, and there's a different version for Shadow to make sure the damage still works. Divine Star fires a projectile out that does damage and healing, and then comes back and does damage and healing over the same path again. Never had a spell that works quite like this. Thought it'd be fun to try. And then Archangel. Evangelism is just a core ability now. Everyone will have it, so you don't have to worry about what that means. And then you can have the Archangel or the Dark Archangel to consume Evangelism or Shadow Orbs. Level 60 is about keeping the Priest alive. Anyone can have Desperate Prayer, just a big instant heal. Angelic Bulwark increases your shield when you shield yourself. And then Final Prayer is a passive where when you get hurt, without having to click an ability, you'll get a little bit of help. Level 75 is about power. Twist and Fate, it's a very powerful talent, totally passive. It increases damage and healing on targets that are wounded. Existing Power Infusion from Disc, now available to everyone. And we merged Serendipity and Mind Melt into one talent choice here that lets you reduce the mana cost and stack the ability, whether it's the heal for Serendipity or the Mind Spike for Shadow. 3 crazy new abilities at level 90. Vow of Unity, imagine that you designate a champion for a short period of time, and you can, when you heal that person, it heals you a little bit like a reverse beacon. Doesn't last the whole time, though. Void Shift's really crazy talent. Hopefully you can pull this off. It just swaps health percentage with your target. So
that's all. No big deal.
Very simple. Obviously, a lot of ramifications. If the the tank is at 50% and you're at 100%, you can swap that health and then quickly heal yourself up. I know, it's awesome. And then Vampiric Dominance is a greatly improved Vampiric Embrace. Shadow used to have this this cool vibe of the self-healer, of the kind of passive heal the rest of your group. We thought by making you choose one of these 3 abilities, we could offer it in a more powerful version. So hopefully we'll see some more Vampiric Priest out there. But again, Holier Disc could take this, they choose. And the Priest Tree. Rogues. Like the Mage, the Rogue really benefits from this new model because a lot of the cool stuff, which tended to be in subtlety, is now spread out. You should read these tooltips. These are pretty powerful talents all tied into stealth. You can move fast. Your stealth doesn't break for 3 seconds, which has a lot of ramifications if you're a Rogue. And Shadow Focus, which is while you're stealth, your abilities are free. Obviously, you can't take both of those together or you would be broken. And that's kind of what we really like about the talent system. Level 30 is about control and survivability. This is the existing Deadly Throw with a nice movement speed debuff on it as well. The way Nerve Strike works is if you kidney shot or cheap shot someone, it also debuffs their damage for a short period of time. Obviously, the target has to be susceptible to kidney shot or cheap shot for that to work. And then this is the existing combat readiness where you can kind of build up resistance to someone who's trying to beat your face in with his Titan's Grip. 45 is about staying alive. Cheat Death is up against a new type of poison. We tried to introduce a few types of rogue poisons. Leeching poison, as you beat on someone, it will heal you for a little bit of the damage dealt. And improved recuperate, which I think rogues are pretty familiar with. Level 60. Here's your Shadow Step as promised, but you'll have to choose it or Preparation. We went ahead and put the glyph part of Prep in here as well, so you get all of those abilities listed. Burst of Speed is exactly what it sounds like. It is a sprint on no cooldown that costs energy. Okay, level 75, we have Deadly Brew. Whenever you use Wound or Mind Numbing, you also get Crippling on the target. Paralytic Poison will let you paralyze someone. You have to hit them a few times before you get enough stacks to actually paralyze them. And then Dirty Tricks lets you, your Gouge and Blind won't break from damage from poisons and bleeds. You can try to debuff someone a little bit, and then Gouge or Blind them, and they'll continue to take damage. And then, let's see what we did here. You can have any ability you want from any of the bottom of the talent trees as rogues. Shadow Dance is pretty much the existing Shadow Dance, but Killing Spree and Vendetta are fairly different, so let me talk about those. This new Killing Spree, the way it works is you can press the button multiple times, and every time gives you a teleport. We hope this is a little less disorienting than the current kind of bounce all over. You push it once, you blink, you push it another time, you'll go somewhere else. And you can do it as many times as you feel like it within the 5-second window. Vendetta, the real key here is that bottom part about Vengeful Strike. Once you have a Vendetta target, you can use your Vengeful Strike ability. This is the ability that comes with Vendetta. And you'll notice the big key there is that little bit about 30-yard range. Pretty nice for rogues who have problems with target switching or movement or just want to be a ranged class for a short period of time. There's the rogue. You're starting to get it now and why we're so excited about this new talent model, why we think this is going to be a lot more fun to monkey around with your class and saying, you know, I'm a little bored of my current talents, I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Shaman. So Frozen Power is the existing Frost Shock Roots. One of the nice things about this new talent model too is we can get rid of, currently we have a lot of these little junky bits at the beginning of talents that say, oh, it also does this other thing because you probably don't have Frost Shock yet because it's a higher level spell. We can get rid of all of that and just kind of simplify and clean up the talents. Earth Grab Totem I mentioned before. It's a big AE root totem. And Repulsion Totem, which keeps targets from getting close to you. Level 30 is about survivability. The existing Nature's Guardian, which increases your health when you get hurt. Stone Bulwark is a new totem that you drop down to put a shield on you. Remember, there's no buff totems anymore, so you can choose which Earth Totem you want to have out here. And then Astral Shift will actually take you into another phase so that you take less damage while you're there. All right, let me explain Improved Ghost Wolf here. We went ahead and gave the instant Ghost Wolf to every shaman. And then flipped it around, so if you want the Freedom Wolf, you take the talent along with the instant wolf. Windwalk will grant all your group immunity to movement impairing effects while it's out. And then the Tranquil Mind Totem is kind of the same effect as Aura Mastery. In this case, rather than reducing pushback, it makes you immune to interruption and silence while it's up. Level 60 is a healing tier. We have a new Healing Tide Totem, which kind of imagine a little tranquility for the shaman. Ancestral Guidance has a chance of copying a heal to another target. Or when you deal damage or heal, you can get a heal on another target. And then Fortifying Waters offers a little bit of damage reduction for Healing Ring. Level 75 is about burst for the most part. The key part of Elemental Mastery, don't worry so much about the activating the next Lightning Bolt or whatever. It's pretty much a self-bloodlust in addition to the normal one you have. Or Heroism if you're Lions. Nature Swiftness is the activated version to give you a fast spell. It has a little bit of passive haste as well. And then Echo the Elements, you can kind of imagine this as your own personal Dragon Wrath. It has a chance to clone a spell that does the same thing. Level 90 is what we call a high concept tier. These are all about doing crazy things with your totems. So, Elemental Harmony lets you have multiple totems of the same kind. So if you want 3 Earth totems out at the same time, take Elemental Harmony. Totemic Restoration, if you replace or destroy a totem, it eats into its cooldown. So say you drop one of your raid cooldown totems, then you see someone else puts down Power Red Barrier, you quickly pull that totem back up and drop another totem, and then your Bulwark totem or whatever will be available again pretty quickly. And then finally, Totemic Projection lets you move your totems, but the coolest thing about this is you're not just moving them to you, you can decide I'm going to take these totems and throw them over there and put them there instead. So I love this tier because it's 3 super powerful things, and they're all going to feel really exciting, and you can kind of decide which one you want and mix them up over time. Warlocks. You're going to see a lot of healing and a lot of survivability in here because we really want to emphasize that as kind of pushing the Mage and Warlock a little farther apart in the design space. So start right off with some different ways to get health. Dark Regeneration, just click to get some of your health back. It takes a little bit of time to build up here, so it's not just an instant burst of healing. Soul Leech just lets your Shadow Bolt, Incinerate, and Malefic Grasp, we're probably saying, what is that? Heal you. And then Harvest of Life drains life from the target and other targets in the area. Now, something I want to point out here is in the blue text, we have Empowered Channel. This is a cool thing we're trying with a lot of the Warlock channels, where if you cast the channel again before it's finished, it increases the duration. So rather than sitting there and channeling the whole time, you channel, 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 and now you have a nice long duration spell. It feels pretty cool. Okay, here are 3 different ways to control the bad guys. You can have an AE Fear or an AE Stun, or you can have Mortal Coil is a new design on Death Coil. It's not about doing damage, but it is about making them run away and healing yourself. .45 is about survivability. Hour of Twilight returns some health back when you get hurt. It's a passive, unlike the previous regeneration one. Soul Link shares damage with your pet while it's up with your demon, but the demon has to be alive. And then Sacrificial Pact is the kind of the existing Voidwalker ability. Your pet sacrifices itself, but also makes you immune to damage for a short period of time. Level 60 has 3 ways to heal yourself or avoid damage. Bloodstone's an instant heal. Spell Drain you cast on yourself, and then the next single target spell to come at you heals you for half the damage it would have dealt instead. And then Nether Ward, transform your Twilight Ward. What Twilight Ward is we just combine a Holy Shadow Ward into one. So you have your ward up, and then if you have Nether Ward, it replaces your Twilight Ward and makes you, reduces damage to that school that you get hit by for 12 seconds. The really cool stuff is in the next 2 tiers. 75 is about your pet, and you can do 3 crazy things here. The Grimoire of Supremacy basically replaces your demon with a more powerful demon. This is permanent and passive, so if you take this, you can have a Shivan or an Abyssal as your pet instead of the current run-of-the-mill Warlock pets. All of these are more powerful. They have slightly more powerful versions of their current abilities. The Grimoire of Service is a 30-second cooldown that lets you have 2 pets out at the same time. And then Grimoire of Sacrifice, this is something else we've heard a lot, is we never really liked the idea of the Destrolock who just gets rid of their imp and then just doesn't have a pet the rest of the time. But players would tell us, I really like that mechanic. Is there any way of bringing it back? So we thought if the pet wasn't gone permanently, that could be a cool thing. We really like to feel that, like, the hunter cares about his bear or his rabbit, his bear or his tiger. You can make rabbits tameable pets, whatever. But the Warlock doesn't really care about the demon. The demon's just kind of a tool for the Warlock, and if it makes sense to kill the demon in order to burst your DPS for a little bit of time, the Warlock will probably take that trade. And then level 90 is themed about demons, not your demons, but some really powerful demons from Warcraft lore. All of these do some pretty crazy things. Archimon lets you curse an enemy, which will also take damage you do to that enemy. Kil'jaeden's Cunning lets you cast while moving, straight up. It doubles the cast time or the period of the spell you're casting while you're moving. And then Illidan's Guile lets you do a little bit of splash damage to other enemies in the area with your 3 main nukes there. All right. Hopefully the Warriors are all back with their beer by now. So the first tier is the Charge tier. And the first thing I have to explain about what we did with Charge is we thought it was kind of lame that both Juggernaut and Warbringer were kind of the same talent that lets you use Charge in combat. So now Charge can just be used in any stance and in combat by any warrior. So you choose Juggernaut if you want to charge a lot. It just has a lower cooldown on the charge. Double Time lets you charge twice in a row before it infers the cooldown. So you can charge once and then charge again if you missed your target or you changed your mind. And then Warbringer puts a 5-second root at the end of your charge. Tier 30 is about survival. We put Enraged Regeneration in here. Again, warriors have a lot of defensive cooldowns, and we thought we could make Enraged Regen a little more powerful if we made it a talent and made you choose it instead of the other 2. Second Wind we also combined with Blood Praise so that it's when you take a stun or an immobilize effect or you just take damage, you can regen some health and rage. And then we liked the idea of Impending Victory, but it never really was as cool as we thought it could be. So this basically turns Victory Rush into a core rotational ability. It adds a rage cost and a cooldown that you can use at any time. Level 45 is the crowd control tier. You can have Throwdown, which is your basic stun. You can have Piercing Howl, which is the big AE snare. Or Cripple, think about your auto attack hits, and your Ren Ticks is basically applying Hamstring without you having to do it. I know, but you can only pick one. What are you going to do? Level 60 is about silencing those annoying casters. This is the existing gag order where you're pummel and heroic throwable silence. Root Interruption is a fun talent. It is a DPS increase, but it's so minimal and situational that we're not too worried about every warrior out there taking it. Who knows, the shaman will probably interrupt before you get to it anyway. And then disrupting shout's a new idea. It's an AE interrupt. It's not something we've ever done before. So you can interrupt a whole group at once with this shout. So level 75 is about a little bit of having fun with burst and resource management. Deadly Calm we decided to make just focused on the Heroic Strike and Cleaves. That's pretty much what they're the most useful for. So it just gives you 3 free Heroic Strike or Cleaves. Death Wish enrages you, which is important for warriors. They do more damage. They let Fury warriors use Raging Blow. And then it also increases your rage generation during that time. And then Bull Rush is a new idea. Whenever you charge or intervene, it enrages you. So you have another way to get enraged on demand. Maybe you'll see those warriors moving around the battlefield. You can think of fun things to do by getting this and then looking at one of those charge talents on the first tier. And last, and certainly not least, let's let you absorb that for a minute. We just took Shockwave and Blade Storm and made them available to any warrior. And then we knew we needed something really powerful to compete with that. So we went back and looked at Warcraft 3 and we said, hey, that avatar sounds like a really fun ability to give to warriors. In this case, it's not themed just as a defensive cooldown, but increases your damage dealt, gives you excess rage, and makes you immune to movement impairing effects. And one of the things I really like about this tier is if you look at it with Warcraft 3 in mind, here you can see the Blade Master, the Tauren Chieftain, and the Mountain King all here together. You decide which one you want to be. Change is scary, and we know one of the initial reactions to hearing this talent thing is, wow, I used to get talents like every level, and now I'm only getting a talent every 15 levels. There's so fewer choices. I only get 6 talents instead of the 70 I used to get back in Burning Crusade or something. We really want the quality of the choice to be more interesting than the quantity of the choice. We want to focus on very cool talents that make you feel like you're playing differently, you're doing things you could never do before, and less about, well, someone mathed out that this talent over here was a 2% DPS upgrade, so I'm only going to pick 2 out of 3 ranks here. And honestly, what I think most of us did was just go and tried to find someone with a good build rather than having fun experimenting ourselves. If you think about your current talent trees, just think about the class you play a lot for a minute, and there's some really cool talents in that tree. Most of those we're just going to give you for free now, so if you pick the right spec, you're going to get all that stuff anyway, and if some we're even going to elevate to the core class level. Then there's the really boring talents, the things that either no one took or were small DPS increases. I mean, you're glad to have them. More DPS or healing or survivability is always nice. They're not super compelling. You're not like, wow, I'm so glad I finally got this thing that made me have more armor. And then there are the actual fun talents, the talents that really felt like game changers. And that's what we want this new talent system to all be about. None of these are set in stone. I'd be surprised if this is what the talent trees look like by the time we ship, but you can definitely see the kind of philosophy, the kind of ideas we're going for. We're going to be super excited to get a lot of feedback. I'm sure it's going to start coming the second we step off the stage here, find out about what's overpowered, what's a terrible idea, what we're going to do to ruin the game with a crazy druid ability or something. There's plenty of time to ask questions. We have 2 Q&As tomorrow that'll be appropriate. We're going to do a class item and professions QA. And then there'll be a QA with the WoW leads following that. And then I'm going to tell you about an online developer Q&A that we're going to do October 27th, where you guys can write in questions that the class designers can try to answer as a group about what are we trying to do with this ability, or hey, this tier isn't as interesting as I thought it could be. Thank you very much. Hope you guys are excited as we are.
What up, Blizzcon? It is on. How's everybody doing? End of day 2. Woo! What's up, baby?
There he is.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Wild Hammer Fact Checker is in the house. First in line.
What's up?
There he is.
Woo! Woo!
It's all right. We brought a blue shirt as backup.
Guys, my name is Chris Metzen, story director for Blizzard. This is Dave Kozak. He is the lead quest designer for World of Warcraft. And on our left is Sean Copeland. He's one of our historians, so if Dave and I get into trouble today, he's our sniper, right? So we ain't doing last year again.
It's like a human encyclopedia of everything. If you've seen him over at the lore stage, you know he knows.
Attaboy, remember it.
Guys, we were talking about doing, kind of walking through some story stuff, but given the size of that line, let's just break into QA. Let's just hear what you guys have to say and take the whole time for QA.
Okay. First, I would like to say thank you for everything that happened last year. Like with, well, not the messing you up, but with putting.
It was fine.
Sorry about
It's
that.
fine.
But anyway, putting
Barely
you,
scarred. Barely
like putting me in the game. I like that. Thank you very much. Thank you very. It is great. Okay. But for my question, I know that. Or no, that's probably repetitive. Okay. Anyway. In Gilneas, the quest lines end with the strong feeling of to be continued and that we're going back. And the only other zone in the game that had that same type of ending was Hyjal, and we did go back to Hyjal 2 patches later. So does that mean we're also going back to Gilneas?
2 patches later, maybe? Maybe back to Gilneas? I don't know. You know, the Gilneans have such cool architecture and such a cool vibe to it, and it's really hard just because of the nature of their story. We can't really incorporate that outside in the rest of the world. It's hard to do. So it would be fun to go back to Gilneas and really kind of reclaim that. I don't think it's on the cards right away, but it's we just love the feel of that area and everything that they're about.
One suggestion. I know you didn't mention any large world PvP zone for Mist of Pandaria like you had Winter Grasp and Tol Barad in previous expansions. Maybe because it's a whole theme of PvP there, it could be Pandaria's world PvP zone since the continent's pretty fleshed out already?
Potentially, absolutely. We're looking at ways of getting world PvP into Pandaria. We're going to experiment with a couple things. I don't think we really were ready to talk about anything yet. We're looking at kind of ways to reward that, to make that really compelling and interesting. And certainly, as the global conflict escalates, we're going to really incorporate a lot of that into Pandaria. It's going to really heat up in Pandaria throughout the patch cycle. So we have some plans, but nothing to really talk about yet.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Red shirt guy.
Hey guys, my question's for Chris. 3 of my favorite characters are Arthas, Illidan, and Prince Kael'thas. When those characters died, what became of their bodies? Did Jaina take Arthas's body with her back to Stormwind? And a faction of Blood Elves still tied to Kael'thas claim his body? Is Illidan still at the top of the Black Temple?
You want them back, don't you?
Could we? Could we just bring them all back, Chris? Is that cool?
I wouldn't say all. Actually, we're just in a panel for the broad WoW Q&A, and someone brought up, you ever going to bring Illidan back? And so we just kind of asked, do you guys think we should bring Illidan back? Based on that response, I think it's likely. We'll have to figure it out. Relative to Kael'thas, I think his story is pretty done. He already came back, right? You know, we pulled that hat trick once, and so, you know, but Illidan's definitely potential. Now, as for Jaina, you know, running off with Arthas's body or whatever, I mean, that's just sick, man. You know? What in the world? But it's a very good question. Where is Arthas?
Kind of keep him in a freezer, maybe.
She can, you know, cast a little blizzard on it. You know, cast a
ice
blizzard on
block.
it. That's right. So, no, we don't necessarily know right now where Arthas' body is, but it's a very good question.
Some say he was in the new graveyard. There's a large new tomb that has the Lordaeron crest. Some speculated that's where he was.
Well, I'll just tell you off the top of my head, I haven't been involved in any conversations about whether that's true or not. But it's a really interesting question. You know, I mean, his corpse is a potentially very significant.
Yeah, very scary.
One, you know.
Thank you.
What's going on, guys? Pride from OMFG Kata, and I have a question from a fan from Facebook named Matthew Wolf, and he wants to know what is the motivation that the Pandaren would have to fight each other on their respective factions and battlegrounds and arenas and things like that?
Well, something that is hard to get across in the demos you've seen is that the Pandaren that live on the turtle have been separated from the Pandaren in the mainland for generations. It's been a long time. They've kind of, it's almost a splinter culture. The bravest, most boldest explorers have gone and lived on the turtle, and that's kind of that lineage. They're the ones that you as players are going to play. They're the ones that are going to go out to the world. And you can see these events through the 1 through 10 experience when they meet the Alliance and Horde and decide ultimately to represent one of those two factions as they go out through the world. So by the time your Pandaren gets to level 85, level 90, you've traveled the world representing Alliance or Horde and are going to bring that, represent that fight.
Totally, and while that definitely helps with their motivation, why they would fight each other, something to keep in mind, I think it's just hilarious. Like when Alliance and Horde Pandarens face each other on battlefields and stuff like that, like at a lore level, I think they're all like, what's up? Hey dude, what's up? Like it's not like they're pissed, it's not like they're hating on each other at all. I think they get a kick out of it, right? Like, let's see how you do, let's see how you fight. I don't think they have any shred of hate in them, and they certainly don't have it for each other, regardless of which faction they've chosen. So I think it's kind of more of a fun, like, all right, Sparky, let's see what you got. But they'd probably be drinking beers right after, so.
There's something interesting about the Pandaren culture in that, and you'll discover this on the mainland of Pandaria. All the negative emotions, all the sort of anger and vengeance and hatred, those negative energies, they become manifest in Pandaria. They actually take physical form. That's what we call the Shah, that you probably saw some concept art for, maybe saw the art panel. So if you are filled with all this negative energy, it can literally kind of come and bite you in the butt. It's like really dangerous. So that's why the Pandaren, as a culture, as a species, they really value kind of an inner peace and an inner calm. They don't want to bring all that bad baggage into a fight. That's kind of how they are. That's why they're so chill. So when a Pandaren fights, he doesn't fight out of anger, hatred, vengeance, right? He fights to reach a conclusion, and then when things are settled, you have a beer, you chill, you take it easy, you bring it down, they take it down a notch. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. This one's for you, Mr. Metzen.
Mr.
It's informal calling you Chris, so Mr. Metzen. You wrote the book personally of Blood and Honor, which I really loved, and it's really good.
Good story.
And I was wondering if in the future you would ever write a novel or a short story personally that we could read, because I really liked your writing style and you have a really good insight to the characters, so I was just wondering if that could ever be a possibility that we could look forward to.
You. You know, it was terrifying writing that because, you know, I don't know. You know what I mean? I think, like, as writers, I feel very goofy about how I sling words together. Game dialogue's one thing, but the prose thing was really hard for me. And so I've pretty much been a chicken all these years. You know, we'll let Davey do it. Dave just put out the Sylvanas story that popped a couple weeks ago. But trying to get, you know, the other brothers in creative development and sisters in creative development to, you know, kind of write a lot of the fiction. But maybe one day, you know, maybe one day I'll sack up and dig it out. But I do enjoy writing, but it's terrifying, terrifying. I write it kind of like an 8th grade level, so.
Do it, do it.
Do it. But thank you very much for the very kind compliment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this question's regarding Lordaeron. I wanted to know what happened to Arthas' sister, Kalia, if she escaped Lordaeron or if she died or what happened to her.
Good question.
Are we calling in the blue shirt?
Dr. Copeland, fire, fire.
What's up? No, actually we did address that. We have a normal Ask CDEV thread. It's a Q&A that we do. We ask these guys these hard-hitting questions.
Just straight answer.
Just straight answer? We're thinking about it.
Okay. Which means we don't have a plan but we've been talking about this character forever. I think there was some hooks in the RPG line. Oh, I have a topic for you guys. There were some hooks in the RPG line that kind of suggested she was going one way or another, but no current plans. While that's on my mind, how many role players are in the audience?
Nice.
Goodness gracious. So guys, I know you're pretty pissed off at the recent Ask Blizzard thing. We said the RPG line was non-canonical. How many people are pissed off that it was non-canonical? Not too many. That's not bad. Okay.
Somebody said they were stoked.
You're stoked that it's not canonical? I feel you, sister. I feel you. So anyway, it was a really blanket kind of call. We were moving fast that day. Hey, RPG is canonical? No, let's move on. But there are some really good bits in those books. It will be a very heavy task to try and go back through and codify every new hook that those writers put into those books. But there's a lot of good stuff in there too. So all I would say in terms of codifying all that is, let's say they're broadly non-canonical, but I'm sure there's all sorts of bits in there that we do want to use that are awesome, right? So just saying the big blanket thing isn't really helpful. So at some point we may put a project together where we go back and look at every one of those ideas and see which ones we absolutely want to say yes on and which ones, you know, like Admiral Proudmoore's got some love child elf thing. I'm like, what in the world? Like, he's lawful good. He's not going to cheat on his wife. You know, it's just like there were ideas that I was just like, oh, come on. So we'll see. We'll see how that pings out. It just popped off the top of my head. So it sounds like most of you do not care. So if that's true, wonderful.
Thank you.
Did we ever get to your question?
Not really, but I'll wait.
Yeah, we don't know.
Thanks.
Okay, this is something that's been bothering me since the days leading up to Kata. Why have characters like Crassus, Khadgar, and especially Ronan that have been directly tied to the Black Dragon flight and Deathwing not been present at all in Cataclysm? And please, don't tell me Ronan's doing his own thing in Dalaran. His mind was controlled by Deathwing for almost an entire book.
Dude, he's been totally doing his own thing in Dalaran. You tell me, don't tell you.
One of the issues we struggle with in making the game is that there are a lot of characters, and we want players to kind of remember the characters, and we want to really set up big characters that you remember. We don't want to have the idea that, oh, you have to read a whole novel to know this character or why this character doesn't like this. We try and make sure that the games do stand alone. So a lot of times we'll have stories in the novels that feel like they should kind of continue in the game, but we opt not to put that in the game because then we'd have to try and catch everybody up to a novel that they haven't read. So it's a pretty valid point, and it's also kind of hard to work into the game for everybody that has not read the novels.
Israel of Moonguard, praise Sylvans. So whatever happened to the crown of Menethil? Or is that something that we're ever going to find out about?
Tyrannus' crown.
Yeah, the one that fell off his head when Arthur stabbed him.
Legendary loot drop. No, I'm just saying. Good.
We're going to make it a legendary loot drop.
I have no idea who would have it, who would drop it. We're going to take some notes.
Thanks.
Got it in my head. Mr. Metzen, just first before I ask my question, I have to let you know that my name is Emizel from Maelstrom. Both the Scarlet March and the Roystra's Forum Dynasty are inspired by you and salute you. So thank you very much for everything that you do.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
No problem. My question is regarding Tyrande. I'm kind of wondering, she was strong in the past, a strong female figure, a leader. She stepped up to the task when she was asked, and then it kind of fell off. During Burning Crusade, during Wrath, during Cataclysm, she kind of just, I mean, at this point, she's Malfurion's arm candy. What's going on?
Oh, come on. How dare you? Good point. I've been seeing this on forums quite a bit, too. Let me just say this. Before the quest line in Nagrand in Burning Crusade,
there was no Thrall at all in WoW, right? Like he was standing there, maybe he gave you the, what was it, the Ragefire Chasm quest, right? There was no Thrall at all. And I like this guy. It took an expansion or two or whatever to finally get to him and start, you know, really bringing his story off. I love Tyrande, right? I had a blast writing her in Warcraft 3. We just haven't gotten to her yet. But kind of like, you know, like Dave's, you know, Sylvanas story, you know, and the whole, you know, Alex's, you know, Silverpine questline. Every one of these characters is going to have their day, and I love this character. And in no way do we intend to just make her Malfurion's arm candy or whatever. That's ridiculous. This is one of the fiercest, most badass, elegant, you know, creatures in the world, as far as I'm concerned. So it's just a matter of time for a lot of these characters. Some of them, because of the comic book, you know, Varian got his day in the sun, and we'll have more. And, you know, certain other of these characters, it just depends on what phase of development we're in, what big ideas we're driving at any given time. But, like, totally, Tyrande's going to get some love, and not just, I'm going to make a comment here, but...
Family show. It's on TV right now.
Family show.
But Jaina Proudmoore, on a similar vein, needs to have a moment. She's getting her moment. It's coming. Novel coming out. She's going to be much more active. We love these characters. We're going to bring them around. We're going to bring them around.
And guys, here's the thing, right? I see this all the time on forums, and people are like, we'll get clobbered, right? That we're underserving these characters, or these ones are Mary Sue's, or these ones are whatever. It's all coming. We love these characters. They are all dynamic, and we have plans for all of them. We just can't execute against everything at any time. So, you know, no one loves these characters like we do. You know, so we want to serve them all. We want them to be compelling. You know, even when we get into thematic areas like Thrall, right? So I'm reading a lot of this stuff, and people going, when did he become such a wuss? You've ruined Thrall. Like, it ain't over yet. Right? Brother's going through some rough times. But the champion times are on the way, right? So bear with us. We have a plan, you know. We love these characters, you know, as much or more as you guys do, and we want to be respectful of all of them. So just kind of saying that off the top of my head.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, first of all, Chris, I don't know what kind of shift in the universe happened whenever you come out on Blizzcon wearing an Alliance hoodie.
Want to see a magic trick? I'm going to get right out of this. You ready? For the Horde! I almost got out of it. All right. Look.
Did the Doomhammer burn your hand when you put on the Alliance shirt?
A little bit.
That's not my question, by the way. I'm just saying that.
Okay. Let's just move right past that.
Okay, that's awesome, because I have a really important question, okay? I waited on the other panel. Here's my question. This panel has said that Pandarians have no sense of hatred, that Pandaria is run in a sense of chi and positive energy. So how does it make more sense for a Pandaren to be a warlock and not a druid?
Are they making...
I didn't think warlock was in there.
They're not allowed to be Death Knights, Paladins, or... Help me out, guys. Is it warlocks?
All right, I'll tell you this.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It was...
I'll tell you this,
And
true or
druids,
not.
and
Where's
druids.
the fact checker?
There were three. There were three.
Copeland, go. What I would say is, if that's true, I don't like it. I typically get overruled when it comes down to game design, right? They're trying to balance out forces.
Warlock's a little weird. I was pretty sure Warlock was out.
I can't stand that shizzle. But what I would say is, in certain of these classes, Death Knight, Warlock, right? These are affected classes, right? Death Knights aren't necessarily choosing this life. You know what I want to do when I grow up? I want to become a slavering, rotting Death Knight. That sounds like fun, Sparky. Warlock too, if it goes that way, I'm just riffing off the top of my head. These are very, I guess you can argue, well, Pandarans don't necessarily have, they just don't vibe on hate. It's not impossible that they would hate. Do they hate injustice? Do they hate to see starving people on the side of the street? Probably. It's not that they are without hate in toto. It is that, it's that they choose other. So
They're aware of the consequences of hate more so than any other.
I don't really care about them being warlocks as much as I care about them not being druids.
You want to bear form.
Okay, that's the thing. That's the excuse they gave. Well, what would bear form be? They're already a bear. It would be bear. So,
that sounds
if you did this, okay, like
shady.
through meditation, they're able to like unlock a primal form, and they're able to attack as a bear. That's not difficult to explain through as much as a warlock.
I'm feeling you right now. We'll Monday morning, we'll run down the hall and we'll yell at the design dudes and go, hey, we'll see
I
how
don't know, but I don't know. The timeline, Pandaria disappeared behind the mists before the Sundering. I don't know if they really had the druids coming. I don't know if Cenarius was around there teaching them to be druids.
That is a very good point,
I don't think it was happening.
Very good point.
We have a fact check happening. Data is being poured onto the stage right now. What's the verdict?
She was confirming the warlock thing.
They can't be warlocks. Good.
Right.
Druids. Druids is the question. Yeah. I'd say I still think druids are out. That might change, but I think no druids.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Good question.
How you doing, gentlemen? Idiot Tank Doomall Horde. My question concerns the demon/dragon soul. With Thrall and the heroes going in and taking it out of the timeline, Alexstrasza was never captured, which means most of her mates are still alive. Ronan never went on a quest to save her, which means he never got redeemed and became head of Dalaran. And of course, the aspects are still at half power. Go.
That was very well thought out, and your observations are airtight. Watch how it plays out. Bear with us.
Thank you.
We watch a lot of Star Trek too, so we get this whole time thing. No problem. No problem.
Yes, my question is about Arthas' mother, Liana Amenethel. She was mentioned in the Rise of the Lich King novel, and then once in Warcraft 3, he killed his father. There's never any mention about what happened to her either. Is he a mama's boy and he didn't kill her, or did he have no mercy and kill her as well, or did she just die of old age? Because Tenorus was pretty old at the same time.
I think that we have not officially made that up. What I mean is we haven't crafted her fate. Like, I don't think anyone around the office knows. I don't think we've even talked about it. Although my impression of Warcraft 3, I think it works better if she had died at some point before the fall of Lordaeron, right? Of something, right? We just haven't covered it because killing Terenas is pretty striking, right? We didn't see his mom. We didn't see, I just think it diminishes that moment if he just goes on this Charlie Manson spree. So I think probably a classier solution would be that somehow she's just out of the picture years earlier.
Or
think about it.
you kill her and get a legendary crown.
So
Probably
you're
not,
saying
probably.
that she died previously to the corruption of Arthas?
My sense of it is that that's probably the right way to play it, ultimately balancing all these ideas, but we'll continue to talk about it.
Thank you. Good question.
Hello. I just read the Sylvanas Windrunner short story last night.
Thank you.
Really good.
Boom.
Questions arose from that regarding the shards of Frostmourne. Where are they? Did Sylvanas or some of her flunkies take it to Undercity, or something else entirely?
Yeah, it specifically wasn't addressed in the story, and I actually don't know the answer as to why. I didn't think they were there, honestly, but I don't think we've addressed it in the lore.
Some very smart people picked those things up and took them somewhere where they will be safe But I can imagine there will be shenanigans one day. Some idiot trying to reforge that damn thing. Sounds plausible to me. And that's about all I know about it.
Thank you. Hi, my question's about Agalon. When you beat him, he starts to go on maybe a midlife crisis where he's like, you know, where the other planets he's destroyed, kind of the same as Azeroth. He seems to wonder how, you know, you can differ from the Titan plan. Then he decides, I think in a comic book, he needs more than 1 hour a week to see what makes us tick. What's he up to? Are there more of his kind that might kind of come see what he's up to? What's up with him?
Good question. How do I answer this? The whole Titan storyline, who those folks are, what they're doing out in the universe, are they still alive? Did they have a plan for this, or for their plan for the world if it went south? We see in Old Doom that, you know, in fact they did, and it wasn't all that good for us. The Titan storyline, you know, throughout World of Warcraft is something that needs to play out over a very, very long period of time. You know, we can't just 2 expansions from now we'll have Titans. Like they're so big. Like I'm not entirely sure how to deal with them yet because they're massive, right? And they are from somewhere super exotic. So it's kind of hard to know exactly how to leverage them into the franchise. Although I loved what we did on Cataclysm, relative to, you know, that storyline coming back around, Wrath of the Lich King, you know, with Old Doom, you know, and all the storylines in that dungeon. So it's definitely something that is very vital to Warcraft's storyline, but we're still kind of letting it cook a little bit in terms of how we'll leverage them. I'll riff a little bit and tell you that there were things about Burning Crusade that I really, really loved. Shattered planets in the sky and ethereals running around. I mean, it was just so high concept and whack, right? It was not the same old fantasy thing. But as we talked to the community, certainly a lot of folks around the office were just like, I don't know, man. I just want to have gnolls and kobolds and run around in a pretty forest. Like, that's what fantasy is to me. So reflexively, when we built Northrend, you know, you get like Grizzly Hills, you get these really just pretty areas, right? Because a lot of the team was just feeling, we want to get back to that. It's the familiarity of fantasy that really makes it work. It makes us feel at home in this world. But there's a part of me, man, that wants to just launch into all the, you know, the worlds out there. You know, like, are there still Draenei out there in the universe? Are the Titans still moving out there, right? We didn't defeat the Burning Legion in Burning Crusade, right? They're still out there. There's all sorts of crazy critters out there. I want to go to Argus, right? You know, the world of the Eredar. I want to go, you know. I had this hook. I mean, how badass would it be if there's like this shining fleet of Draenei out there somewhere that, you know, Velen doesn't even know about, other survivors, right? Wow, that's Protoss. So there's so many flavors and themes I want to chase relative to these big mythic macro ideas, but it's just a matter of feeling it out, right? You know, we got plenty of time with this game, you know, but for the most part, I wanted to explain that a lot of our brothers and sisters at Blizzard kind of tend to like it a little more down to the ground. So let me just ask you, with y'all here, does the kind of weird Doctor Strange kind of cosmic stuff, like, is anyone in here into that kind of stuff, or more than a few? So we'll see. I love that kind of stuff. So we'll see what happens with Titans and all that good stuff.
I think it is safe to say that there's something about Azeroth that is unique within the cosmology, and there's a reason that it's kind of the focus of this. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I wanted to say thank you for the excellent Forsaken storylines in Cataclysm. I'm a diehard Forsaken fan, and I follow them religiously. I wanted to ask regarding the questline in Hillsbrad specifically. Silly quest aside, I noticed there was an interaction between the Frostwolf clan of Alterac Valley and the Forsaken of Terran Mill. I felt that was somewhat unresolved. I really loved the anger, the hatred that it kind of swelled for my character. I'm a diehard role player. And so I was following this concept of, we already hate Garrosh because of all the crap he pulled in Silverpine, and we're now going to hate the Alterac Valley orcs, particularly the Frostwolf clan. Do you have plans to resolve these tensions, this animosity, and the Forsaken's place in the Horde?
Yeah, you know, one of the themes that we were hinting at with Cataclysm that I love to explore and that we're going to explore a lot more is sort of these fissures and cracks that are developing among the Horde that might be problematic. And that was a big one. That was actually a very big dramatic scene. Kind of hidden in the middle of the zone was this, whoa, wait, did that just happen? Wait a second. Yeah. So your reaction to it's perfect. It's kind of an awesome story hook there that has kind of been unresolved. There's that hanging there. That's just one of the examples of sort of these fissures in the Horde that we're going to really look at and explore. So that'll come around again, for sure. Thank you. You have more to say on that? Okay.
Hey, my name is Cameron. I love trolls. They're awesome. They're the best race ever created in World of Warcraft, in my opinion. You already had us co-op Zul'jin. You gave us, you know, the new heroics, and they were great and fun to play. But will we ever really see a return of the troll empires? And just giving us good trolls back. I love what you guys did with the new starting area, too, by the way.
Excellent.
Really cool.
Troll empires. The Darkspear are interesting. It's kind of like an offshoot of the trolls. I mean, they're relatively a small tribe that is now kind of ascending to importance because of being associated with the Horde. The rest of the troll tribes, very different situation. Man, if they ever could unite, look out world, right? And that's really kind of what the Zandalari we're trying to do. And why are the Zandalari suddenly all about creating a new troll empire? That you're going to find out in Pandaria. So we're going to continue some troll fiction there.
Through the future troll storylines, apart from the Darkspear, obviously, will probably actualize through the Zandalari. They are not done yet, and they're crazy.
They are being driven by something right now.
Just wanted to say thank you, and you know, if you guys want someone to write that stuff, I've got a portfolio and resume right in my
troll
bag.
brother.
Hell yeah, Tazdingo!
Tazdingo.
Thank you.
Hello. I've been to every BlizzCon except one, and I remember reacting to the announcements of the various expansions. Woo, we're going to Outland. Woo, we're killing Arthas. Woo, we're going to Deathwing.
Is this gonna hurt?
Pandas. Huh?
Is this gonna hurt?
I like the more serious aspects of Warcraft's storyline. I like the comedy stuff. I got a kick out of Hillsbrad and Johnny Awesome and all that. But I'm just wondering, is there going to be dark, serious stuff at some point in this expansion, or is it going to be 18 months of lightheartedness and Kung Fu Panda jokes?
The Pandaren had a cameo in Warcraft 3. That's kind of where they were introduced. And they sort of appeared in some April Fool's jokes we've done since then. But you haven't really met them. You haven't really seen who the Pandaren are, what they're about, how they're about, the kind of stuff they struggle with, the kind of bad stuff that's happening in their homeland, the whole rich history of this culture. So when we created Pandaria, I mean, we went back like 15,000 years trying to figure out, well, what were they doing then? What was happening to the land then? What happened during the Sundering? And really tried to build a rich history behind them. So if you think it's a joke race, let's check out what we're doing, because we're actually really building a lot of story onto this. There's quite a bit to them. I think they're pretty badass. I think they're really awesome fighters. The Pandaren are just really fun to play with. I mean, they love life. They work hard. They play hard. They eat hard. They drink hard. They sleep hard. They do everything. They really live life to the fullest. They bring a whole other aspect to all the different cultures in WoW. I think you'll see a lot. I think you'll be surprised.
There's no way we're going to build an expansion set based on an April Fool's joke. And what you guys may not know is did I say that in a panel? I said it in an interview. the Pandarians came, our senior art director, Sam Didier, right, kind of started drawing these guys years ago. It was just a passion project for him. And he painted all sorts of pictures of these guys. No one really thought, you know, that we'd really include him in Warcraft. It was just what he loved drawing. And so he had like crazy panda shamans, and just his artwork was off the hook. And we were pretty much, I remember that, was it Warcraft 3? We included Chen Stormstout in Frozen Throne, maybe, in the Orc campaign? Was it after that? I can't remember anymore. But these guys are not a joke. This is an idea that we have been thinking about for years. It's one of our favorite flavors of Warcraft. It's not ultimately silly, it's just a little lighter. But the context of what's going on where they live, the context of what's happening in the history of the world at this time, serious as a heart attack. They're just really chill about it, right? But this is no joke, right? You know, the Pandarians, this is not a throwaway, silly, ha-ha, funny expansion set. It is absolutely the next vital chapter. As things ratchet up, they're gonna get really gnarly. The idea is, as things get super crazy in the world between red and blue, how do I put it? The Pandaren are going to be part, ultimately, of a solution because they just think differently than most of us do, a little more far-sighted. So they're really going to make a difference in the history of the world, but it's definitely not a light throwaway expansion set in any way. Like Dave said, come on the ride with us, right? You know, be patient, but don't jump to conclusions about how thin the idea is. It is not. It's about as rich a kit as anything we put out so far, and it's definitely got its intrigues and its dangers and its drama. You know, it's definitely, you know, it ain't armies of the dead and it ain't you know demons falling out of the sky, but it's definitely going to have some flavor and some teeth.
Great. Thank you for the question, though. Awesome.
Yeah, really good question, man.
Hi, my name is Daniel. Big fan, Chris, and all the writers. I really like the short stories. Coming home from work and having a Lord of Reed's pretty cool.
Great.
My question's about Bane Bloodhoof and the Fearbreaker. I read The Shattering and I read the short story, and he kind of seems like he's leaning Sunwalker path. Or is there something bigger to that or different to that, or is he becoming a Sunwalker?
This came up again the other day. I'll tell you my opinion. It can go a number of ways. I mean, his story's just really just beginning, technically. The Sunwalker thing, everybody had a fit when Tauren, you know, when Paladin came up, right? It just doesn't feel all that right. You know, these are, you know, historically nomadic people. They're down with the Earth Mother. They're, you know, people, you know, that are bound to nature. The Paladin light thing doesn't really fit all that well. Sunwalker was an attempt to at least try to you know, realize the lore and make sure that, you know, it fit about as well as it could fit. And I think the Quest teams did a really good job on you know, banging out that idea. Relative to Bane, I can see how people can come to that conclusion. You know, Fearbreaker being a hammer, being a particularly paladin-like weapon. I can tell you my opinion is, like, I don't feel that would be appropriate for a Tauren leader. It just doesn't fit with their kit. And I actually particularly like the idea that Bane and Cairn were actually not supernatural people. They're just Tauren, right? They're just dudes of the earth. You know, they don't have a supernatural component. They don't have magical powers, right? They're just Tauren, right? I love the truth of that because that's just what Tauren says to me. So I'm not a huge fan of actually making him a Sunwalker. But you know, you never know. You know, we've sold weirder ideas in this world. If you've all been paying attention, I've bought off on all sorts of weird things I didn't think would work. So you never know. But I don't love that idea. Now I want to ask Dave. Were you guys totally going in that direction?
I don't think we had solid plans yet for where Bane was going to go. So we can talk about that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, just give a quick shout out to my guild, Black Label on CalFest. Anyways, I was wondering, for the books, we don't see too much of what happens in the books, like come over into the game, like with spoilers for Thrall. Crossus dying, is that going to like have an effect on WoW? Are we going to see like Alexstrasza still grieving, or like going to get a new maid or something like that?
That's two different points. On part B, which is, you know, Alex Straza and the nature of the aspects and what's coming for them. I can't wait for you guys to see how this all ends up. It's really good. So we're not gonna tell you anything about
Big
about
things
the
go down in
aspects.
4-3.
Big things go down. I mean, literally, figuratively. Big events transpire in 4.3. You guys are gonna love it. It's let's say the completion of a very grand cycle that's been moving for a very long time. Relative to the first part, you're talking about things, this has been coming up a lot lately. For many years, we put out books because I was petrified of trying to develop fiction in real time with WoW. The quest design process is complicated enough, right? It's really hard to develop quests, right? You know, Dave, how many people on your team? You got 7?
7, 8 people at the moment.
You know what I mean? Like trying to develop that much story and just keep moving and keep the game development moving fast. It's an incredibly complex process and time-consuming process. So as we were chasing stories over the years, we tended to, we'll novelize this or we'll tell a story that's in the past. We took more of a conservative route. The last number of years since, I think, a little bit of Arthas, but really with the Shattering, which just blew it out, we want to start making everything as concurrent with the current timeline as possible. Not timeline, but the current ideas that you guys are actually engaging with through the game right now. You know, so Thrall Twilight of the Aspects is roughly contiguous with, you know, elements of the last couple patches. What the hell are we talking about?
Well, I could jump in. Oh.
I had a good point.
I got the hand. I got the hand.
Was that?
It was the hand.
Didn't. So a lot of people, so the fact that you guys are here, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume you kind of dig some of this content, you dig reading these books, but like for the millions of WoW players out there, not everybody wants to go read a book. It's a digital age. Buy a Kindle, damn it, quit complaining. So a lot of people don't necessarily want to run out and read books and comics and all that stuff. They want their content in the game. When we have these big tectonic movements, you know, within the ancillary fiction, a lot of players can start to feel a little cheated. Like, whoa, you just killed Karen. I didn't see that. I don't get to take part in that at all. I certainly don't want to read a stupid book about it. So you can tell, like a massive part of our player base can feel cheated from time to time. I love us putting out books, and we are going to continue to do so. We're going to continue to make them as good as we can make them. But it does bring up a good point. Is I think the onus is on us to try and really bring some of these events and really have them more evidenced in the game. That kind of thing needs to be balanced out against the quest lines and the content that Dave and his team are already pushing. You know, you can only get so much done at any given time. So it's something we're trying to balance a little better as we move forward, and so that no one feels ripped off, right? No one feels like, well, I never saw this content. What in the world, right? It's just something we're trying to balance as we go.
Certainly one of my principal goals with being on the content team for WoW is to make sure that these key events that happen in the lore are somehow represented in the game. So if you read the book, you'll get all kinds of perspectives about the characters and about the event that happened, but there will be a component of it in the game that you can interact with so that you can catch up, so you can see what happened. Like, oh, big event, I was there, I got to experience that. It's not easy to do. We're gonna keep trying to experiment. I think we can do a much better job of it. And I absolutely agree with you. So we're working on that. It's one of my principal goals. And I work really closely with all the guys on CDev to try and make that happen.
All right, thanks. Yeah, you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? You guys are awesome, brilliant geniuses. Chris, I love you. You're my hero. So don't get mad at this question. I played Alliance for 7 years. And the booze, there they are. So that kind of proves what I'm going to say. You've done a wonderful job with the Horde and fleshing out their story. And Thrall is this amazing, honorable, cool guy, gets married, all that stuff.
It happens.
And it's really great. And then when it comes to like Varian, he's a really one-dimensional, I'd say almost boring thing.
Oh, so, how dare you.
I'm sorry. It's really a popular issue online and on blogs and stuff. does Alliance ever get to kick ass at any point in a WoW? Because, see, or is it one of those wait and see things? Because Horde's amazing.
Here's the deal. Part of the Thrall thing, I've been pushing that. I particularly love that character. I don't look at it as a Horde issue. I look at it as a Thrall issue, right? Ultimately, that doesn't matter, but just so you know, I'm just really invested in that. Right, I'm biased. Invested in that character. Here's what we're going to do. I don't know exactly where it's going to drop. We're trying to get this idea executed against 5.0. I think Varian has potential to be an unbelievably badass character. I've been talking to Dave and kind of jotting down some notes. What I want to do is create a very epic quest line called the Trials of the High King, such that Varian will be given tasks like, the labors of Hercules, right, by each of the Alliance races, something that means something to them, something that really gives you an insight into each of these races and how they're doing right now, something that only he can kind of accomplish for them, and you will be his squire, right? You will help Varian become the most badass Alliance leader, such that at the end of the day, there's no more personality bullshit, right? He's totally got it together. He's one of the most awesome warriors in the world. And ultimately, every one of these Alliance races is going, you're totally our king. We will follow you anywhere.
Thank you so much.
And the thing I'd say on top of that, kind of like we were talking with the opening ceremony the other day, the conflict that's coming between the Alliance and the Horde, the Alliance is going to need a king that has his shit together. And he's going to get it together.
Absolutely. We always look at, when we write for the world, sometimes like we see Thrall as like a world character. And I can understand if you're the Alliance, you're like, yeah, but he's not my dude. And I feel you there. I think we owe the Alliance big time. So it's going to come around. Yeah. And we're also going to explore his Varian's relationship with his son, with Anduin. We're going to explore some of that.
We've actually got really good hooks for Anduin down the line. Anduin's like potentially, and you know what's funny? Before Christy Golden wrote The Shattering, we did not have plans for Anduin. And she was, we were talking today, we had worked out the outline, and she's like, Chris, I'm feeling this kid, and I think he's going to be a really wonderful component of the story and help me move things along. I'm like, Christy, I don't know, that's burning a lot of screen time on a character. And she said, just trust me. I totally trust her. And she killed it. I'm reading that book and just going, I love this kid. So currently he's off to boarding school with the Draenei and learning, the deep ways of the cosmic light with Velen. And we got some plans for that boy one day. So there you have it.
Or the Horde.
All this Alliance talk. I know.
Well, we got plans for the Horde too. It's all
Don't worry, Horde.
You guys are great. Dave, thank you so much for that Sylvanas story. That was excellent.
Thank you.
And on that topic, in the story we see that there are 9 Valkyr, and it takes 1 to revive her. In the Silverpine quests, we see 3 Valkyr seemingly sacrifice themselves to revive her. So can you clarify, are there any rules as far as her Valkyr resurrection? And if there are, how many does she have left? And can she make more?
So she cannot make more. What you got's what you got. It was interesting as we were putting that story together, we were trying to make sure it matched up with what was going on in Silverpine. So 3 of the more lesser Valkyr it took to raise her in Silverpine. It only took 1 of the more elder Valkyr to really kind of sacrifice herself. How many are left? I think, what do we come up with? You're going to have to, I know I'm turning to you here because I think we counted up. 3 in Silverpine, 1 in Northrend. One of them was killed by the Alliance in Andahal, right? Yeah. So we got left 4? She's only got 4. Go get her!
Long live the Banshee Queen!
Yeah.
I actually brought my archive from the East Coast in the hopes that I could get you to sign a Blood and Honor. I read it on the airplane. And I have 10 Horde 85s on one server.
Nice!
Yeah, 1 of each class. because I'm a GM, so I like to know a little bit about everything. But I've always had a soft spot for Tyrion, so I really, really appreciated that story to kind of justify why I loved him so much. But that's kind of completely not related to my question. My question's actually about Neptulon in the Throne of the Tides and kind of what happened to him. And are we going to find out about his little tryst with Ozymat and the tentacle thing that kind of happened?
Me? Oh, I don't know. I don't know about tentacles now. I don't know nothing.
Keep it
about
clean.
that.
Keep it clean.
Yeah, maybe we'll just leave that under the ocean. Just leave that buried. Leave that.
Yeah, actually, I do not have a good answer for that.
What happens in the Throne of Tides stays in the Throne of Tide.
Thank you.
Can we just not answer that question? It's a really hard question. It's a damn mess, is what it was. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
For the
Find the
Horde,
book.
Earth and Ring represent. My question is about Bolvar Fordragon. He was Alliance leader, badass mother effer, and then he becomes the next Lich King. And we don't see him reigning in the Scourge at all. So what's up with that? I mean, he was awesome before, and now what's he doing sitting on the throne? I mean, we already had a leader sitting on his butt for 5 years, and now we have another leader sitting on his butt for 5 years?
I gotta say, it wasn't an easy transition for him. You gotta give him a little bit of time. He was kind of melted for a little while, and then he's just stuck in an ice cube. It's tough. That's hard. That's a hard thing to go through.
Pardon me. Well, relative to him not reigning in the Scourge, what do you base that on?
The Skullomance, Stratholm, like withdrawing all of them back to Northrend. I mean, Arthas could definitely have called everybody back up. As far as I know, I'm sure he could have done. I think Fordragon could do that too. But we're fighting them in Anderhall. We're going into Stratholm. We're going into Skullomance.
All right. So the way I would spin that is that the Scourge and the Cult of the Damned currently operating in Plaguelands are likely autonomous.
Oh.
The idea with Bolvar putting that helmet on and attempting to kind of contain the Scourge, I think that's probably a thing. This is where we get a little funky, right? It's probably a thing. It's really about Northrend, right? And the idea is, yeah, but I just got on a boat yesterday, man. Those quests are still happening. Ideally, if this thing had a clean timeline, which it does not. If we were making a movie, if we were writing it as a novel, I imagine the fiction of it is such that with him on that frozen throne, the Scourge has kind of gone to sleep in Northrend, right? But obviously it doesn't play out that way in the game. You can still go back and do all those quests across Northrend or whatever. So, you know, we're trying to figure it out. But that's the intent of the fiction, is that things aren't as bad as they were. And he is not a monstrous Lich King. He's actually kind of trying to keep everybody chill. There won't be any major crazy new Scourge attacks for some time. But the Scourge operating in Plaguelands, I think it's probably more helpful to look at them as a little more autonomous. Although we haven't really dug out a lot of lore to substantiate that. Well, how are they autonomous? Who's driving these critters? Zombies don't have free will.
Well, certainly as Arthas' power waned, he lost control of the Forsaken.
Totally.
Yeah, so we got a new Lich King.
Oh, good backup, Dave.
Getting his feet wet. Lich King strikes back, someone suggested.
Merely a setback.
Why would you assume?
Someone picked up those fragments of Frostmourne. What do they do? Nice. Cool. So very, very good question.
Thanks very much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Hey there, guys. This is a question that I have had for 3 years, 1.5 expansions. I thought I was going to get an answer in 4.1. I thought I was going to get an answer with the troll guy who asked his troll questions. But here it is. In the Gundrak dungeon, there is an area with the stone sentinel guys, and if you look over the cliff, there's a big wiggly snake tail. And I have been bothered by this forever because there's nothing that massive and snaky in the, so with these questions, I've seen Chris answer these in the past, and it's one of those like, we'll see, I'll look into it. So I brought a screenshot of it. I blew it up.
The man comes armed with a wiggly snake tail. A wiggly snake tail appears. It's super effective. Dude just showed you a snake, man.
Feel dirty.
So you said there was something driving the trolls, and
It ain't that.
All right. Well, so then, what is this giant snake tail?
Clearly, it's a super critical story point to World of Warcraft. You just haven't found out yet.
It drives me crazy, and I'm just curious.
That's the first sign of the return of the Titans. And Medivh will be leading them.
The forums will be holding
And
you to
Thrall
that.
is going to leave Agra and start dating Jaina. Just kidding. Oh, how dare you. I don't know what the hell that snake thing is, but it's kind of cool.
I'll be very honest, sometimes really cool stuff appears in our game, and then we kind of scramble to figure out why it would be there, because it's cool. Artists love to just do cool stuff, and so, yeah, sometimes we miss something, like something cool is there, and we're like, oh, wow, I don't know, it's a snake.
Welcome to developing video games. You put what in what?
We have time for a few more questions.
All right, thank you. My name is Magnus, and Chris, I have an answer to your opening ceremony yesterday. For a Alliance variant for Doomhammer, do Bolvar's Longsword.
Is there an existing hook for Bolvar's Longsword? I like that a lot.
Do I have to add that to my list now?
My question is, how are you going to do the leadership for the pandas, right? So they're unified once during the quest line, and then they split up to Alliance or Horde. So who's going to be leader, and can one of them be voiced over by Jack Black?
What was that? God. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Let me do one more voice. That'd be good. Too soon. Damn right, it's too soon. It was too many back then. They actually don't kind of have leaders that way. There are notable pandas, right? But they're really kind of self-actualizing people, right? They don't really, I mean, certainly they have well, I don't know how much you want to say.
There's definitely going to be representatives for the Pandaren with the Horde and a representative of the Pandaren with the Alliance. I wouldn't necessarily call them racial leaders because the Pandaren are very, very different. And those leaders come from the turtle, right? So it's not quite, they're not, you're not going to find them on Pandaria somewhere. So different situation, and we haven't, like, I don't have names to give you yet, but we got to have some.
And what was the other part?
Can one of the representatives or leaders be voiced by Jack Black?
No. Hey, look, I love Jack Black. I love those movies. Shall not be named, right? We've been slugging panda ideas for 12 years. So I think ours are better.
Culturally, it's just very different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, there's a lot of, obviously a lot of visual continuity there with, the other panda movies or whatever. And we've been building this kit for a long time. We're actually, we totally did. You guys may or may not know this. we were going to have Pandaren be the Alliance race in Burning Crusade. And we built that kit out, years ago, right? But we got into a situation where we kind of pulled back, like, well, maybe it's not right, and there's maybe a story there. But we pulled back on the idea and crafted Draenei. So I only roll that out to just show you, like, we've been very serious about this idea for a very long time. And actually, in a way, it's really cool that we didn't necessarily execute against that at that time, because now we can build a whole land, right? Instead of just a starting experience, we could go to town on this idea and really execute at a very high level.
I don't know if you got to see the art panel. The Pandaren that we can build nowadays, they're so expressive. Just their facial animations, just the way the body's put together. We can do so much more with this race. They're so much more compelling now than we ever could have done back then. So it's really, really cool that we get to do this now, and we get to do it big.
That is all the time that we have for today. May we please have a round of applause for our panelists for answering all
Thank you
these
very much,
questions.
Hey guys, thanks once again for coming into day 2. We've loved having you here. We've loved been jamming. Loved to have jammed with you guys all weekend long. So thanks again for coming to BlizzCon. Thanks again for loving this stuff and sticking with us and just really making us feel.
Thank
like
you
you're
very,
on
very
team.
much.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks guys.
Thanks, guys.
And girl with the.
To the World of Warcraft Class, Items, and Professions Q&A panel. Here to answer your questions are Greg Street, Chris Zierhut, Chris Kalecki, Ian Hazikostas, Jonathan LeCraft, and Owen Landgren.
It's Q&A time again. We love this every year. I'm going to go ahead and answer the first question, which I know will come up, which is, why do I hate paladins? And the truth is, a ret paladin killed my parents. It's very true. No, it's not true. Mom, Dad, if you're watching, I'm so sorry. But I know they're not watching, so they're like, what is it you do again for a living? I nerf paladins, of course. I know I'm mean to you guys, but man, you make it so easy. I guess we could pick on warlocks for a while instead, but I don't know, man. Warlocks scare me. All right, enough of that silliness. This is the class and item team. It's not even all of them. We have a very large team. They are the best in the business, and I don't tell them that enough, so I'm saying it now. And I've been talking for hours here at BlizzCon, so I'm not going to do a lot of answering myself. I'll throw stuff to them, and let's see what you got.
All right, thank you, guys. Let's go. First question.
This question is about the shadow orbs for shadow priests. The wording on the new talents suggested they were going to a more resource-based paradigm, like holy power or something. Is that true, and will that change how they're spent and generated?
Yeah, that's kind of true. Like, we're still working out the details, but the idea is it would be kind of a secondary resource kind of mechanic, and try to get like all the RNG aspect out of it, and open it up to more abilities maybe. Like, the idea currently is that Mind Blast wouldn't have a mana cost. It would just cost Shadow Orbs. It would have no cooldown. So you would just build up the Shadow Orbs and use it. You know, the more Shadow Orbs you get, the more Mind Blast you'd be able to do. So that's the current thought process. Cool.
Thank you.
Hello, I have a question about the state of healing in PvP and PvP healing classes. Are you satisfied with the state of healing in PvP? The concept previously mentioned was triage healing. Healers would have to make tough choices about who they had to heal. People in PvP would spend 50% HP lot of time at that state. Have you seen that, and are you satisfied with the way PvP healing has turned out, where I really don't think we've seen that borne out, and classes are still at either 100% or 0%? You want to take that?
I would just say, I mean, balancing PvE and PvP PvE and PvP healing is just like a big challenge. And you're right that the idea was supposed to be more of a triage kind of thing, bring it back to where it was like in vanilla and BC, to where it was more about like decision making and quick swapping and stuff, rather than just blowing someone up in quick GCDs in burst. And I think we did get there in Cataclysm in the beginning, but it degenerates as the tier moves on, just because of how PvE and PvP mix together and how itemization scales. You saw in the last patch in 4.3 we like buffed Mortal Strike, which we really didn't want to do because we don't like how Mortal Strike, where there's certain comps with certain, like with rogues or warriors or whatever, that you just need to have someone with Mortal Strike. But we've also seen like certain comps where, I mean, today or yesterday with some of the tournaments or whatever, a lot of the comps are like double caster, like Mage Warlock or whatever. So you'll be able to bring back warriors and rogues and stuff, and you'll see them more in comps, I guess, after the change. But yeah, it's something we talk about all the time, and like I don't think we've solved the problem yet, but it's something we're still working on. Cool.
Thank you.
Hi. My question is, I've noticed on the new tanking trees, like a lot of the active tanking, like debuffs, like Moralizing Roar or something showing up as talent. What's happening to those abilities, and how does it play into the active tanking model that you've been talking about?
So we decided to cut Demoralizing Shout and Demoralizing Roar altogether because it just felt like a maintenance-y buff that you just had to do every once in a while. It didn't have a lot of gameplay to it. It wasn't very interesting. It's just always up. And the Druid talent, Demoralizing Roar, in the new talent tree, it basically just stole the old name. It's not really, it had a different name, but since Demoralizing Roar was available, that was a better name, right? As far as the active tanking, it's more along the lines of what the Death Knight does, where you know you're low health and you Death Strike and you save it for those situations, building that kind of functionality into all of the tanking classes so that they use their resources to keep themselves alive instead of the resources to generate threat. So they have a role in keeping themselves alive instead of just trusting the healers to take care of them.
Thank you.
How you doing, gentlemen? My question is about classes that have like a cap on, say, 100 for a resource. Monk, Warrior, Death Knight, and Rogue. Currently, there are talents in the game to give you up to 130 of said resource. Are there any plans with the new talent trees to do that?
In the case of, with rogues, for example, it's something that currently fits nicely as an assassination niche, because mutilate costs so much more energy than the other builders. You want to have a larger energy pool to kind of make use of that. It also has obviously some PvP utility in terms of being able to line up more burst. One of the nice things, I think, it is an interesting knob to be able to play with. It's not something that fits very neatly into the current talent system as designed, though it might. They could be the sorts of bonuses that come back, though, in other forms, whether they're potential set bonuses or glyphs even, or it's just some passives that you get while leveling up. I think it's going to vary on a class-by-class basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one with this situation, but I have 10 classes, one of each, and with the introduction of the Monk, are you guys going to consider adding an 11 slots so we don't have to get a new account for them?
Heard that question so many times at BlizzCon. Totally understandable. I mean, obviously it comes up. We've talked a lot about it. We don't have a decision yet on how we want to handle that. We understand players want to have some more classes, more slots they can have a monk on their existing realm. One idea we've talked about, again, no promises, we don't know if we'll do this, is perhaps keeping the maximum cap on the number of characters you can have, but letting you distribute them on as many realms as you want. So you could have a lot of characters in one realm or something.
Thank you.
Hi there. All right. So for event items like the Scourge Invasion, I was wondering if we can get those at the bind on account for like transmogrification purposes for like Death Knights. And their Vengeful Armor, you guys pretty much made that impossible to get right now. I was wondering if we can get those back in with transmogrification because I want to have my blue Onslaught and red Lightbringer.
So that's something that we're definitely looking forward, at least towards making sure that all of the items that you remember from the good old days are available for transmogrification purposes. I'm happy you brought Vengeful up because that's actually something that we've done in 4.3. If you go out to Area 52 right now on the PTR, or, well, shortly on the PTR, there will be vendors that sell the old Gladiator gear to people who earned the higher rank achievements and sell the original Gladiator, Vengeful, and Brutal gear that you remember from back in the day and probably disenchanted or got rid of. The event items being bind on account is something that we could certainly look into in the future, but is a much bigger step because bind on account items are sort of expensive on our side and we have to be careful with how we use that technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? 2 questions. I've been a druid since vanilla and a feral druid. We are able to equip 1 fist weapon, but not 2. Can we get some love on that? Especially since pandas are going to be able to dual fists. And, sorry, second question. As an enchanter, we never got any good drops throughout this expansion. Like we did in Oldwar, we had 2 enchant drops that we can get for weapons. Are we going to get any new enchant drops? Just out of curiosity. And I love you.
So, the druid class design is already 4 specs. It's kind of already over the place, and if you had to rework Cat and Bear so they could both dual wield and have a 2-hander as part of their design, it's just now we're ballooning up to 5 or 6 different playstyles in the class. It's just kind of out of control and unnecessary. We're expecting that monk tanks will be using a staff or polearm, and so the feral druid is going to share with the monk tank. But the monk DPS might be using dual fists or other dual wield weapons, and they'd be competing more with the rogues. So it's just they're going in a different direction from that. We've never really talked about making dual wielding druids. It just creates a lot more complexity. The class is already plenty complex.
As far as enchants that are going to be dropping in the next upcoming patches, we don't have any planned. We usually drop those when we feel there's something missing from the enchant spectrum, and it feels pretty solid right now. But in the future, we may just release those, more consistently, for something for enchanters.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys. I was wondering, since this next expansion coming out is going to be so faction focused, if we could see faction specific legendaries for maybe a shield like Might of the Alliance, or for a horde, Fist of the Horde, and just have them look completely badass.
So legendary items are something we very much look at on a case-by-case basis in terms of both the story that we're trying to tell with, for example, both Dragon Wrath and the Fangs of the Father. And if the story supports it and we find a cool, interesting item opportunity, that's certainly a possibility. That said, because of the work that goes into building those epic experiences, it's something that we'd have to think about very carefully. But everything is always possible.
I love the idea myself.
First off, I want to say that the new talent system looks awesome. I'm really looking forward to playing with it. And then I wanted to ask about Death Knight tanks. Right now, Death Knight tanks are in a really bad place. We've got problems with avoidance stats working against mastery, and then some other things, some of which have been temporarily fixed, like the change to Outbreak, which looks like it's going to get reverted in 5.0. And then we have our 2-piece tank scent bonus, which is sort of based on our imminent demise, and this idea that we're constantly bouncing around low health, except that if tanks and healers are doing their job correctly, we shouldn't be that low, which means we don't have a set bonus. So I guess my question is, what are the changes you guys are looking at for fixing some of the problems with Death Knights, and can we get a new 2-piece set bonus, such as a heal that goes off when our shield breaks based on the size of our maximum shield that we generated?
Well, I mean, that's a potentially good set bonus. You might use that at some point. I think it's a cool idea. That doesn't mean the current one isn't functional also, however. Now, in terms of Death Knights as a whole, one of the problems they've had, and something we've heard continuously from Death Knights over the course of the expansion, is their susceptibility to spike damage. The nature of the Death Knight tank is that because of their self-healing and their wide array of survivability tools and timers, they actually do require less external healing than any of the other tanks. And so it's a careful balancing act in terms of making sure that they have some weaknesses, right? If you were both not susceptible to spikes and required less healing, then the Death Knight would simply be the best tank all around. Now that said, it's not acceptable really to go from 100% to 0 in, you know, a GCD or two. And we've tried, so some of the changes in 4.3 help with the survivability a little bit, remove some of the impediments to managing and juggling the different cooldowns and rune games that you have to do to maximize your survivability. One change that hasn't yet been announced, in the next 4.3 PTR build, the armor bonus from Blood Presence is going up from 30% to 55%. It's actually, should be a decent survivability bonus. And beyond that, we are keeping an eye on things, with an eye to the 4.3 raid encounters in particular. We're going to make sure that, you know, Death Knights aren't unfairly disadvantaged in any of the encounters. We don't think it's okay to just die in the blink of an eye. That said, part of the Death Knight experience is inherently about being brought really low and then doing awesome things to save yourself, right? And bring yourself back up from 20% to 100% with a couple of quick button presses. And that feels really cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I was wondering about Eclipse. It's better than it's ever been, but there's still large periods of time where a balanced druid can be, you know, really low on the damage. And then there's the problem of always sitting in solar when we need to do AoE. Is there anything you guys are planning on doing to address that? Possibly something like the Death Knight ability that generates a whole bunch of unholy power and all their runes?
So the first thing we're doing to address that, this is a 5.0 thing, not a 4.3 thing, is that Hurricane will have a new arcane version that will activate while you are on the other side of the Eclipse bar. So that while you're on that side, you have a good AoE for when you have the arcane eclipse up, and you have a good AoE for while the nature eclipse is up. And that will help to balance things a lot in terms of you're not like, I'm way over on one end and I want to be over on this end and I can't do what I need to do. But in general, the idea that sometimes you're really awesome damage because Eclipse active and other times you're low, that's the essential nature of the balance druid. If you don't like that, maybe something else might be a better choice. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi there. I have a question about Unholy Death Knights. Our minions don't inherit crit or mastery, and along with that, the gargoyles have a melee strike, which seems useless compared to the ranged attack, and I'm wondering if you have any plans to change either of those.
Sorry, could you repeat the second half of the question? I didn't catch that.
About the gargoyle, they have the melee attack, and the ranged is just so much better, so most people try and spin the gargoyle, so you avoid it altogether.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, the gargoyle is designed to primarily be ranged, and that's something that we can, I think, address on our end to make sure that it's using the strongest attack whenever possible. In terms of stat weightings, yeah, the Unholy Death Knight is probably one of the less successful specs in terms of our goal of making sure that all stats, all secondary stats are equally attractive. That's something that we don't have any short-term plans to currently address. One of the problems with drastically changing stat weights in the middle of an expansion is that it forces people to completely change around their current gear and their reforging and their gemming, and that can be very disruptive. So while the current situation isn't ideal, a heavily disruptive change might be even worse. However, looking ahead to 5.0, we're definitely going to work on making sure that there's greater parity between the value of the secondary stats.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I have been playing since vanilla, and one of my favorite items that I've used even a lot, even till today, is Noggin Fogger Elixir. and I was wondering why we still are not able to mount when shapeshifted as a skeleton.
Basic problem, our animation system does not have animations for all the costumes while you're mounted. And we decided to make a hard, fast rule. You're in some kind of transform, you can't mount. It was the only way to resolve literally hundreds of bugs. Was because we would get a situation where you're mounted in this transform that the animations just don't support properly. It looks stupid, it looks bad in the game, and we just don't feel we want the game to look like that. So we blocked that from existing. And to be fair, we blocked all the costumes instead of some, not others. To have a consistent rule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm V Wild Spirit from Turleon. First, I'd like to say hello to my guild Evolution, my GMs, officers, and my 9 guild pally friends. You guys are awesome. This is more of a quality of life issue for healers, especially Holy Priests. But I've been a Holy Priest since March 2006, leveled all the way to 80, just Holy, with some discipline for increased DPS. Kata came out, that was nearly impossible, where it took me 10 minutes to do 10 extra minutes to do dailies. It took me hours longer. Is there any plan on making PvE solo more viable for priests, holy priests, and other healers? Or is the talent system change gonna answer that?
I would just say it's certainly a lot easier than it was like in vanilla, right? Like if you're a healer and you're doing dailies. I think it's just up to a certain extent to where if you're a healer and you're gemming and chanting for healing and whatnot, how close a DPS are you with like say a full, like a intended DPS spec like Shadow or something? And I mean, we also have dual spec now, whereas before you didn't. So I just don't know if that's like a huge priority to make, you know, holy DPS, you know, more competitive, I guess, if we're doing dailies.
Not so much competitive, but viable. I mean, I don't expect to go holy and pull out 20k DPS on Ragnaros. I mean, I could do that with Shadow. I have dual specs. I've done a raid night in all 3 specs. I'm just wondering if it could be more viable, and if you guys.
Well, holy also has a DPS chakra too that you could use that increases your damage. So, I mean, it's something we could talk about. I'm just not sure.
I mean, one of the dangers we have to keep in mind when we're trying to balance that is PvP, right? I mean, if healers can output DPS that is greater than a certain percentage of what a pure DPS class can, that can also cause potential imbalances, and so we have to be aware of that. In the meantime, obviously, as noted, being able to dual spec into DPS specs and also having much more hybridized gear for the hybrid casters should make it easier for everyone to be able to find something they can use to do their dailies.
Not to mention, a lot of the dailies are literally designed for somebody, regardless of what spec or class you are. And in some cases, like in the Firelands, there were dailies that were easier to do if you were a healer, because you had to heal an NPC that everybody else took a lot longer to do. It was easier for you to do. You could do it instantly. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, so I'm a rogue, so I just want to say first, thanks for the legendary. It's awesome.
Rogues represent.
You're welcome. So my question is regarding the new introduction of the Windwalker monk class, and also the formalization of cat druids as an official spec. With all these new melee DPS hybrids, what do you guys have planned to make sure that rogues are competitive as the only pure melee class, where we can't really bring some of the utility that, you know, a healer or an off-spec, you know, they can bring those abilities. What do you guys have planned for rogues to make sure that we're still bringing some utility?
Well, I think we've moved away from a model where being a pure meant that you simply, you know, did way more damage than everyone else, and that only hybrids brought utility. I think everyone brings a little bit of everything. Right now, some of the best reasons to bring a rogue, aside from their excellent top-tier melee damage, also include things like, you know, the ability to fan crippling poison onto a bunch of things, or excellent interrupts, or stuns. Those are things that are useful in a number of encounters and will continue to be useful in a number of encounters going forward, as well as, of course, in PvP. I think we're clearly going to try to maintain the rogue gameplay niche. You know, just because you have a monk class that has maybe similar mechanics in terms of energy bar being melee, doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be stealthy. They're not going to have rogue poisons. They're not going to have all the little tricks that make being a rogue awesome and make rogues rogues.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's up, guys? Just wanted to give a shout out to Superiority Complex on McTheridan. Love you guys. My question is about the new talent system. It looks like it's a lot of fun, but it still looks like it's going to be difficult to balance. It looks like it's still going to come down to somebody crunching the numbers, and some of the talents look like they're still going to come on top. And it looks very similar to the previous system of talents. You're going to have balance issues with that. So what do you guys think about that?
Most of the talents don't do any damage or any healing, so it's difficult for me to see where you could number crunch them. A lot of them are just qualitative things. Is it better for me to be able to teleport a short distance, or is it better for me able to run fast? It depends on the encounter, depends on the situation. I kind of disagree with that idea that they're all quantifiable or number crunchable in some way.
And there are some that do some damage, or where you can begin to make some of those comparisons. But currently, most of the numbers that are in there are obviously very far from final and are subject to balancing. And if anything, in some ways, it can be easier when we have a very limited decision set that we have to balance among, right? If everyone agrees that A and B are strictly superior to C, well, okay, what if we double the numbers on C? Okay, maybe now C is overpowered and it's too good. So then maybe there's a happy medium that we reach where suddenly that's actually a really hard choice, and people can't agree what the right answer is.
Thank you.
Hi there. First off, it's my second Blizzcon, and I just want to say that every time I've met you guys, it's been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for doing this. My first question is a quick follow-up to the Noggenfogger Elixir question. There's been other places where you get onto something and you lose a transformation, and then you gain it back, like pets, for example. Noggenfogger, why can't we do the same? Because it's just annoying to keep losing that charge.
So one of the things that really makes consumables fun is the fact that they are consumable. They do go away when, you know, you change, you get dispelled, stuff like that. So if they were just sort of permanent things that you kept around and you popped back and forth like you're zoning into a Caverns of Time dungeon, you're going to lose the impact of what a transformation really is. And certainly we've looked at ways of giving you warnings rather than just automatically dispelling it out when you try to mount up. But fundamentally, we want these transforms to be fun things that aren't just everywhere.
And to go with that, ideally, if you're in a transformation you can't have while mounted. Ideally, instead of canceling a transformation you mount, you should say you can't do that while transformed or shapeshifted. Give you a red error message, and you want to mount, fine, cancel it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've had my actual question.
It's up to you guys.
Sorry, it was a quick follow-up. So my actual question is the archaeology has been like ignored as far as I can tell, other than a few added things here and there. Are we going to see anything better with cooldowns, you know, not being so ridiculous on the vanity items? Are we going to see lower than max level items that have more variety? That kind of stuff.
The archaeology items are all over the place. My favorite one, I literally use every single time it comes up. I never let the thing drop, is the Vrykul helm, because I just like being bigger than everybody else. There's cool things like that, and they're not all long cooldowns. They're just all different and eclectic and all over the place and unpredictable, and that's cool.
As far as the skill itself, we're certainly looking at a lot of ways to sex it up and make it more fun and take out some of that grindy nature of it. I don't want to make any promises, but we've talked about, like, you know, a flare gun you can fire into the sky and a ladder drops down and just takes you to a random dig site. We've talked about random encounters that, you know, while you're digging, you know, so a mummy pops up and he's got, you know, 50 fragments on him or whatever. We've also talked about daily quests. You know, less excited about that one, but it could, you know, add to the spectrum again. So yeah, we're definitely looking at making some big changes, and you know, there you go.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
One of my favorite things about tanking as a druid is the ability to go cat during tank swaps and do a sizable amount of DPS. With the talents being split in the next expansion, it seems like that might be a lot less viable. And I was wondering what your vision for the future of bear tanking was, if you were keeping some of the hybridization or moving us more towards what the plate tanks are doing right now.
You are definitely going to be losing that DPS. The other tanks can't do that. So there's a fundamental inequity there. I'm a prot warrior. I can't turn around and do good DPS as a prot warrior. Why can the Feral Druid do it? And that is actually fundamentally why the two specs are being broken apart. In the past, we kind of experimented with, there were hard talent choices where you couldn't get all the cat things and all the bear things, and it was still too easy to do both. So the final solution was, they're just two different specs. It's deliberate. Bears are not going to have rip or shred, but cats aren't going to have survival instinct, aren't going to have frenzy regen, and that's going to make for important changes for both of them in PvE and PvP. Right? The cat druid is not going to put a huge rip on you and then go to a bear and watch you bleed to death. He's not going to be able to do that anymore because he won't have all that extra armor, won't do as much damage.
Thank you. Like that one. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Lasana from Restokin. Resto Druids have a pretty decent single target rotation for healing, but when we AoE heal, we pretty much have gone back to mindlessly spamming Rejuve and Wild Growth, now with some Swiftman and Efflorescence mixed in. For the next expansion, are there plans to address our tool sets to give us more options than just sort of spamming hots around to mix in with our hots?
There is one new ability plan, which is an alternate version of the Wild Mushroom that you can detonate to heal people instead of doing damage, so Wild Mushroom Bloom. But not a lot's changing in the Resto Druid toolset, really. It's actually pretty damn good.
I would say like a lot of druids enjoy that kind of playstyle of just running around hotting and stuff. When we did try to like tone down their hots and try to incentivize them to use like Nourish and Healing Touch more, we got a lot of pushback there. And I think it's cool that some healers, you know, like a priest will chain cast Prayer of Healing or whatever and use circles healing and stuff. And the druid is more about like rolling hots on people. So there's a lot of different playstyles that you could choose. Whatever fits you, I guess.
And a quick follow-up, aside from the gameplay of using your Swiftman intelligently to make sure the efflorescence appears where you want it to, I think some of the healing playstyle that you describe is also on the shoulders of encounters and encounter design. That's something that we try to avoid, right? I mean, in most situations, it's not really just mindless AoE healing. There are some people who are taking more damage than others, who need more urgent healing than others, and so you're using a more diverse set of tools. Yes, in a world where the entire raid is literally taking a flat amount of damage on a regular basis, the right thing to do probably is just Rejuve and Wild Growth, but we try not to do that too much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, shake it out. Here we go. All right, you're on.
Hi, I'm Ariel from the Inconspicuous Bear. My question is about the 4-piece Tier 13 Feral bonus, specifically Bear. I know what you're trying to do and prevent cats from being able to get it as well as bears, but the problem is the restriction is, I would say, unfairly impacting on the bear's ability to provide utility to a raid. What are your thoughts on that?
So I work on designing most of the set bonuses, and the fundamental problem there is if that works for the cat spec druid, they will all be obligated to do that during the fight, and it would become a significant class balance issue. To the point where, if we didn't do something like that, we would just have to change the bonus completely. We can't have them being brought for that purpose. They're going to blow this cooldown for the whole raid. So we need to have some kind of safeguard in place to prevent that from becoming a problem. I think it's reasonable that you need to be 15 seconds in bear form before you can use it. And actually, it lasts long enough that you can literally swap to bear form, push the button, and people will start benefiting before because it lasts 20 seconds. I mean, you can actually get it in there. So
that's a clarification. Well, I just want to point out a couple things. One, it won't stop cats from doing it. And as for clarification on what you said regarding the bonus, if you pop Frenzied Regen before the 15-second window is over, when the 15-second window is over, it'll start kicking in?
Correct. So like if you pop it after you like 5 seconds in, you'll get part of the benefit of the set bonus.
Okay.
Once the 15 seconds wears off, it'll start working.
All right, fair enough. Cool, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Pyrio from Bone Chewer. Shout out to the Bads. My question is, are we getting new spells at like 86, 88, and 90? And if so, what are the mages?
So one of the things we've talked about, we're adding a lot of new spells just to fill out the talent trees. And at some point, we're going to bury players under so many new spells. We're trying to clean up the rotations. We don't want to add too many new things at the same time. One plan we've talked about is to introduce a new spell just at level 87, because then you turn around and get an exciting talent at level 90. Pretty sure we're not going to be able to come up with like 3 really cool, unique, fun spells that you must have along the way. And I can't tell you, you're asking about Mage. Yeah, we don't know yet what the Mage one would be.
I think a little bit of follow-up on that. In the past, we said we're going to have 5 new abilities or 3 new abilities for each class as they level up. And one of the consequences of that has been a lot of unnecessary abilities, adding unnecessary complexity to the classes. So feeling obligated we have to get X new abilities for every class, even if they don't need it, actually damages the design of the game. And right now we're finding ourselves cleaning up after some of that mess. So I think 1 new ability on the way up is probably the most you're going to see.
Well, and some classes, however, might get more than 1 new ability. It might just be at, level 60 or level 45. But to the extent that there are holes that are needed, that need to be filled in terms of what the class's capabilities are, we're going to fill them. But we're not going to just add new abilities just for the sake of doing so.
All right, good plan. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, I was wondering, can we get some tank glove for a legendary ever?
It's certainly something that we're looking at. Legendaries are one of those things where, like I mentioned earlier, the story and the kit has to fit with what the item is going to be. It's not something where we just say, oh, well, it's time for a tank legendary, or it's time for a caster. We're not thinking about it in those terms. We're very much thinking about it in terms of how it fits into the story, how it really draws you into the game. And tanks have been a long time. Thunder Fury was very, very long ago. And so if there is an opportunity, it's certainly something that we're looking at.
Okay.
I'd love to see an orange shield, too. I think that'd be awesome.
There you go. Oh, that's it. I've got to get back in line, but thank you.
Hey, this question is regarding the Arcane Mage Mastery. When it was created, it created the possibility for really deep gameplay regarding managing your resource, where other classes, oh, I have mana, I'm just going to spend it all because I can't get rid of all of it. But we were promised this toolkit to manage our mana, and all we got really was Arcane Blast and clearing your Arcane Blast stacks, because Mana Gem and Evocation just became something that when all your cooldowns came up, you just popped it, dumped all your mana, evocated it full, and then just stood there and did whatever until Evocate came back up. So are we gonna get anything else to help us not be 2-button wonders and make it deeper?
So one thing we've been looking at is we're not really happy with the role of Arcane Barrage right now, in that it doesn't really have a good place. And so we have some plans in mind to add a little bit more complexity to the Arcane design, make Arcane Barrage more meaningful and work better. But all the details will be coming out in the near future. But there are some significant plans to change around that. We considered putting it into patch 4.3, but decided it was better to wait to the expansion.
Yeah, it's the same deal with Arcane Missiles. I think it's less than ideal that in many cases you have this proc, you have a spell visual come up on your screen telling you something cool has procced, and the right thing to do is to ignore it most of the time. And you only push it like if you are trying to conserve mana. So we'd like to redesign things such that Arcane Missiles, Arcane Barrage, and Arcane Blast all have an equal and valid role as part of the Arcane rotation, which will add a lot of that complexity and nuance that I think you're looking for.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, this will be real quick. Can you allow Shadow Priests to have their Shadow Form Shroud removed while mounted? Only on the mounts.
Well, we have something slightly better than that. We have a new minor glyph of Shadow Form that is going to reduce the alpha on Shadow Form, so you can actually see your gear. You'll still be dark, but you'll actually see the textures on the items. And that's coming in 4.3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That guy said thanks.
Okay, DK Tier 13, question marks?
I've seen it. It's awesome, and you guys will see it soon.
Okay, so on a follow-up, what about like a 1 through like, you know, DKs existed kind of a thing? Everybody can go back and get their tier gear, but DKs can only go back so far.
That's a much harder one. It's something that we would like to do, obviously, but it's expensive. Art takes a long time to make. Making it to the standard that you expect, that you see on your gear right now, is something that is really hard to do. And so, going back and going to like the dungeons and such like that, I think that at least should tide you over until you get a bunch of new interesting stuff in 5.0.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like I should qualify too, because I've gotten beat up before by using the expensive word. For us, it's a matter of budget, and if we ask for certain armor sets, we won't be able to get other armor sets, or else we have to like delay a patch or an expansion just to get that. So it's not a matter of we don't like throwing money at problems when that's a good solution to those problems, but we're usually thinking about it in terms of when are we actually going to get this patch or expansion out, and you guys are often really impatient, and understandably so we have to make hard choices sometimes.
Thank
you.
Hey guys, I was wondering if you could put strength polearms in the game?
So strength polearms have been one of those things that haven't had a niche because they don't work very well with Titan's Grip. You can't use them. And so when we're dropping a strength weapon, we want to make sure that all of those strength classes can use it. That said, going forward, now that hunters are sort of falling out, it's something that we can look at on a case-by-case basis, and if we get a really cool piece of art that we want to make into a warrior and DK thing, we can do that.
Your panda poster art, he's dual-wielding polearms, so.
Well, the artists can do a lot of things that we can't.
Good answer.
Back in vanilla, you had the Hunter Epic quest line with Rockdalar. I was just wondering if you guys are going to bring that back at all.
So it's something that has actually come up internally. Relatively recently, one of our encounter designers was asking, would it be appropriate to go back and update it? So it's something that is actually something we're thinking about and looking at and considering. We want to make sure that if we do something like that, it actually lives up to the standards that you remember from level 60. And it's not just, we zapped the numbers up and now it's level 85. We want it to truly be up to that level of quality. And so that's why it hasn't yet. We're thinking about it. It might happen, it might not.
It's also worth noting that some of the more recent things that we've done for Dragon Wrath and for the 4.3 Rogue Daggers are very similar in terms of a personal, challenging solo experience. It's a trial that you have to overcome. And it's something that's accessible to players, even if you don't go all the way to the legendary step. Just getting the first step of the way there unlocks a lot of the cool solo gameplay, if that's the overall play style that you're looking for.
Thank you.
Hello. I've noticed that in the past, engineers have gotten to make some pretty cool stuff like wrist rockets and stuff. Well, by today's standards, those items are pretty much worthless pieces of junk. So I was wondering if we'll ever get to make some more powerful versions of those items, or maybe something else that's more fun to use, like, say, freeze ray, or some kind of mount that you can use underwater.
Yes, but one of the difficulties there is engineering devices are often as powerful as class abilities, and so the downside has to be, bad enough to make sure that everybody doesn't switch to engineering, since professions aren't permanent. But we've had a lot of discussions recently, and we are trying to put wackier stuff in, stronger stuff. And it's more going to be about maybe limiting where you can use it, and so we can just say, oh hey, it's not allowed in PvP or whatever, and so we can go crazy with it. But yeah, we have a pretty cool suite of stuff that we're looking at for engineering this time.
Thank you.
Hi guys, Douglas from Musera. What's up, LMPT? Got a question about hunters. You said you're eliminating the use for the melee weapons. Are we still going to be able to equip them for show for like our legendaries? And also, I have the Sulphurous Hand of Ragnaros and I can't equip it. Any way we can get some mace love?
There aren't any plans for that right now. It seems like a lot of work for something you couldn't equip. That said, the melee equip, we're probably not going to let you do that. So at least right now, we don't have plans to let you equip those things in the past. We might find a way to make a special exemption for stuff that you were actually intended to have, like Thunder Fury.
If it makes you feel better, the rogues that are walking around with the orange legendary bow won't be able to equip that either.
You know, that does make me feel better.
You got it. Thank you.
We do want to have like to change the hunter so that you can see the quiver on their back permanently at all times, and if you have a gun, potentially like an ammo pouch, and then be able to change the art assets on those to customize them. So it's something we've been talking about.
Hi, illustrious Grandmaster Engineer Chow, Storm Rage 2-time Realm. First, I got a question about engineering, kind of a follow-up to him. What happened? I mean, you make it so awesome, so exciting for that one patch, then it's kind of like you just forget about it, and every once in a while you put in that one weapon that I can't use because you're like, oh yeah, engineering's a profession also. But like the goggles, for instance, they are the trademark of engineering, and I was so excited to see those because you could use them for almost every class spec, and you had the cogwheels, but there's no upgrade for each tier. So do you plan on changing that or adding upgrades like that? And
go ahead and finish. Sorry.
And if your excuse is like all the fun, clever pets, I'd have to argue that archaeology is getting dangerously close to giving me more weapons and more fun pets than engineering.
Well, in answer to the question of what happened is probably so there was the reaction to engineering sucks, which was the explosion of awesomeness. And then there was the reaction to engineering is too good. And so it's been doing a bit of a pendulum swing there. Again, we really want to nail down our philosophy on that particular trade skill, which is, it could be his own class if we let it get away from us. And so, we are going to focus on that and make sure it offers a lot of really cool stuff. Sorry, I don't want to give away any examples right now because so many of them require complicated tech that may or may not happen. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of focus on it this time. So your concerns have been heard, and certainly if you guys have anything you really want to see, you should tell us. Get on the forums and make that giant post again. Can't believe I just said that.
I'm not sure how happy I am about that. Thank you.
All right, so first off, thank you very much for that priest talent that lets me swap my health percentage with one of my allies. I look forward to using that to kill my guildmaster many, many times.
Haven't already killed him with Leap of Faith?
What?
You haven't already killed him over and over with Leap of Faith?
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, now I have a new way to do it.
I don't think you'll be in your guild for long.
If he was going to kick me for it, he'd have done it by now. So for the actual question, how is monk healing going to work? Because when I was playing over there yesterday, you had chi, which is basically energy. Then you had light and dark power, which is basically holy power. And then looking at the character sheet, it's like intellect, this stat does nothing for you. Spirit, this stat does nothing for you. So is it going to be like I choose the healing spec and I get a mana bar and I start using intellect leather? Or would I heal with agility leather, or would it be like I use intellect leather, but I still have chi and dark and light power? How is that going to work?
It'll probably work where when you go into the healer stance, your key will change to mana, and you'll use mana for your healing spells, and your bar will change, similar to how like a druid does or a warrior. On the question of how will healing work, the two challenges we put for ourselves for the healer monk is let's try to make healing to where they can DPS, similar kind of like the Disc Priest with Atonement. And also, what if majority of their healing spells, they don't have to target anything? Because traditionally, with all healer specs, what you do is you have your grid or whatever, and you're clicking a dude and healing him or whatever. What if the monk was more kind of proximity, like I'm up near the dude and I heal him that way, and it's kind of like maybe it's like kind of like Holy Nova, but more single target and a lot stronger. And so the current pitch is that you're incredibly mobile as a healer, and you're in proximity of all the people you're healing, and yeah, you're just zipping around a raid, healing, and then you can also DPS the boss. And you also have this mechanic where you have these statues, and you can pre-place the statues around the raid, and anytime you DPS the boss, the statues emit healing near them. So there's gameplay of like, okay, I want to have my statue, you know, near all the melee or near the range and stuff like that. So we're definitely challenging ourselves to trying to deliver a different type of healer than what we've done before.
That sounds pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is about the level 90 shaman talents. You have a cooldown-based talent in the the elemental harmony, where you can put down 3 fire totems at once. That would be a huge DPS increase. The canceling of totems, that would be great for Resto, and
Elemental Harmony probably was not going to apply to fire totems. That was not something that was clarified in the tooltip, precisely for the reason that you indicate, because that's a huge DPS increase. I think the intent there is more to have the flexibility to be able to say, I'm going to have my Earthbind totem and my Tremor totem down at the same time. I'm going to drop Mana Tide while I have my new Healing Tide totem also down, as opposed to just, oh sweet, I can drop like Searing and Fire Elemental and Magma all the time, and that gives X% DPS increase, therefore it's the correct choice anytime an enhancement or elemental. And for the cooldown one, I think that functions essentially as described. I think one of the great frustrations for many shamans with the totem mechanic is either in PvP it gets killed, or in PvE in many situations you need to pick up your totem or replace it before you've gotten the full effect out of it. And this way you can get a bit of a refund on that cost that you've had to pay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks. Great hand.
Hi. So one of the things WoW doesn't have right now is a melee cloth class. And so when you announced yesterday that we were going to have a monk, I was super excited because we would have something new and unique. And I was wondering if there's any discussion about maybe making them a cloth class more true to the monk feel and flavor.
So one of the concerns there is we've had a long-standing problem of having to provide one type of itemization for a single character class, which is the Holy Paladin gear that has to drop, even though essentially we have to drop it more than their actual Holy Paladins to consume it in order to drop sufficiently. And if we were to introduce a cloth melee user who used agility or strength, we would have the same problem again, where we'd have to have a whole new item drop on all our drop tables that would make kind of bloat things out a little bit like they were in Burning Crusade, which we really didn't like, and probably you guys didn't really like. So we really want to keep within the existing archetypes of the different types of armor we have. We have, so leather had spirit and intellect on it, and that seemed like the better place to take them on, especially if you're going to have them tank, so we could have them use the agility leather that the druids do. It just fit a lot better with what the monk needed to have, without creating new armor types.
Thank you.
Hi there. With the announcement that everyone is going to be able to name their non-combat pets, is there any chance that our warlocks can name our demons? And Greg, I salute you, sir.
I think the idea with the warlocks, as distinct from the hunter, is that you don't really have a personal demon that's yours. You're just grabbing a demon for your own use from the Twisting Nether, putting it to work for you, and then disposing of it, sacrificing it, getting rid of it. There isn't the same sentimental attachment that hunters have with their pets, and so naming doesn't seem like it's quite as good a fit.
Something we did talk about potentially is sometimes you just get a name for your pet that you just don't like, or whatever. And what we did talk about, Ian's right that we just don't want you to just customize to name your your pet John or whatever. But we did talk about where you can go to like a warlock somewhere, and he'd kill your pet and then give you a new pet, and it'd reset the name of what your pet would be. So, and then you just pay gold for that or something. So, yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
Hi guys, thank you so much for 5.0. It looks great, and I'm probably going to get booed, but I know that removing the minimum range for hunters is a great key for us, but removing the melee means that we're going to lose a lot of stats. How are you planning to balance that within the class?
Everybody else loses the same stats in some way. So your current ranged weapon is in a range slot where it has these really gimpy, tiny stat budget, and it's like my ranged weapon has as much stats as your relic. Your ranged weapon is to become a two-handed weapon from the point of view of the item budget. So it's got as much stats on it as the warrior's two-handed sword has. And then everybody loses their range slot. So really, everyone's going to lose a little bit of stats, but you're not going to lose more stats than everybody else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Critter from Mal'Ganis for the Horde. Quick question. I have 2 retired tunes, one with jewel crafting, one with inscription. And I feel that, when I put the items on the auction house, they're either quickly outbid or some mass producer from an unnamed country is just gonna outpost me like crazy. So I'm asking, can you bring back the old, perfect cuts, the procs, the rare gems that I could put up so I, as a crafter, can feel like a crafter and people buy my goods based on the quality? Because right now I feel like they took my job.
Yeah, I think with the current mods out there, it's a very competitive market, and that's just the nature of an open market. When you talk about perfect gems, if we allowed perfects of blues, then nobody would use the blues. So it just kind of ups the ante on that. I don't know that there's an easy solution to making every crafter feel wanted, other than things like daily cooldowns or whatnot. Things that only you can have. Bind on pickup chaos orbs are another good way. Maybe we should do something like that for jewel crafters this time, so that you can say, hey, I spent X amount of time in the world doing something, and then so you can pay me for that time, and there's a limited quantity of it, so it's very valuable.
Perfect. Thank you. We've got time for about 1 or 2 more questions. On up.
How you doing, fellas? There's a lot to be said for consistency and longevity, and a lot of us play these games because we love to play with our friends, and you've been doing such a good job for so long that now we're getting to play these games with our kids, so thank you. What I wanted to ask is, I got to play the monk yesterday, and the play of it feels amazing. With the removal of auto attack, I think it makes everything feel really fluid. Can we expect to see this with other classes? And if so, hunters are going to be really confused.
I think removing auto attack on a monk, or the monk not having auto attack, was really actually controversial around the office too. And there's fans for it, and there's people who think we're eventually gonna cave and give auto attack back. So we're not even 100% sure the monk will do it. And I think removing auto attack on the other classes is really risky because they have they've been playing the class for X number of years, and removing auto attack will just feel like such a huge change. I don't know.
Do the crazy things on new stuff, not old stuff.
One of the downsides of the auto attack that people have found already, the monk lack of auto attack, is if you're about to, smack that monkey down or something and he only has 5 health left, you have to wait until you can hit a button again, whereas a warrior rogue would just kill it with their auto attack. So there are some downsides too.
Thank you.
And for everybody that applauded the druid nerf, haters.
No, and I didn't hear that. Smack the monkey. All right. That's it. I think that's it. Guys, thank you very much for your time. Everybody give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Great job.
We are going to be doing a follow-up Q&A on October 27th online. We'll be able to answer a lot more questions about 5.0 and the classes. Thanks.
Item. Well, right now we are going to jump on over to the main stage, and this is the World of Warcraft Dungeons and Raids panel. Corey Stockton on stage.
Something else to do in these dungeons. We've got so many awesome dungeons, and there's lots of different ways to play them. But some people are looking for a greater challenge in them. Maybe they want to try to do something different, and so we're just looking to give players an opportunity of a different thing to do. And it works great to do it within the dungeons because we have so much content there to come up with a new mode for players to play them in. Essentially, what a challenge mode is doing a dungeon on a timed run. So similar to the runs we used to have back in the day, where people could go in and do a timed run specifically on a Stratholme is a great example of the 45-minute Baron run, something like that. But we wanted to take that and just turn that into a whole entire mode where that's what the whole concept is. So you're going to be able to go into a dungeon, timer starts, and then see how quick you can finish it. And then we'll have specific times set up that would give you a bronze, silver, and a gold medal. And depending on how quick you can finish it, you can earn that medal. And that would work for all the dungeons across the board. We're liking to do as many as we can. We're going to obviously start with Pandaria, and then if there's dungeons that it would work, obviously Scholomance could be one that this could work with, or Scarlet Monastery. But we're going to start with the Pandaria dungeons. So it really gives people something they could do with their guildies, they could do it with friends, but we also want to have it work through the Dungeon Finder tool. So we're looking into just having an option to queue specifically for challenge mode, and you would only queue in with other people that want to do this mode. Another huge note about challenge mode is that we're using normalized gear. It's a huge deal here. So essentially everyone that's in here is going to have the exact same item level of their gear. So it really means that it's a skill-based exercise and not just based on how good your gear is. And it's really great because it means this content's going to last for so much longer because we can normalize that gear. So later on, you might have some raid gear and come back and try to do a dungeon and think you're going to blow it out of the water, but you're actually going to be on the exact same playing field as another guy who might just have, heroic gear rather than raid gear. Now, what we're talking about for the rewards for this is really, really awesome looking gear that you can use for transmog. Obviously, we're saying you're going to get Valor for doing this. Like, part of our philosophy is that people should be able to do whatever they want to advance their character. So, you'll be able to do challenge modes if you like that and still earn Valor. But we really love the idea of getting unique art for this that, you can show off. A big part of this is bragging rights and leaderboards. So, if you can only get that gear here, you can transmog your tier 14 shoulders into the gear that you got specifically out of challenge mode. Now, like I mentioned, leaderboards will be a huge part of this. The concept that you could take, your time and compare it against your BattleNet friends list, or you could take your time and compare it specifically against your guildies, and find out who got through which dungeon the fastest, what medals have you earned. There's a number of ways that you can compare to other people. You can look at their gear and know right away if they've been able to get the gold medal in this specific dungeon. So we've got a couple mock-ups of what the UI is going to look like for this. So on the left there, you can see the challenges screen, and you can see the gold, silvers, and bronze medals that a guy has gotten. You can see what his best time is in a dungeon. You can see who he ran it with. There's a lot of different things of information you can get out of this one screen. On the right side, that's a leaderboard. So you could imagine that being in the guild system where you have the drop down and you can pick to compare by achievement points or by different things, by your guild XP. There's going to be an option to compare by challenge mode. And then you can see, who's gone up in the leaderboard. That's what the little green arrow is. And you can see the gold medal or the silver medal that they earned for that specific run. This is a look at what would happen when you finish the dungeon. Same thing in the roster. If you click one specific guy, you could see, what has he done? What is his profile? Kind of just like looking at inspecting someone and finding out, what's the fastest time they've got? What dungeon are they the best at? And then maybe you guys could decide that you want to get together and run another dungeon the same way. This is just a mock-up of like, one of the big things about this is when you succeed really well, we really want you to feel awesome. So the guys mocked up something like this. Imagine you win, you get an awesome background sound, and you get this super cool screen telling you that you just did, you got the gold medal, you beat this dungeon as much as you can. Now take this group and maybe try to hit another dungeon and see if you can get that gold medal somewhere else. And next up, raids.
All right. So, raids in Mist of Pandaria. We're going to have 3 of them. We really liked how the Cataclysm raids on ship worked, where you had 2 raids of around 5 to 6 bosses and a third one with a couple bosses. It really, we got multiple end bosses out of that. We got, multiple times during a week, you would get that really nice, exhilarating feeling of, yeah, I beat this entire raid. So we really like that, and we're going to go with that kind of philosophy again. The raids are going to feature predominantly 2 of our new enemy races, the Mogu and the Mantid. And we have some screenshots of what they're going to look like. Oh, in a little bit. And also, all of these raids are going to have Raid Finder, Normal, and Heroic difficulties. We'll talk about Raid Finder a little bit more in depth. The Raid Finder is the new difficulty that we're adding in 4.3 for Dragon Soul. It will be in every single raid in Mist of Pandaria as well. So here's one of the Mantid. This is an early look at what they might look like. And again, there will be different types of Mantid. We're talking about Mantids with wings, much larger Mantid that would act as tanks. And then we have a look at the Mogu. These really huge, beefy guys, but also very mystical. They're a very magical race. So the first raid we're going to look at here would be Mogushan Palace. It's located at the top Kunlai Summits, which is in the center of Pandaria, and it's our 6th boss raid. And inside that, you'll actually go in and explore the hidden secrets of the ancient Mogu Empire. Mogushan Palace has actually been locked away. Most of its secrets, even the Pandarians, don't go into this place. It's all been locked away. The Mogu have. The Mogu Empire was actually before the Pandarian Empire. It's very ancient, lots of old secrets. You'll go in there and discover all of them. So here we'll show you a layout that's actually already changed. We're iterating all the time, folks. So you can see this is actually a boss. This is a layout that actually has 5 bosses. You would start on the right, head over to the left, go down. And while we don't have like a really cool video to show because it's still in production, we do have some awesome concepts to show off for you. This is one of the rooms where you'll go along. This is actually, we'll have a boss probably in front of this right here. This is this crazy library where these huge scrolls are along the wall, with ancient Mogu scripts. You can see over in the far bottom right corner, you can actually see like the scale of, what you would look like. So this place is huge. I have this another like beautiful concept of, this entryway, this grand entrance into the temple. And it's just gorgeous. We're really looking forward to spawning, making creatures for this, really giving you guys a lot of fun with the raids. So Raid Finder.
So what is Raid Finder? We've talked a lot about Raid Finder for patch 4.3, but we thought we'd give you guys a little bit more details since we're here talking specifically on dungeons and raids. Essentially, the concept came up from what we did with Dungeon Finder and being able to see how successful that's been with getting a lot more players into the dungeon content that we build. What we've found with raids, though, is that we aren't seeing as wide of an audience as we would like in our raid content. We spend a lot of time on the raid content, and it's also just got some of our coolest fights, some of our best creatures, and we really feel like everyone should have a chance to see that content. It's one of the main reasons we decided to get it in with patch 4.3 instead of waiting until Mist of Pandaria, because being able to fight Deathwing in the Dragon Soul raid, we just thought, what better place to put it in so that as many people as possible could get a chance to experience that fight and be able to finally put down Deathwing for good. Now, what we're doing with it specifically is a lower difficulty level than normal difficulty. And that doesn't mean that we're just going to go in and tune the hit points down a little bit, and we're going to go in and tune their damage down, 20 or 30%. Instead, we're actually going to go in and look at the mechanics, see how complicated they feel, talk about could a group of 25 people that haven't played together before be able to figure this out and actually build something that works for them? If we took the shortcut route about just, literally just changing numbers, that's still not going to tune down the complexity of the fight. Yes, it might make it easier, but then you're not going to know why you beat it. You're not going to actually pick up on those mechanics. So we're actually going to go in and make sure that these fights feel right for this difficulty level. Like I mentioned, this is going to be in patch 4.3 with Dragon Soul, but in 5.0, Mists of Pandaria, it's actually going to be for every single dungeon on launch. So it's really going to be cool because starting out early on in the expansion, so many people are going to have more access to more content. You're not necessarily going to be done when you finish, heroic dungeons and maybe you've done challenge modes and now you feel like you're ready, but you don't necessarily have a group to raid with. Being able to use Raid Finder is a way to get in really quickly. Now, on the opposite side for Raid Finder, we've also made sure that the loot and the rewards that you get from it feel appropriate to that level of player that's doing it. So for instance, you're not going to be able to get vanity items out of the normal Raid Finder, things like mounts that would drop off the final boss. We keep those in normal or heroic. Things like achievements for specific bosses are going to end up staying in the normal and heroic. We will have an achievement that says you've done Raid Finder, but that would probably be it. And then all the rest of our achievements would end up staying in the normal and heroic modes. So that, there's a lot of people that play those modes and they take a lot of pride in the fact that they can finish that content. And we think that's awesome. We want that to still exist. But we also want to be able to open that content up to more people, and that's where Raid Finder slots in. So we've got a couple mock-ups of how this would look. We've been talking a lot about how to get people more motivated to do raids. So we thought, along with Valor Points, a side of fries would be sweet.
So tasty.
So this is just, it's going to look very much like Dungeon Finder that you see now. You're going to be able to open it up, pick your role, and queue up for it. And one really important point about Raid Finder is that it works for 25-player raids, not for 10-player. And we did that specifically because it's going to be so much better queue times if we do 25, because we can fill it with 17 DPS versus in a 10-man where we use a much smaller number, and the queue times would just be way bigger. So 25-player raids end up working much better for Raid Finder than 10-player. And now Scott's going to hit on some of the goals we have for the expansion as a whole.
Okay. So one of the things we're really trying to do with Mists of Pandaria this time is keep the experiences short and focused. A few of the dungeons in Cataclysm actually got away from us. Hall's Origination had 7 bosses. That takes a while to get through. Dead Mines had 6 bosses. That took a long time to get through. We actually had to go back in and hotfix some of the trash out to try to keep it a bit more focused. Because again, we want you to be able to not just like make it so where at the end, for a night you're like, oh, I'll do a dungeon. These things should be short enough so you actually like want to do a couple dungeons, or a dungeon plus some dailies, a dungeon plus some pet battles, a dungeon plus some battlegrounds. Trying to keep these short and focused will give you more opportunity to do more things inside our game, and we think that's very, very important. Another one that we'll talk about together is need to make the encounters understandable so we don't set up groups to fail. We released Dungeon Journal. One of the main reasons for that was trying to make it so where you get into a group, you roll along, you like get into a boss fight, all of a sudden you're all dead, and you're like, what just happened? And then the healer gets blamed, and then afterwards you're like, oh, I guess I can look in Dungeon Journal and see what's happening there. The Dungeon Journal is great for that, but what we really need to do as designers is make sure is that visually you understand what's going on, that we telegraph these abilities so you aren't, out of the blue hit by something really deadly. It's something we're really going to try to focus on, making all of the encounters super understandable. Because I just mentioned like how bad it was if you don't understand like why you all died or why you all failed. It's almost just as bad if you go into an encounter, go in, everyone goes, all right, we just got this, and you go in, you fight, and you win, you're like, well, what just happened? I don't know, but we won. Okay, that's pretty bad too, because that means you didn't actually like understand what the game mechanics were. There wasn't any enough gameplay there. We put in abilities that, hey, if there's this big damage spike for a tank, use your shield wall type ability. Things like that. If you can just ignore those kinds of things, then, and if you don't understand them, that makes for not as much fun. And that's what we're really trying to hit for, is upping the fun quotient of the dungeons. Another thing we're really like talking about is flexing our creative kung fu. This expansion is awesome for us. we've been over the last few expansions, we've had these really heavy dark themes when you think about it. Like, you've gone up to Northrend, to stop the Scourge and the Lich King. The Cataclysm just happened, and now you're killing Deathwing in 4.3. Here in Mist of Pandaria, I mean, you saw one of the dungeons earlier, you're trying to make sure the beer doesn't stop. This is amazing. It's a little bit more lighthearted, it's a little bit more friendly, and also it allows us to, like, there's all these cultures and things. We're all like super geeks, kung fu movies, Asian culture, anime, all these things that, all of a sudden it's like, we can dragon punch people and WoW? Awesome.
We can.
So you'll get dragon punched and all other kinds of like crazy moves, flying guillotines, I'm sure, all kinds of new stuff. It's really exciting us as designers to work on this. And I think you'll really see when you guys finally get your hands on this, all that, tender loving care. And another like interesting thing, so the 3 dungeons you've seen before, something that's actually really cool about them that we're doing with these is they're actually in the world at a 1-to-1 scale. A lot of our dungeons are actually just holes in the wall, and then behind that hole, like, time and space sort of changes, and if you actually walk the same distance inside the dungeon that you walked outside, you go through a mountain or something. These places are all actually in the world, which opens up a ton of really cool things. Our quest designers are super excited about being able to send you into these dungeons. And you can see here, like, this is the J Temple. Again, that's actually in the world. It's gorgeous. We're giving you a chance to see it. Like Corey was talking about, the indoor-outdoor dungeons really feel amazing. Again, going to that more lighthearted feel. Like, if you can see the sun, that's amazing. Some of our dungeons before have been very dark, very heavy themes, while so many of these are, just gorgeous. So now, thanks for listening. Of course, we would not be here without all of you. And now it's our time to listen to you guys. So we'll go to the Q&A.
Time for Q&A.
There's a line happening somewhere there.
I think it's here. There it is.
Hi.
Hey, guys.
Hello.
Okay, so we don't have anybody here to help us. So you guys, we're going to take a line right here. Jesse, who's got his hand up here, is going to beginning of the line. We're taking questions about dungeons and raids. So if we have somebody already, come on up. Are you ready? Let's go.
Let's do this.
We almost have a whole half hour.
Who do we got? Come on up. Come on up, stand right here.
The challenge modes, you said gear would scale with when you're in there. Does it scale up as well as down?
Currently, we're planning for it to scale down. Although we have talked about possibly, instead of doing that, we could also just scale all of the monsters' power up. So instead of, because we've been worried that maybe just scaling the gear down might make people feel less powerful because it's going down. So an alternative to that would be just scaling all the monsters up and then having the gear level be higher. So there's still a little bit of give and take on that.
No problem. Next one. Who's got one? There you go. Step up. There we go. This guy's ready.
Regarding the Dungeon Finder and Raid Finder,
right?
Are we going to be able to enter a random queue for possibly like Burning Crusade raids and Wrath of the Lich King and stuff like that?
Currently,
we've talked about it a little bit. One of the things we're concerned about is there actually going to be enough people to fill that queue? How many people, if a lot of people, when they go back into those old raids, it's specifically because they're looking for transmog gear now. They're trying to get achievements with their friends, for their guilds or whatever. So we're not sure if necessarily random raid or Raid Finder is a fit for those kinds of cases. We'll see, Raid Finder, certainly, once we really, debut it in 4.3, see how it works, improve it for 5.0, in the future, we certainly could do that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not off the table. It's just a question of would we have enough people in the queue to make it work.
Thank you. All right, come on up.
Hey. You were talking about how the dungeons are now visible in the outside world, but
as far as I remember, in Burning Crusade, there were a lot of examples where they were. Why did you decide to actually forget about it in this expansion, but actually going back to it? What made you forget?
Over time, we've had dungeons that have existed in the outdoor world before. You could imagine players that went to Scarlet Monastery had always seen it in the world. It's just one of those things that we didn't focus on all the time. And there's a secondary thing to it that you're not really going to see until you're actually playing. But for example, the Storm Stout Brewery, since it exists in the outdoor world, the quest guys have actually quested up all the area around it, but they're also using the dungeon itself for quests on the inside. So there's actually some quests where you can actually go inside the dungeon and have to fight, see some of the bosses that you're going to fight in the dungeon, but you interact with them on a quest basis solo. So it's really opened up a lot of new gameplay opportunities for the quest guys, as well as just the fact that it really has a sense of place in the world.
Yeah, and there have been a few that have been like that. You know, Zul'Farrak was one like that. But when you actually see the scale of these inside the game, it's really super impressive. They really make the zones come alive. Seeing this, really huge focal point for.
Historically, we've had to scale them to be smaller. So here they're at a 1-to-1 scale, so they actually have an awesome impact on the zones.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Come on up.
Hi. Given the increased focus on doing multiple things, are we going to be able to do quests in a raid group?
That's a great question. I mean, really, there's not a lot of reasons why we don't allow that other than the fact that we don't want a large number of people able to beat certain quest mechanics. But now with the advent of scenarios and the fact that our group quests might end up moving towards scenarios, it might not be as much of an issue.
I think we might be pulling that for 4.3.
Yeah.
I'll have to check. We talked about that recently.
Yeah, it's definitely been talked about.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right, come on up. Say Blues Brother.
That's right. I have a question about the kick process. Usually in some groups, you try to kick somebody for being stupid, and it says a 3-hour wait period, when most 5-mans are 10 and 20 minutes long, or maybe an hour long.
We have an internal algorithm, I guess you could call it, that works for our kicking, and it actually keeps track of the number of times you've kicked someone, how long, how many times that person has been kicked, and it actually modifies that number dynamically based on kind of the history of your kicking. So we can kind of know, are you excessively kicking people for no reason, or are you the kind of person that, you come across someone occasionally and then they'll get kicked right away. But that's essentially what you're seeing, is that algorithm working, trying to help the fact that, someone doesn't get kicked that doesn't necessarily deserve it. That's essentially, we're just trying to have that system feel as best as we can. Because we want to allow people to kick, but we don't want people to be kicked for no reason.
Yeah, we want people to be kicked.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, we want people to be kicked for the right reason and not for the lulls.
All right, come on up.
At the Cataclysm Lost, you talked about having the 3 raids as well, and like 13 bosses in the tier, and you're talking about doing that for Missa Pandaria as well. Yeah. But then in the later patches of Cataclysm, like 4.2 and 4.3, you're down to 7 and 8 bosses respectively. Is that just the nature of patches, or do you plan on having bigger tiers in the patches of Pandaria as well?
We haven't actually figured out, we haven't finalized what the tier plan will be for all the launch raids. For example, we don't know if we're going to have 2 tiers and split those up, or if they're actually going to be combined into 1 tier. A lot of that comes into how we're going to actually, get loot to the players. A lot of what we're talking about here today is that there's so many other ways to get loot, so we have to make sure that the loot we give out in the raids matches up with all the other ways that we're allowing you to get items in the game. So a lot of that's just, we still haven't figured it out.
Thank you.
In Cataclysm, there is a very steep jump in difficulty between level 85 normals and 85 heroics, which was great, but the side effect of that was that at the 85 normals, there was only the 2-3 that you end up running over and over and over again, and it was quickly tiresome. How are you going to handle that for Pandarian? Will there be more level 90 normals, or the sort of same 2-3 then jump to the heroics?
We're currently not planning to have level 90 normal dungeons at all in Missa Pandaria. We're planning to have the level up dungeons, and then heroics, and then challenge modes is the way you would see that flowing as far as like if your progression of content. Because of challenge modes, the normal and our heroics would be at a little bit of a lower difficulty level than what you saw in Cataclysm, because people that are looking for that extra level of difficulty could do the challenge modes.
Yeah, it's as you noted, like there wasn't really enough content to support a full tier with level 85 normals. And looking at Mist of Pandaria, we didn't feel like there was, we'd rather like spend our time working on the heroics, making that tier like super awesome, making the level ups really amazing, and just, we couldn't really make that one super awesome, so we just decided to cut it.
They're in this weird middle ground, so it's hard to make them feel as awesome as a heroic or a level up.
Right side of the road, okay. Left side of the road, okay. In the middle, squish like crave. That's what happened with those normals.
Thank you. All right, come on.
Hi, my question's about hard mode toggling. Ulduar was the first hard mode. You guys said that was cool, but you had to go to the internet to figure out how to push a button and make Memoron mad. You went to on-off toggle. Last year you guys said you didn't like it, to go to the internet, but now the dungeon drills in. Can we go back to maybe having Sartharian bring drakes, or leaving the trees up in Freya's room activate additional abilities? That was kind of more fun than turn on hard mode, have more health, do more damage.
That's something, those were, like you said, those were really fun. The idea that you could sort of like choose, effectively multiple difficulties for the fight, I think was pretty compelling. But as you noted, in the end, it was very difficult to come up with that kind of mechanic for every single boss. Like, it worked out great with Freya because she had, the sub-bosses with her. It worked out great with, the Iron Council because there was 3 of them, and which order it made sense, which order you did it in. But then you had bosses, and Mimiron was awesome. Like, if we could do another boss where a big red button made him angry, I'm totally down for that. Big red buttons, total win in my book. But there was others, the Frost one where it was very hidden. It was like, did you do it in time? Okay. And that's really all there was to it. So we really like, we can make these more consistent with with a toggle, with a normal heroic toggle. It makes it more understandable to the players. There's a lot of weirdness that went on where it's like, oh, we're going to try for normal, but they're like, oh, we kind of screwed up, so let's like stop this, we're not. So it's much clearer, and that's what I think, when we're talking about the goals, making things understandable is a very important thing for all players.
Thank you.
My question is about the legendary items. Right now, you guys currently randomly choose the legendary to a class that hasn't gotten one for a while. But why can't you make a universal legendary quest chain that guilds can give the item to the most dedicated raider that deserves it at the time? So one guild may give it to their healer, another guild may give it to their tank or melee DPS, but they all have different abilities.
We could do something like that, but I think you lose the luster of the fact that anyone could get it at that point. What we like about what we have now is you build a lot of build-up around that one legendary. Like, rogues are about to get the next legendary now. And they've been waiting a long time to get their legendary, right? And we can design, what's really cool about it is the quest line to get it has all this specific rogue gameplay. You're sneaking around, you're pickpocketing, you're using rogue abilities all over the place specifically for it. So I think for us, it really feels like making sure that it's for one specific type of gameplay, like a class, makes it really feel right. And so that's what we did here. I mean, we could definitely open it up, but I think it would lose some of that luster, some of that exclusivity.
Yeah, you want unique and awesome or generic and mushy? We go with unique and awesome.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
It's a cool idea, though.
The 1025 lockout has been frustrating for me because it's basically made my alt spec a dead spec for current tier. I know the raid finder is going to help and give me something to do, so if I have a main spec of a tank, my alt spec is healer, I can't do the same current content as a healer. The raid finder, can we join that as a group with our guild, and is the content going to be satisfying enough?
You can definitely join as a group in raid finder. And I believe we have no lockout on.
Yeah,
We have
but
no lockout on Raid Finder.
there's no lockout, but you can only get loot once a week per boss, so it's a little bit different. But you can totally like do your normal mode or heroic mode raid, and with the same character go into Raid Finder and get loot from there and have a fun time. As far as like will it be satisfying for you, we're trying to make all of the encounters super fun, regardless of which difficulty you're playing it at. So I think there'll be something regardless of what difficulty you.
And just the general concept of 1025 and having the lockout be unified is something we always talk about. I mean, when we made that change originally. And so we've still got a ways to go, but we're always trying to figure out what's going to work best for the players at this time. So that's not completely out of the picture.
So it might go back.
You never know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right up, right there.
Hi, I was wondering about just like for Cataclysm, there was like 3 raids that came in like straight from the expansion, and right after that we had Firelands, and it was only like 7 bosses compared to the 12 we had before, or 13 if you want to do heroic. But so I was just wondering, like, have you guys thought about maybe like some way to make it seem like this, so it's not overwhelming in like the initial part of it with 3 raid dungeons and then just 7 bosses in there? That seems a little like you're too focused on one raid for a long period of time, and one, it's like 2 sides of a spectrum. Is there going to be like a middle in the next expansion or something?
Right now, we're talking about having, 6, 5, and 5, I think?
6, 5, and 2?
Yeah, 6, 5, and 2. So something pretty similar, like 14 bosses on launch in the same way. But we're still not sure how many of the world raid bosses we want to do that are going to be in the exterior world. So we're going to have raid bosses like that as well. But definitely we want that to not feel like it's such a big jump, all the time, where maybe one time you get 7, then you get 13, then you get 5. Essentially, the number of bosses comes down to we need to have enough bosses to distribute loot correctly. There's kind of a minimum number we have to make sure that we can spread the loot around. But other than that, I mean, it just comes down to the time of us being able to get a patch out with the number of bosses that we think feels right for that zone.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, hi, I would like to ask a question about the classic dungeons to see if there was ever going to be another one, kind of like heroic stockades, like Hogger. Yeah.
You never know. It might be like in the future, like via patch, we might do more classics like we did Suleiman and Zulgarub in patches. They're a lot of fun to do for us. I mean, they're really well received by the community.
We love doing those.
Right. Everyone loves Hogger. I mean, so, we'll see.
I mean, a cool fact, actually, originally, Dead Mines and Shadowfang Keep were supposed to be for patch 4.1. They weren't even originally in launch. And all of us on the dev team thought it was so awesome.
Yeah.
We were just like, no, we've got to get these in for launch because they're just too cool. So I think it just, that's the kind of thing whenever we have time, if we can get one in and it feels like it's going to fit, it's something we want to do.
Thank you.
Hello. So when you guys announced 4.3, you announced that there was only going to be 7 bosses, but that you were going to focus a lot more on making sure that the bosses felt more epic and more, that you put more work into them.
Right.
And I know this is just my opinion, but I didn't really feel like the bosses were anything special. And so when it came down to it, Firelands really only felt like half a raid. And then with the, 4.3 is already on the test realms, it felt like you guys kind of felt like we need to push this next patch out right away, so let's nerf all these bosses so guilds can get through it and we can push out the next patch. And I didn't really like that, so I was just wondering, is this something we can expect to see in the next, raid tiering in Mists of Pandaria?
That's certainly not the reason why those bosses were nerfed at all. It doesn't have anything to do with timeline. It has everything to do with we want as many people as possible to experience that content. So we were looking at the number of people that were getting kills on the raid bosses, and it was extremely small. And for all the work that everyone puts into something like that, that's why we did the hot fixes right away instead of waiting, because we want to get that content to as many people as possible. And that's definitely why you saw that. So really the issue there is us probably over-tuning those bosses to begin with, and that might come off a different way, but it's certainly not about us trying to rush and get to the next content and making sure guilds are ready.
Yeah, and the 4-3 raids, the Death of Wing stuff, extremely epic. It'll be you guys haven't seen the Corrupted Deathwing fight on PTR yet, but when you guys do, you'll be blown away.
Thank you. That's what. Oh,
Thank you for making a fantastic game.
Thanks.
Thanks.
all right. Come on up.
For competitive raiders, have you thought about separating the difference between 10 and 25? Since there's a difficulty difference in the way that it's set up for server first achievements.
We've discussed it.
Yeah.
That's certainly something. There are some differences between 10 and 25, like difficulties on heroic. It depends on, for some raids, the 10s were harder. Like some of the initial, Cataclysm raids. Some of those 10 heroics were really, really hard. And vice versa. In Firelands, the 25 ones ended up being harder. It's hard for us to. It's difficult to actually keep those perfectly balanced. There's usually one that's like a little bit easier than others. So that's something we've talked about, and can't make any promises, but we'll see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, so you were talking how challenge modes can be done for dungeons. Are they also going to be for raids? And also, are they all going to be unlocked immediately? Or is it going to be like you have to do 10 to unlock the next tier and then 15 to do the next tier, things like that?
There's a chance we could do them for raids. We want to start with dungeons and see how they work out and see if they're popular and get a chance to tune them and have them feel right. Raids aren't out of the picture. As far as the unlocking, there's one thing we didn't really mention, but we've been talking about, like, once you get, like, say you get the gold medal, right? After that, we've talked about then actually the item level of your gear could get nerfed by, like, say 5%. And then you could have a chance to run it again, almost like a prestige mode kind of thing, right? And if you beat that, then we could drop your gear by 10% and then 15%. So not only would there just be those 3 levels, you could kind of keep going depending on your skill level. That's another way that we could possibly unlock so you could do more. We just kind of haven't finalized that yet, to be honest.
Thank you.
I feel like one of the strengths of being able to have 2 raids on a single tier usually comes with giving the raiders a choice as to how they will progress through content.
Right.
Like they can choose, we want to focus on this string of bosses to get to the end at the beginning of this week, or we can focus on this string of bosses to get to the end this week. Whereas a single raid can seem to burden you towards getting to the end at times. Have you considered maybe having a single raid where if you have progressed through you have progressed through 2 sides of the dungeon, like with heroics, you have defeated both of these 2 bosses. Later on, you can simply progress through one side to get to the end boss and maybe have a little more time to work on him without having to slug through as many bosses week after week.
We're actually talking about that, and it came up because something we haven't really talked about with looking for raid is, so for Dragon Soul's 8 bosses, but the way looking for raid works is you don't choose all of Dragon Soul, because doing 8 bosses in one night, and looking for raid, that's a very long time commitment. So
big commitment.
It's a huge commitment. So it actually breaks it up. It does actually break it up into two halves. There's the first 4 bosses, and if you beat the last boss of those 4, you get the big battle reward. And same thing, after you've beaten those, you can choose the second half, and then it breaks up. And again, trying to keep the content to smaller chunks. So along with that, potentially, if we're going to end up building in those doors, those back doors, Karazhan had the back door that was halfway up, and that's something I think we're starting to think more about the logistics of getting raids through, and that's something that might happen in the future.
That's it. I got to keep moving. I can't.
My infection. I'd like to give a shout out to my friend Preston Wolf, my fellow tank. He couldn't be here because he had to get eye surgery. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, you guys. We got about 5 minutes, so just enough time for a couple more questions.
At last year's BlizzCon and all throughout Cataclysm, you hinted and showed a bunch of artwork for Abyssal Maw Raid, but never released it. Do you have any plans, and what happened to that?
We don't have any plans to release Abyssal Maw Raid at this point. What Abyssal Maw was it was a raid we were talking about doing for Cataclysm that was going to fit into into Vashir, and it ended up, I mean, it turned out that the storyline that we were telling within that raid and the boss that we were going to use didn't fit with where we were going for the patch cycle. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with it or we were trying to not do it on purpose. It just ended up not fitting. We ended up having better ideas for some other stuff we wanted to do. So we actually lost all that. The concept art is about as far as we had gotten on it was concept, which we showed at Blizzcon last year. You know, all that was just basically throwaway work at that point. But from a story perspective, we've kind of moved on from Cataclysm, so I don't think we're going to go back to it. But that's, I mean, that's what happened. We just ended up not using it because we had something better.
Thank you.
All right, for your new dungeon challenges, you're going to be reducing people's item level to a certain level. I wanted to know how you were going to handle the secondary stats like hit and expertise, since those also get lowered, and people just take those to the caps and then they stop. So the lower geared people are still going to be at their caps, whereas the higher geared people, they're just going to get that flat chopped off the top, and will actually suffer the DPS loss from that.
That's a good point, and that's something we'll certainly have to work out. There's a lot of other like little details like that, like how do we handle trinkets.
We have top men working on a solution for that.
Very much so. We have faith in these top men.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
In other words, don't worry. Okay, real quick, one more, guys.
Hi, what's going on? I was just wondering how in Oldar and Heroic Lich King, like when you did Zero Light and you did Heroic Lich King, you would get Invincible and you would get the no-head mount. It was 100% on hard mode. But in Firelands, you guys made normal mode people get the Firehawk mount, and it made people like who got Firelord. It was just kind of like a bummer that you can see like these noobs or whatever riding around on mounts that you get to kind of work for to get it, you know? Like do you plan on like continuing doing that, or do you want to just give these awesome mounts to people who don't deserve it?
Oh. I think. Goodness. Now, on Heroic, you did get them every single time you killed him, and on Normal, I don't think that was the case. So, you were rewarded more, like, but, as far as actual, like...
And it's a different color.
Oh, it's a different color. Yeah, so...
That's part of the reason with Raid Finder that we're going to be separating out so that the mounts like that are only going to come from Normal and Heroic and aren't going to come from Raid Finder, because Raid Finder is kind of what we're looking at as an intro to raiding for most people. That's why, like we were talking about earlier, all those prestige items are going to stay in Normal and Heroic modes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That's it for Q&A.
Thanks,
guys.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft Art Panel. Please join us in welcoming to the stage members of the World of Warcraft art team.
Hello, everybody. Hello? Welcome to the World of Warcraft Art Panel. My name is Rob Foote, and I'm the senior art producer on World of Warcraft. I'd like to take a minute to thank all of you for coming, especially early in the morning. It's especially impressive considering how many of you I watched close out the Hilton Bar last night. So, let me give you a synopsis of what you're going to see on this panel. We've got a lot of great things to show you, and what you're going to see is the work of over 40 of the artists on the World of Warcraft art team. They've been hard at work working on our new expansion. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's the Mists of Pandaria. So, the Pandaren are something we've really wanted to do for a long time now, and we're really proud that we've been able to actually dedicate an entire expansion to the Pandaren and to their lands. We've also been in production for a long time, so this art panel, we've got a lot of content to show you. Now, to introduce you to the rest of the art team, I'm going to hand it over to the art director and my friend, Chris Robinson.
Thank you, sir, and friend.
Enemy.
Ouch. So we literally created a massive amount of content for this expansion. And there's way too much to show you. We'd be here all week if we wanted to go through everything we've done. So it's been very difficult to pare down, We think we came up with a pretty cool show for you guys. But before we get rolling with that, I just wanted to take a minute to introduce you to these people. So first and foremost, you know Rob Foote. I have some pictures here. If I can get this thing to work. There we go. There's Rob Foote, production mastermind of the universe. You know me, Chris Robinson, art director, and apparently I'm also a crazed homeless person if you look at this picture. Mark Gibbons, who you may not recognize because he actually took his makeup. This is what he looks like.
I can do the face.
There you go. So we require that he wear this makeup at work because we can't communicate with him if he looks like he currently does. But he wanted to show you all his beautiful face. So Thomas Blue. Thomas Blue is our character art manager and our lead technical artist. He's also a millionaire in WoW, so whenever I need a loan, he's the guy I go to. Gary Plattner, lead environment artist, part-time pirate. And actually, this is pretty cool this year. We actually have a programmer up, which when I created the graphic, I put some binary code behind him so that you could tell that he's a programmer.
He lives in the Matrix.
And he was going to wear a T-shirt that said "not an artist" specifically, but I thought the code was sufficient. So, cool, collected, German. Wendy Vetter, lead dungeon artist, also known as Darth Vetter, purveyor of finer things, which you gentlemen should be aware of. And last but not least, the most serious member of our art management team is Eric Browning, who also appears to be from the future. So that's about it for introductions. I'm going to hand it over to Mark Gibbons.
And me.
Talk a little bit about concept art. Thank you.
All right. Ooh, here we go. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the introduction.
You're welcome.
World of Warcraft concept artist. It's not to say I'm the only artist on the WoW team that does concept art. We have an amazing selection of guys and girls who are great sketch artists as well as being 3D modelers, texture artists, and so on. What it really means is I'm the only guy whose skill set is so narrow I can't do anything else. But our player community has some other names for me. Crayon wielding monkey, I was called just the other week. Wildly inaccurate, as you can see if you look at the magnificent illustration there. I'm a pencil wielding monkey. It's also been suggested that I be rendered down into soap. I like that one. They weren't specific about a fragrance. I'm thinking rum and eraser, possibly. So you might be asking, well, what is it, Mark, that you do on a daily basis that would provoke such a passionate response from a certain section of our community? Well, it's this. Yeah. You're applauding. Since Tier 10, I've been responsible for the design of all the raid sets. So what I thought I'd do today is start by talking a little bit about the process, the design process that I go through to create these sets. It all starts with a brief from design. It'll usually just be the title of the set and maybe a couple of lines of explanation if there's a particular theme or materials that they want to see in the armor. And then I'm left to my own devices. And I approach it as I would any other assignment. I look for sort of cool visual hooks, ideas to hang the design off, and a little bit of a backstory. I mean, for my benefit, if nobody else's. But what I realized as the tiers started to appear, and as I got to hear what the public thought of them, I realized that players care more about the way that their character looks than anything else in the game. And if you give them a set of armor, you ask them to wear something that they're disappointed in, they will tell you about it loudly and at length. So I realized that although there's a lot of humor, there's a lot of whimsy in WoW, and I think players embrace that. They really don't like it if you're lighthearted with their characters, unless they're gnomes, because the gnomes embrace the silly. Right. So here's a small selection of sets from tiers 10 and 11 that proved pretty popular. And one of the things that I find myself doing when the ideas come through from design is there's sometimes a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of wrestling over the ideas to try and to make sure that hopefully what I'm doing is cool and it's going to be something that players like. And the Shaman set in the middle there, the Frost, which is Garb, is a good example of me turning around to design and saying, can we do something else? Because the original brief was, the title came through and it was Vestments of the Five Elements. And my reaction was, bollocks. 5 elements, so it's earth, air, fire, water, and...
love.
Love, says Eric. Bless him. You romantic old bugger. Could be love, could be bubblegum. Either way, you weren't going to be able to create hang a solid, cohesive design if you had to cover that kind of range of stuff. So I went back to design and said, can we try again? And to their credit, they said yes. And they said, well, what about a Vrykul themed set? Because this was in Northrend. And I had a design for a Vrykul boss that never made it into the game. He had a huge shovel-tusk skull underneath his cowl. So I showed that to design again. Said, yeah, we can do with that. We can build a set around that. And that's what we ended up with. And I think it's a mark of the set's success that, when I said it last year, somebody had built that costume. And I think if somebody's going to go to the time and effort, gluing all that cardboard together, sticking all that plastic, and wear it for 2 days, I probably did a good job. Thank you. The other thing I try and do is up the epic every time when the opportunity presents itself. And that can be tricky. That can be quite a balancing act because the bigger and the more elaborate the armor gets, the more potentially unwieldy, and you run the risk of doing something a little bit ludicrous. But at the same time, I think it's important that we try and push the envelope when the opportunity presents itself. When you get a design through, or design come through and give you a brief for something, you think, oh, I think we could do something that's a little bit outside the box here. It can polarize opinion. You can sometimes get people who you love it or hate it. Personally, I think that's preferable to just, it's all right, it's okay, I don't mind, I'll wear it for 6 months. I would rather have people love and hate the stuff. I mean, the Paladin set in the middle yesterday, again, saw somebody walking around with it in that outfit. And I wanted to go up to her and say, I'm sorry you've got to drag that around with you all day. But she seemed to be having a good time. So, Tier 13, the latest lot. I plucked two examples at random. The Paladin and the Priest. Now, these are traditionally some of the hardest ones to get right, or certainly to make kick ass. It's very easy to make a cool Death Knight. You know, it's skulls, horns, black plate mail. It's pretty straightforward business. But the Paladin and the Priest are tough to make tough, really. But I think these worked really well. I mean, design gave me a great briefs to work from. The Paladin, I mean, he's still got that classic chivalrous Arthurian knight, but the feathered armor, the feathered blades of the set really give it an aggressive stance. I think it works really well. The Priest, I think, is even better because it's very, I mean, to make a priest set that's edgy, that's a little bit sinister, a little bit creepy, it's quite a challenge. And design suggested a Venetian masquerade costume and a blank, staring face. So pulling those together, I mean, I think it gives priests a chance to do something that's a little bit different, a little bit badass, and I mean, hopefully, moving forward with that stuff, we can do more of that edgy stuff in the future. And talking about the future, I mean, what are we going to do next? Where can we see raid sets going? It would be nice at some point to go to a fully componentable system. So instead of it being helmet, shoulder pads, gloves, belt, boots, we can actually do a whole set of armor. So every piece is modeled individually. We can put effects on individual pieces. We can have them animating a little bit. Plus, we can hang attachments like swinging chains and gemstones, all that sort of stuff that makes making something epic a little bit easier. You know, the players are getting a broad, cooler silhouette. All that little detail is actually rendered rather than being overlaid on flat material. So that's raid armor sets. What I want to talk a little bit about now is Mr. Pandaria and the Pandaren themselves. So what do we know about the pandas currently in game? I mean, other than the Wandering Brewmaster. I mean, there's not a great deal of background there in WoW. So it really meant we went back to the drawing board, did a lot of research. We're asking players to come and explore this new continent. So we had to make sure that we built it from the ground up. We built the lore, the history, the culture. So end of last year, we started doing researching a lot of Asian myths, the legends, the culture, the history. One of the things that design was keen to point out, that the Pandaren are a race that are at peace with themselves. That's pretty unusual for World of Warcraft, you know? There's no petty factions, there's no rivalry within Pandaren society, but we still, to hang quest lines off, but we still have to have that depth, that breadth of story and history. So one of the things that we hit on, Asian myth features animals an awful lot. If you talk about ancestor spirits, I mean, ancestor worship, that's a big thing in Asian culture. And animals are featured very highly in those myths, and they're usually tied to a group of other themes. There'll be a compass point, an element, a color, all these things associated with this one creature. So the four ancestor spirits that we decided on were the white tiger of the west, the red crane of the south, the jade dragon of the east, and the black ox of the north. And these, these are obviously in statue form. But you'll see their style, their influence in all the different regions of Pandaria. But how does that translate to the Pandaren themselves? Well, these are aspects of the Pandaren psyche, if you will. And we decided to build some clans around them. So you've got the white tigers of the north there, military, austere. The red cranes in the top there, flamboyant, passionate. The red crane element is fire. So there's a lot of conjuration, a lot of sorcerers, a lot of mages in the red cranes. Jade dragons, as you can probably tell from the sketch, serene, meditative. I suppose a real world equivalent would be Shaolin monks. And in the middle we've got the Shadow Pan. The Shadow Pan are a little bit different. They're darker, they're edgier, a little bit sinister. They're panda ninjas. We want panda ninjas. And the Shadow Pan are engaged in a timeless struggle with the Shah. What's the Shah, I hear you ask?
Hey, what's the Shah?
What's the Shah, man?
What's the Shah?
Well, one of the things when I was doing research I read up about was Feng Shui. Now, to this unenlightened Westerner, it's the Chinese art of furniture arranging. But it's clearly a lot more than that. I mean, it's an ancient law. But I thought, well, what if the Shah was a physical force, a manifestation? You know, what if the Shah being the darker side of the Feng Shui? Qi is the channeling of the positive energies. The Shah is the dark stuff you try to disperse when you arrange a couch. But what if it was real? What if it had power and menace? And what if events of the Cataclysm and the Horde and Alliance arriving in Pandaria threw the Shah into ascendancy? So suddenly it's about wrestling balance back into the world. And that seemed to fit with the culture we were developing for the Pandaren too. So I mean, here's examples here of the idea. You had Shah, the little smoky motes that you find, scurrying around a house. But they build, they grow, and they get more powerful and bigger and more menacing. We did toy with the idea of a little bear-on-bear action. Perhaps the Shah can possess the Pandaren and you find yourself fighting your brothers. But of course, wouldn't be World of Warcraft without big bosses. I mean, how else are you going to get that raid armor that I talked about earlier? So in places of great suffering, the Shah pools, becomes more powerful, and that's when you get the huge bosses that you expect to see in our raids. And that's it for me. I'm now going to hand you over. Thank you very much. Thank you for your indulgence. Bless you. I'm going to hand you over now to Thomas Blue, who has the odious task of turning these scribbles into in-game models. So, Thomas.
Thank you, Mark. That was very informative.
Thank you.
So I'm Thomas Blue, and the video that we're not seeing,
This is what we get for having a presentation in the morning.
I did go back. Oh. So this is the first panel. And there's the video.
Awesome.
It's very dark. So this is where you see the character team. Okay. So they're 10 of the hardest working artists in the MMO industry. And these are the guys who make weapons, armor sets, critters, mobs, bosses, pets, and player characters. As we planned to add the Pandaren, we looked back to what we had done before, and we had a lot of existing ideas. They existed in Warcraft, and now we wanted to reintroduce them to World of Warcraft. Some of our ideas were cute and cuddly, others were fierce and vicious. We'd made a model more than 5 years ago to put into WoW. So adding Pandarens aren't completely new. And we've redefined that idea, and after making the base model, we have to make it work with all of our player systems. So we have to add things like boots, gloves, capes, so that way they can wear all of the existing armor sets and all of the weapons in WoW. It takes several months of artist collaboration to finish a new player model. So the Pandaren come to us with their own set of enemies.
Yay.
Oh, we're rolling.
Hey,
Are
there
we?
we are.
Hey, so there's the character.
Hey, by the way, good job, Blue. That was badass, dude.
Excellent work.
So you can see some of these character artists over at the artist stage later this afternoon. You can catch Rob Sevilla and John McConnell. They'll be doing demonstrations of how we make weapons and some armor pieces. I will. So, as we planned to add the Pandaren, we looked back to what we had done before. These are those examples of our concepts and creatures that we'd had in Warcraft before. As you notice, some of them are cute and cuddly. Some of them are fierce. Most of these concepts were done by Chris Metzen and Sammy. Even a dark version of the Pandaren. So this is our model from 5 years ago. You know, it was good, but Chris redefined how he wanted to see them today. So here we're going to see adding the gloves, boots, and other geosets needed for dressing up pandas. And here they are wearing some of the new clothes and old clothes. Notice the faces, they're very expressive. Gangster bear. All right, so here are the Hozu. They're one of the enemies of the Pandaren. They're a crazed monkey race. And here we have the Verming. They're an obnoxious rabbit-like creature with a vegetable-worshipping fetish. And this is how some of our artists envision the new Mantid. Okay, so those are some of the new races going into the new expansion. But the character team's been working on creatures for both the expansion and the upcoming 4.3 patch. And here's a small collection of their recent work. I mentioned armor sets earlier. In the past 6 months, we've made raid sets, dungeon sets, PvP season sets, and starting Pandaren sets. We make between 3 and 5 color variations of every set. So in that 6-month time, we've added more than 100 new armor set looks. I'm also the lead technical artist. And this is the tech art team. Tech artists are the unsung heroes of game art development. They make tools and define processes that allow artists to focus on making great art. One of the many roles that a tech artist can have is that of a rigger. A rigger is a person who puts bones and specialized controls onto a model that animators then use to bring creatures and characters to life. The Pandaren has our most modern rig with an amazing facial system that allows for great amounts of personality and expression to be placed on top of already incredible animations. Thank you.
Awesome job, Blue. Little technical difficulty, no worries. So, unfortunately, our lead animator can't be here with us, or this morning, I guess. So you're gonna have to bear with me trying to get through talking about our animations. So I'll try to make it exciting for you. But before I get started on that, are you guys excited about this stuff? Like, is Pandaren? Okay. What about, how about you guys? How excited are you? Nice. What about you guys? Nice. And you guys? Awesome. Thank you so much, because we're stoked, and we've been working really flipping hard to make this stuff kick ass, and I think so far we've seen some pretty cool stuff. And sorry about the character video. Clearly, we're not the only ones who were drinking last night, and everyone's a little hungover this morning. So let's talk about animations. So our animation team, we have 8 animators and 1 effects animator, which means that these guys are responsible for creating over 800 animations per expansion, which is a daunting number because animation is a lot of hard work. So one of the things we try to do with animation is that even though all these guys are working on the same, and girls are working on the same, or I'm sorry, women are working on the same animation at the same time, we want to make sure that the end game looks like one person made all of the animation for one character. So at any one given time, every animator in the bullpen will be working on, say, the Pandaren or the Mantid or any one race, and they all work together as a group to make sure that this stuff is coming together and looking consistent. This is a little bit of a movement animation, and we wanted to break it out and kind of show you guys against a white screen what we've done recently to kind of upgrade our character animation system. We have an awesome rigger. Alexis Mead has done a fantastic job making these guys come to life. Blue talked a little bit about that. Here you can see how it all came out. One of the new things that we're really excited about is squash and stretch, as well as almost 10 times the number of bones in the face that we previously had in older character models. So what that allows us to do is get the expressions that you'll probably see if you're in his face as he's jumping around. And also, if you watch his belly when he's running around doing this stuff, you can see that jiggle. We weren't previously able to do that, and it's opened up a whole new realm of stuff we can accomplish with animation. And he's bored with what I'm saying, so he's going to meditate. So that's the conversation animation. One of the things that's super important with these guys especially, but characters in general, is nailing the silhouette. These monk animations illustrate that point against this white background because the animators worked really hard to make sure that in any viewpoint you could really tell the breakdown in the silhouette of what the character is actually doing. These attack animations have to happen within a second, so they're working really hard to get across exactly what the character's doing in that short period of time. And I'd like to say that that they filmed me doing this stuff for reference, but unfortunately it was a combination of a couple people on the team who are a little bit better at martial arts than I am, and then studying, you know, cool Shaolin-style martial arts and that kind of stuff. You can tell I'm well practiced on this animation bit, right? So unarmed combat was very important to us. We wanted to make sure that it had that really cool kind of Shaolin Kung Fu monk style. And then all of a sudden they have to have this weapon. And game animation is interesting because not only do these things have to work with unarmed combat, but all of a sudden they have to hold a sword or hold a staff. So a challenge for the animation team is making sure that the animations they do in unarmed combat come through when they're holding a weapon. And this is sort of illustrating exactly what that's doing. You can see all these animations if you play the demo. It's kind of a breakdown of exactly what we've done for the basic animation so far. This is our effects team, essentially. So what we're trying to do here is show that using the claw system, we want to get a much more dynamic relationship between the character and the effects that are happening, so that when he's casting and doing his summoning, you can actually see it affecting the character a lot more than it ever has before. And while you're watching these last 10 seconds, I just want to congratulate my mom for hitting level 80 before she came to visit us at Blizzcon. Congratulations, Linda. All right, so let's get started on the rest of it. So now that we have these guys rigged up, we've created them, the character team has done an awesome job of building these little dudes, we got to have a place for them to live, Pandaria. So this is going to illustrate a little bit of like what we're doing with the environment and how this all comes together. And I'm going to hand it off to Gary Plattner to tell you a little bit about how that all happens. Gary?
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, you guys. All right. It's amazing what's involved to get a new character into the game, so good job, incredible. So let's start talking about all the new content that we've been working on that all of you are going to be playing very soon, hopefully.
Definitely.
Very hopefully. All right, that looks cool. Okay, like I said, my name is Gary Plattner. I'm the lead environment artist on World of Warcraft. I'm here.
And I'm Marco Kugler. I'm the engine team lead.
Thank you, Marco. Together, we are going to talk about what it takes to put together a world for the World of Warcraft. All right, we were very excited to do this content. Like Chris said earlier, we had wanted to do pandas a long time ago, and China and Asia offer so much and so many resources. We weren't really sure exactly where we wanted to go, so the first thing we do is just to start to put stuff on paper so we can figure out the direction we want to go. We knew we wanted a giant turtle, we knew we wanted a whole new panda zone, but until we start getting the things on paper, our team really isn't sure like where exactly we're going to go. So we'll start to make these concepts. Some of these are marks. So we'll start to make these concepts. These concept pieces are super important. They're going to give us a color palette. They're going to tell us what the mood of the zone is going to be. But most of all, they're going to give us a hint of what the final zone could look like. Beautiful. Nice. All right, so believe it or not, there's only 5 of us that work on the exterior environment team. And it's our responsibility to make all of the natural elements of the game. So we'll make all of the tile sets for the ground and the trees and rocks and things like that. And we work very closely with exterior level designers. There's about 10 of those guys. So altogether, there's 15 of us that build the world and place it using our editor. And we're all doing this by hand, by the way, so everything's hand-placed, everything's hand-painted by the 15 of us. Thanks. So I've talked a lot before, if you've ever been to Blizzcon before, I've talked a lot about trees and rocks and grass and the environment, but I've never really talked before about the importance of lighting and our skyboxes. Lighting is huge. It's very emotional, very different. So here's the starting zone. What if we were to take this zone and completely relight it? We didn't change any other art. All we did was change the sky and change the direct light. They all look pretty cool, but they're all very different. So if we want a zone to feel scary or even dangerous or pleasant or happy, we're going to start doing that with lighting. You might recognize some of these skyboxes, by the way, too. What a big difference. So, skyboxes. Skyboxes are another element that we can use to just add a little more whimsy, add a little more elements to the game. So all they are is a big piece of art that we can use to replace in the horizon. Lets us add a little more style to the game, a little more difference. We first started adding skyboxes in Nagram, was our very first one. And we don't always have to use that. We could use procedural sky, like this is computer-generated sky, looks pretty good. Or we'll go with the skybox if we want to be a little more stylistic. Or we'll go with both, like in this case. This is both a procedural sky and a hand-drawn sky. Really cool. Another big part of the game is something we call tile sets. All these are little textures that we can use to paint on the ground to create the game. There's been a lot of technical advancements in tile sets for this expansion. One of the coolest things, I think, okay, here I am just painting a texture at a normal resolution. We've used textures at about 256 forever. Before we're using 64, but check this out. I can actually scale the texture and scale the resolution of the texture. That's incredible. So I can make one texture that could replace the work that I have to do with 3 or 4 textures. So I'm doing one texture that can do all that work, and now I'm just painting in a little bit of rock or a little bit of grass. Just adds more creativity to the game. I think that's amazing. This is our editor, by the way, that we use to create WoW. So that's scalable textures. Another really cool thing, you'll see in a second, is something called height-based texturing, but it lets me paint, for example, snow inside the rocks of another texture, inside the cracks of another texture, rather. If I wanted to do this before, even just a few months ago, I would have had to create a texture with snow in the cracks, create a texture without snow, or create one, you know, a combination of rocks. I would have had to do that with 3 or 4 textures. Now I can basically take a rock texture and a snow texture and combine them any way I want to. This was impossible to do just a few months ago. It is incredible. Thanks, Marco. Very new tech, really exciting, just helps us make the world better. So check this out, this next scene, I'm gonna be painting some rock textures on the ground, and I'm gonna lightly paint, we got pressure-sensitive tablets, so I can lightly paint a little bit of lava between the cracks of another texture. So the harder I push, the more that lava comes through. Isn't that awesome? I would have had to make all those separate textures if I wanted to do that last year. So I'm going to add a little bit of vertex shading, we'll darken it a little bit, and pop a little red vertex on top of that, just to bring it out. Boom, done. Really cool. So, all right, hold off here. Thank you very much, but all these new tech examples have just made us make the world better and easier and more fun to make. Right, Marco?
Thank you, Gary. On the engine team, we're constantly thinking of ways we can improve the look of WoW and just generally make it easier to create content. For this expansion, we came up with a technique that allows objects to pick up the terrain texture in their vicinity. This way, we can embed caves into the terrain, or do common things like put the terrain on the back of a gigantic turtle. We now also support secondary animation via dynamics. Hopefully we'll be able to bring those chains that Mark was mentioning to life. We're starting with a Panarin belt. However, the largest enhancement in this version of the engine is in the lighting. Shadows in WoW traditionally only darken the object rather than obscuring the light source. This resulted in a flat look, even for objects that have a lot of geometric detail. By changing how we calculate the lighting and how we apply it to the scene, we can improve this dramatically. This effect is achieved by looking at the depth information in the scene and then trying to figure out how a location is obscured by its neighbors and then combining that with the lighting. So this is just that mask getting applied here, and then a few before-after shots. With these changes, we feel that we can make the environments look better than ever before in WoW, and we hope to give you many exciting vistas in your journey through Pandaria.
Thanks, Marco. Awesome work. Good job. Marco did an incredible job, and I have to say, after we rehearsed, we were having lunch, had a few drinks in him, and he says, Gary, don't get excited about these scalable textures. But how could I not? It's incredible. For me as an artist, he's just given us more tools to make this expansion the very best one that we've ever done. Absolutely. So thank you, Marco, and thank you, Gary, and everyone else. Thank you, guys. So now that we've created a beautiful environment for you to explore, we're going to move on to some real excitement from the only girl on the team, Wendy, who has...
On the panel.
Yes, sorry. And her team is responsible for all of the buildings and the incredible dungeons that you see in the game.
Thanks, Gary, for that introduction.
Also, you're not the only girl on the team.
Yeah, let's clarify that.
Okay. The only
Eric used to be a girl
on the stage.
Oh.
Stay on
I'm getting that one in early because I know what's coming up.
Yeah, that's cool. Way to out him at Blizzcon, man. Sorry, Eric. Erica.
And play.
There we go. So hi, everyone. My name is Wendy Vetter, apparently the only girl on the panel. And I'm the dungeon art lead for the World of Warcraft team. So while Gary's team has been busy coming up with some amazing looking environments for this expansion, it's the dungeon team's responsibility to come up with the architectural style and the culture kit for the races, like the buildings and, of course, the dungeons that you all play in the game. So for the Pandaren, we had a smattering of information, but not a lot to go on, like Mark was mentioning. So just to get the ball rolling, we just kind of started to come up with some questions to figure out who the Pandaren are. There we go. So where do the Pandaren come from? What's their background? What's their personality traits? Are they fat, thin, muscular? What do they eat? I know this sounds like a strange question, but there was some debate whether or not they were going to be veggie eaters or meat eaters, and the meat eaters won. So whatever that means. What kind of skills and characteristics do they have? Basically, how do we go about describing the Pandaren culture? One way we get inspired begins with some brainstorming meetings. Our brainstorming meeting follows around 4 o'clock on a Friday. Okay, so while it may seem we're using a brainstorming meeting as an excuse to just drink wine and eat really good cheese, truthfully, the dungeon team doesn't need any kind of excuse to drink and eat really good food. We actually do talk and chat and throw ideas around and try to get the creative juices flowing. We also invite other teams along to join in the fun, and we try to make it a collaborative effort, which is kind of important for us, and I think it's one of the values here at Blizzard, being collaborative. So we were lucky this time around to have Dave Kozak, our lead quest designer, help shed some light on who the Pandaren are with his Storytime Hour, as he was called. This also fell around
Dave's
Friday.
right there. He's right there.
He's looking at you.
Thanks for pointing that out. This also fell around 4 p.m. on a Friday afternoon. So as being the dungeon team, we brought our wine and cheese. We recorded the meeting, and just to give you a little bit of a caveat, it is design ideas, so it is subject to change. Here he's talking about Lu Lang, who's kind of a central character, central role for the starting zone, which hopefully you've all had a chance to play here back there on the machines. Yes, yes, hopefully. If not, go do it, but wait until after this panel. Nick. Yes? It's going.
Got up on the turtle, me and turtle waded out in the ocean, and he's floating in the ocean. And he had with him a big bamboo umbrella. Takes the bamboo umbrella. He opens it up, turns up on his shoulder, the turtle turns around, he looks at everybody. Goodbye. He sails off on the turtle, disappears in the crowd. Never heard from him. He's never heard from him. It's very sad. 5 years go by. Lang comes back, and to everybody's amazement, as the turtle appears over the horizon, the turtle's now bigger. There's a house. He's built a house on top of this turtle. He's got a little garden. He's got a little fence. He's got a little tiny shrine in the center of the turtle's back. And the turtle comes up on the beach, and he comes out of his house. He's like, guys, you won't believe it! Up here in the desert, there's this big giant chasm, and there's like 1,000 stone needles in there. And there's this crazy big old giant cow people. I'm all like, yo, what's up? And they're all like, moo!
We can't get that staff out of his hand now. There he is. All right, come on. Aha, there we go, early concepts. Okay, so once we had a pretty good idea about who the Pandaren were, our team started coming up with some preliminary concepts and ideas. I wanted to show you just kind of the progression. This darn thing. I don't even know what I'm aiming at. There we go. Ah, wireless. Okay. As Mark said, sky's the limit, anything goes. You know, we have some gorgeous concepts here, some really nice silhouettes, and even though we didn't use them necessarily verbatim, it's important it kind of shows the evolution of the design that to what you see in the game today. So, what did we come up with? We know that the Pandaren are a very colorful and creative race. They're into balance and harmony, at one with the earth, I call that stuff. And we really tried to exemplify that in the temples and the building structures and their housing that you see in the game. So for the starting zone especially, we really wanted it to feel very special and almost ethereal, a place that you would never want to leave. We also wanted their homes to feel very cozy and inviting. One of the challenges we had with this race was that we had to fill a whole entire continent with Pandaren structures. And as Mark had mentioned, there's the 4 clans, each with their own characteristics and design. So how do we go about doing this? Well, we started with the base structure, and we kind of tweaked the textures, changed out the colors, either simplified or exaggerated the silhouette, depending on where they were placed in the zone, just so they felt more cohesive with their surroundings. So the brewery. Okay, very important part for the Pandaren. One of the highest honors of being a Pandaren is becoming a brewmaster. So it's no surprise that we have a whole entire zone dedicated to the Pandaren just making brew. I had plenty of volunteers on the dungeon team willing to go to breweries, sake houses, Oktoberfest, beer tasting festivals, many, many nights and overtime even, just so they could get a clear picture, although probably that's in the morning, of what it means to be a brewmaster. So what we ended up with was kind of a simplified version using a lot of wood and bamboo, kind of pared down. The idea was just to make it so that they didn't have to worry about their housing, because the most important thing for them to do is to make Pandaren brew. So last but not least, let's talk about dungeons. And I know you're all out there, the dungeon players. Let's hear it. Yay! So I wanted to give you a sneak peek of the 4 dungeons that we've been working on in the last couple months. Well, I guess it's been 4 or 5 months. And I had each of the artists that is in charge of the dungeons kind of give you an overview of what stuck out to them and how they pulled some of the characteristics of the Pandaren into the dungeons they're creating.
The Great Wall divides the entire continent of Pandaria. It's a really big wall. It was built not by the Pandas, but by the Mogu. They're an older, more militant race that was in charge before the Pandarans were. When the Pandarans do rise to power, they see the need for the wall and have maintained it ever since. The wall itself needed to be darker and less ornamental than some of our other Pandaren buildings. This is a really big structure, so we left the majority of the wall pretty stark. We did things like use darker colors and use monolithic shapes to give it a real solid and an imposing presence. The Great Gate is the only place on the wall where we went a little more ornate, a little more colorful. This is where all the action happened, so we wanted it to stand out and look the part.
I think with the Ghost Brewery, we didn't want to, it's supposed to be taken over by spirits, but it's not supposed to be like, haunted and scary. So something kind of, fun, not like spooky. It's kind of like the feel that we try and go for. Well, basically I just kind of looked at a lot of the classic 2D films, They always have a lot of great artwork, especially the painted backgrounds. So that's always a good resource. And then again, like references from like a lot of the rice sake breweries in China. It's always a good source. A lot of the old Warcraft 3 artwork and Sammy stuff is like very colorful. So I always try to like bring my stuff like just as colorful, just as stylized, kind of differentiate it from like other artwork.
The East Temple was as challenging to make as I think it will be for players. It was imagined as a massive ancient 1,000-year-old temple hanging off the easternmost point of Pandaria. This dungeon was going to be unique because players would be able to choose from 3 separate paths, so we knew that this would be quite an undertaking.
The Shadowpan are the Pandaren warriors of the Shah, up in the high mountains of the Kunlai summit. The Shah being a dark energy and all, the Shadowpan make it their duty to bring balance to the island as a force of good. In fighting the Shah, however, the Shadowpan have taken in some of that darker energy, so they're a little edgier, as if a little of that darker force is corrupting their sensibilities. So with that in mind, the Shadowpan are more aggressive, a little more stark in nature. So I made an environment with those ideas in mind.
Okay, let's hear it for the dungeon team. Okay, so now that you've seen the Pandaren character design, we've applied the animation, you've been able to see the environment that he's going to be running through and some of the dungeons and the housing that he will be using. I'm going to now turn it over to Eric Browning, who's in charge of the prop team.
I think I forgot my presentation, the whole thing. I've been so full of anxiety sitting here, afraid that my fellow artists out there are going to catch me sitting like this. And so everything's out of my head. I'm just thinking about that this whole time. Oh, am I doing it? Am I doing it? So I'm going to stand up, walk around. So my name is Eric Browning. Got an awesome animation to show my name is Eric Browning. Go away, panda. Aw. Yeah. All right. Eric Browning, prop art lead. So I'm going to talk about propagating Pandaria. Get it? It's a joke. Never mind. It's not the same as panda propagation. That's a different panel. So let's take a look at 500 plus new props that we've made for this expansion. Together. There they are. Soak it in. I like that one right there. I don't like that one, but that one is awesome. So thank you. Enjoy the show. So going back a while, our early concepts, our process always starts with lots of reference gathering. Yeah. And then we draw like crazy. Lots and lots of pictures, sometimes even using a pencil and paper like old man Gibbons would do.
It's old fart Gibbons. I've told you about that before.
So at this point, it's all about putting down as many ideas as we can. Check this out. It's a goldfish-powered hovering panda mount. I think it's, yeah, no. Does anybody want this? No! Bad players.
You're in trouble
Chris
now.
said you can't have this. It's too awesome. Probably blow up your computer. So we're trying different looks, ideas for exterior stuff. In the upper left, the frog flute, or the frog arena of time, as I like to call it. I thought it could be World of Warcraft, the frog arena of time. Whole different game if we ever do consoles again. Banners, which I'll show you some of these later. Lots and lots of ideas. We have to fill up all these houses, all these dungeons, exterior areas, and the designers at this point are desperate for stuff. They're also working and they're making, putting zones together, and stories are being written. So they're waiting on us. I'm going to touch on that shortly. Oops. I'm not going to get to see that one. Funny story. So this circular motif that you see a lot in the interiors, I was thinking that these are bears, right? So they hibernate, and so we'll kind of pull. We're grabbing at straws early on, like what kind of element can we pull from to describe their life? Well, what you may not know, this is a little inside baseball, but the Pandarans are based on pandas. Yeah, pandas. So pandas in turn are based on bears, but unlike real bears, pandas don't hibernate. And I didn't know that, and so I kept pushing my team. Oh, you got to do it. You got to be like the bears because they sleep and they'll be all comfy, and so we'll make this round den shape, and then it'll look like they love to be at home. And yeah, Eric, why don't we make a quest where you get your head stuck in a honeypot, too? It's my stereotyping the bears.
Just got tasked.
So, anyway, this is a training prop. You probably saw this. It's one of the first ideas. It's very simple, but we started to get sort of an idea of, like, what the shapes would be like. None of these got used. It's mine, that's why I'm sad. Tools, everything is kind of big and pretty simple. And crates. I love the crates. We always have to have crates. And exterior fences. a balloon that you may or may not have seen today. I just noticed last night that lazy artist, he just threw actual panda bears in there. They're not even the characters, just bears. Just to put a bear in there. So now we bring it all together. We take all these ideas, all of the momentum, the creativity that we put together, and we have to collate this and organize this into a central database. And there it is. Now, the producers at this point, or nursemaids, as I like to call them, they have the job of taking all of our ideas and putting them into a task list and a schedule with durations and times for how long it's going to take us to make this stuff, and then tell us this will be done in 2018, the ideas that you guys have, and then work with us to make a more realistic schedule that we can actually finish. That's a schedule. Oh, look at that. Tasks. Lots of tasks. Lots of tasks. I imagine this back and forth process that we do for the producers. For them, I think it's sort of like explaining a sandwich to a jar of butterflies. For the artist, the process is more like you're a child and you've been given puppies, a litter of 5 puppies that you've named, and you love them. And your dad hands you a gun and says, you can keep 3. So, again, crates. Ever since Crash Bandicoot, I've been obsessed with crates, and they're like green being poisonous in a game. You have to have crates, and these are ours. They're very fancy crates. They're so fancy, I wish I had one of these at home. They're our nicest crates. I love them. Exterior stuff, we did a bunch of weapons. You guys have all clicked on these now many times to satisfy a quest. Early on, we're doing lots of exterior stuff because that's where the designers are working, and they need, as they're building up the environment, they need to put things out there. They need to fill out the areas, walls, that training gear. That's all very useful because they can get a lot of reuse out of it. We thought of the art direction for the pandas. We broke it down into three basic sort of classes. We have the city bears, which would be the more concrete, sculpted stuff, a little more uptown. We have the country bears, and that would be more rustic. They'll be like the breweries, the farms. And then we have the universal bear, which would be anything. That just sounds kind of cool, though, universal bear. This would be stuff you could use anywhere. So obviously banners. This is very sad, though, by the way. These banners are so awesome that now we have to redo all the banners in the entire game because these are the best banners we've ever had. Turn you. So how the props help describe the Pandaren. The props should, if they're doing their job right, you should walk by them and kind of get a sense for who owns them or what they're all about. So we made lots of shrines. This speaks to their spirituality. The interior's very cozy. They like to curl up with a good book. They've got their pots and pans and their neat circular thing based on hibernation. Tools. The tools are simple, work-the-land tools. There's no machinery. They put their pants on one leg at a time, just like you and I. And barrels. More barrels than any other race in the game, I think. This is called over-delivery. So an observation, when I'm looking through these, we use this little red motif on the, a lot of the objects to show this is owned by pandas. And the more I looked at these, I thought, you know, those look like guys. Like they've got, it's a guy with a bandana on it. And so I put funny eyes on them. They're totally guys. They're like a team. Just something I noticed. Books. Lots and lots of books. This speaks to their knowledge. They're seeking knowledge, remembering it, reading it, writing it. They're monks. They've got the tables where they're recording things. We have lots of this stuff. And what's really neat about this is the text, all the characters. We had to make a language that would be cohesive through everything. It would be convincing when you looked at it. And we made a whole language that has characters with their meanings associated with them. So when you go through Pandaria, if you have the time and wherewithal and a chart like this, you can actually translate the scrolls that are hanging in the temples. This one, which you probably clicked on yesterday, what it actually says is, "For in the flow, or in the true heart of the Pandaren, the flow of peace speaks like the wings of many birds, and upon those wings are carried the feathers of 1,000 dreams." Actually, that's crap. I made that up. But what I did do is I took that chart that one of the artists made, and then I, for this presentation, translated that scroll for real. Does anyone want to hear what it really says? This is a big secret. Here it goes. Travel, teacher, village wind, family, stranger, me, city wind, instruction, city wind, go, teacher, go. Visitor, me, wind, travel, building, wind, stranger, me, city, go away, teacher, village, wind, teacher. So now we'll play level designer or 8-year-old. Any guesses? That is an 8-year-old. That's my son. His sister wants you to know that she helped tape the backpack onto him and made the fire. So if you leave an 8-year-old alone long enough, they often will make things in the kitchen, wherever. Sometimes they make their own toys, which are pretty awesome. Level designers are a lot like this. And they are also awesome, and when they're waiting for us to give them stuff, they've got nothing to play with, no Legos to build, or no mega blocks to build their things with. And they are both always busy. They often live in their own world. These are the similarities. And when bored, they make their own toys. So when we go and we walk through the world to check and see how the props are being used, we often see stuff like this. What the hell is that? What? And then we just stare at it like, did you make, what? Where did that come from? This is a shrine made from a shrine and a colander and a pear and a banana. They needed it. And this, why? I didn't see a task come through for this thing, but they apparently needed a fell reaver made from a barber shop and a goblin shredder and a mailbox. Believe it or not, this was inspired by the Pandaren mailbox. I talked to the designer, and it's in there, and somehow it made him think we need to do this with that mailbox. There. We need crane statues for the crane area. This is made from items you can find around your home. And I don't even need to explain this. I can't even figure out what half of this stuff is, but I think there's a bathtub in there and a trophy. And my favorite, the Pandaren hover tank, made from a frying pan, a door, a still, some barrels, and now the animated props, which I'm going to leave you with. And this has not the weepy Chinese violins, but Dark Moon Fair music.
Thanks, everybody. I think we've actually went way over, so I think we're out of time.
You're welcome.
Yeah, enjoy.
Thank you.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft General Q&A panel. Here to answer your questions are Chris Metzen, Tom Chilton, J. Allen Brack, Chris Robinson, Greg Street, and Corey Stockton.
Hey, Blizzcon. You guys having a good show? We know. What do you want to talk about today?
We'll dive right into it. You ready?
Yeah, let's do
Go
it.
for it.
Let's get started.
Let's go. First one.
How you doing, fellas? As a 10-man raider, let me preface my question by saying that there's a lot of disparity between the 25-man raids and the 10-man raids, to the point that 10-man raids almost feel laughably easier. But there's a lot of hardcore players that still raid 10-mans. We just don't need 15 extra people to do it. When Heroic Magmaw came out, 25-man raiders couldn't do it in 10-man on Heroic. When can we expect to see the difficulty raised for 10-mans?
So it's interesting because over in Korea, there are more, the hardcore guilds there are considered to be the 10-player guilds, whereas in the West, it's the 25. So I don't think it's a blanket statement that 10 is always much easier than 25. They are definitely hard to balance together. We just can't do the same kind of things, and there's only 10 players we can with 25. It's hard to kill players or take them out of the action. It's hard to know the comp they'll have. They may not have every raid buff. They may not have every utility they need. It's definitely our goal to deliver on having them the same. We just have to sometimes go in there and surgically make things harder or easier, depending on whether it's harder or easier for 10 or 25.
Is there a chance that you'll go to a 10 versus 20 man just to make the balancing between the two easier?
It's pretty hard every time we change raid size, and if you're saying take 25 down to 20, you're basically asking your guild to kick 5 people, which is pretty brutal to ask.
I honestly don't think that would really make it any easier. We'd still have similar problems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. First, thanks for the Real ID dungeon thing. It's awesome. My question is, do you have any plans to implement, and what are the obstacles to implementing some sort of spectator mode for raids or battlegrounds?
That would be sweet. That's something that we've wanted for a long time. I would love to have spectator mode. I'd also love to have replays integrated into the client. But it's just a question of being able to get around to doing it. So someday, hopefully. I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Boone. I'm the guild leader for Wild and Musical on Chandras. And my question is, do you have any plans on adding more options to the guild leaders UI? So as I can give more options like to a banker or to my different officers, since I'm the only one that can turn guild repairs on and off. I'm the only one that can, do certain things in there. I have good officers. I'm here for a week and nobody can do anything with the guild.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good reason that we would want to do that. I think it just comes down to the fact of how much control do we feel like is safe to give to other people besides the guild leader. So it's just a matter of figuring out which things we would want to have other people be able to do, as far as if we're just talking about having access to the guild bank or possibly changing being able to turn guild repairs on and off. But it definitely sounds like something that could be useful.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be the guild leader's decision, not yours?
It is the guild leader's decision, but once something goes wrong, it ends up coming back to us to have to fix it. So it's a matter of making sure that we give enough of that control to the right people.
All right. And one last thing. Ghost Crawler, don't listen to any of the idiots out there. You're a god. We love you. Keep doing it.
Love you too, man.
I just like you.
If all the idiots could please just identify themselves as idiots first so we can ignore you, that'd be great.
I was just wondering, with the upcoming expansion, are all the purples you get from like Firelands and all that going to be replaced by greens on the first day?
Usually we
check
try
the
to...
shirt. Green is the new purple every expansion.
We're caught there because we want players who felt like they worked really hard to get the best gear to have a leg up when a new expansion starts. So we want it to last a little while. If it lasts too long, then we feel like we're cheating those players out of the leveling experience. So usually it's somewhere in the second zone or so before you start to see your gear get replaced. We'll probably do something similar in 5.0.
I have a dream, though. I have a dream
You
that...
stand up for this?
Yeah, we should. That one day we'll be able to have something like on our website, for example, that I imagine as being something like the Hall of Heroes that will kind of record the accomplishments that you made as a player during the patch cycle when that content was relevant. So let's say, for example, that you killed Ragnaros during patch 4.2, that we would record it there in the Hall of Heroes so that we can better preserve player accomplishments when they were the most relevant, so that all that kind of history isn't lost as we move on to another expansion or another patch.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm really excited about the Alliance and Horde races getting the monk class. I was just wondering how you guys are going to fit the Draenei and the Blood Elves getting the monks. Is it going to be somewhat of a starter zone reset, or is it kind of be like, just throw it in there, it was always there?
Probably throw it in as if it was always there.
All right.
Chris, got a better suggestion?
Yeah, wonderful suggestion. Just throw it in. We're the ones that get yelled at. It doesn't fit. What? Told you. We'll make it work.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to quickly say hi to my guildies in Trivial and Hygil. And my question pertains to hunters and crowd control. Currently, with Wyvern Sting having the dot, it makes it a little difficult to quickly Wyvern Sting and then trap the thing after. So what I'm wondering is, before Cataclysm, we had the option of removing the dot with Scorpion Sting, but then that was removed. So is there going to be some way to remove that dot or going forward, or are we just going to have to live with it?
We're at a weird place right now for questions like that because it's probably not the kind of thing we're going to do in 4.3. And then 5.0 is such a big reset for a lot of the class abilities and talents that it's kind of silly for me to sit up here and explain this is the mechanic we have to solve that problem. I understand the problem, of course, because, like as you said, we have fixed it before, and we try to strike the balance between we don't want everyone dotting up their targets before they then crowd control them and their damage is ticking away, and we don't want the crowd control to always have to break on damage and things like that. So definitely a problem, and hopefully it'll feel a little better in 5.0.
Thank you.
Hi. First, I want to say thank you for finally addressing the enhancement shrum and AoE issues that we've been dealing with for so long. We really, really appreciate it. My question is about wind shear. In the 4.3 blog, you stated that the change wouldn't affect DPS shamans because they all take reverb. However, most PvP and PvE enhancement shaman specs don't even take reverb. So instead of nerfing Resto PvP, you've caused enhancement in PvE to take a DPS hit to get the utility we already have, and you've caused enhancement in PvP to no longer be able to sub-spec Resto, taking a pretty big survivability hit. So do you have any plans to address that?
We're honestly not that worried about it for 4-3. I think even in a 10-player raid, you usually have plenty of people who can do the can do the interrupting. So even if you don't have someone with that talent, you're probably okay. We often, when we're asking a group to do interrupts like that, we know there's several people who can do it and they can do rotations and things like that. In PvP, honestly, we see a lot of shaman with the that talent spec anyway, so I don't think for a lot of them they're going to lose that. There may be some that have to make the choice between that and not having it. But even then, it's still an interrupt. It doesn't completely go away. It just has a long cooldown.
Thank you.
Hi. Just one thing right quick. Please bring back Illidan Storm Rage. I hate to see such a great character fall into obscurity. My question is, do you guys hate enhancement shamans? They're always suboptimal. They're barely relevant in PvP, especially in Arena and 2v2. DPS is always suboptimal. Are you going to do anything to fix that?
I think we should answer the Illidan question.
Yeah, Illidan, we can... would you guys want to see Illidan come back? Think about that.
It doesn't seem like they're interested in him coming back.
We'll work on it.
How about a newer, more powerful version named Skeleton?
Clearly. Love that.
No, I hear you on the enhancement issues. We try to make sure that the classes have options, and it's particularly challenging for, and by options I mean, okay, so maybe Frost in PvE isn't that awesome, but you can go Fire Arcane, and you're not a Frost mage, but you're still basically filling the same role and doing the same thing. It's really challenging with Shaman. We don't feel like it's as fair to say, just go Elemental, dude, because it's totally different style of play, it's different gear and everything like that. So, on the PvP front, gosh, there's a lot of stuff I could go into there. It has to do with, you know, uptime of melee, interrupts, how powerful the spells are at the moment, all of stuff we want to try to address in 5.0, and maybe we can talk about some of our plans there soon. In PvE, we think they're generally doing fine when they have opportunities to just sit there and wail away on a boss. They're one of those that really get punished by a lot of frequent movement, and we hope some of the, you know, some of the changes we have in 4.3 to the AE and things like that will make them feel a little better. Casters overshadow melee a lot right now. Part of that is because a lot of casters now have a big orange staff. That will be a little better in 5.0 as well. I mean, in 4.3 as well.
Thank you.
Hi. First, Ghost Crawler, want to let you know you still have an invite on Vigorous and Arius. You said something about going to see a lady backstage. Never heard from you, so if you're done with a lady, you know. But anyway, my question's about combat rogues. And it kind of feels like now that haste gives energy back and we have Restless Blades, it kind of wants us to do everything real quick. Yet Bandit's Guile says kind of hold off on it. And that really never worked out because it's only, you know, 0.5% maybe to wait till Deep Insight. So do you guys like combat using their cooldowns and stuff more often, or do you want them to do the cyclical thing that you talked about before?
The cyclical thing we talked about before?
Where you want them to hold off till the 30% buffs so they can use all their cooldowns and then be more awesome.
I'm not quite sure I understand. You're saying, should you use your cooldowns on rotation versus should you save them for the right moment, or?
No, what I'm saying is it seems like Restless Blades wants you to use everything on cooldown when it's off, and Bandit's Guile wants you to use your cooldowns when you're at 30%.
I would say the Restless Blades option.
All right.
I'm just wondering if the guild name change service is actually going to be in 4.3 or 5.0. You mentioned it for 4.2. It's still not in yet. Is that going to fall to the wayside like the dance studio did in 3.0?
One of these days, we're going to unleash Dance Studio on the world, and it is going to take over the entirety of World of Warcraft, and it is going to be awesome. But not today. We are releasing a lot of the guild services terrifyingly soon. I will say in less than 2 weeks, we will be releasing all the guild services. We didn't want to do it prior to BlizzCon, but we're going to be doing it really quick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Kramer from TG on Arthas. Just want to say I love what you've done with Heroic Rag. Probably one of the best fights since Murun killed Jaden. However, I do want to know if in the upcoming expansion, if you plan to be bringing the same kind of challenges that Heroic Rag brought, or are we going to kind of see a more of a kind of neutral rating standpoint, or if we're going to be seeing bigger, better, higher things?
I think we can assume that the heroic modes are always going to try to be very challenging and be for very hardcore players.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Planet from Infallible. I have a question about healers. Your design in Mist of Pandoria. Are you planning to bring more healers into 25 main raids? Because there is a new healing class as a monk healer, and 25-man guilds will usually have 2 people per class. So I was wondering if you're going to design your raids to bring more healers into Mist of Pandoria raids.
I don't think we'll change the number of healers we expect players to bring. It just, we'll see a little more variety. Some groups will have a monk healer and some won't, the same way some groups have a paladin tank and some groups have a feral druid tank.
Thank you.
Hi there. I think everybody's really excited about the new challenge modes for the dungeons, and so I was wondering about the gear normalization you're thinking of doing, because people are really passionate about how they optimize their gear, and if they have everything perfectly where they want it, exactly 5% hit, 20% haste, and I go into a dungeon and my gear gets normalized up or down, what's going to happen? Am I not going to be hit capped anymore? Am I going to have to do a bunch of math to be a little bit over and then get normalized down? How do you see that working?
I think that we would definitely want to try to avoid messing with hit cap, since that has such a big impact on the way things play. There's still a lot to work out with exactly how that normalization is going to work. But by and large, the intent is for people to be able to do roughly the same DPS, healing, mitigation, all that kind of stuff. So there will be some complexities to it to work out for sure, but that's definitely good feedback as far as what to watch out for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. With some pets becoming account bound and some achievements becoming account bound, would it be possible to see mounts? Some mounts becoming account bound?
Hopefully someday. I could see that being a natural extension. I don't think that'll happen in 5.0, but somewhere down the line, I think that's likely.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is, as a parent, I love my authenticator because when the kids are grounded, I just take it away. But that doesn't work anymore. Can I have that back? Or an option to turn on my authenticator needed every single time?
Yes.
Soon.
Yeah, that is something we're actively working on.
Trademark.
Hey, shout out for the guild. Okay, go there and land display to you. And my question is regarding the balance with Moonkin form. I'm not sure how much you've actually thought about it, but what are your plans for the form? Are you gonna do the same thing you do with the warlocks with metamorphosis? And is there ever going to be a chance to actually change the looks of the Moonkin form the same way you did with the bear and cat forms for troll and warlock?
Take it, Chris.
I mean, we're gonna update the art on the Moonkin form as we see fit. We really are kind of like right in the fledgling process of exactly how we're going to handle all those things with 5.0, so it's too early to tell you exactly what we're going to be doing. That's it, man. Sorry.
We're just not that far along yet to know.
Hey, first of all, I think you guys have the best customer service out of not just a game company, but any company I've ever given my money to, so thank you.
Thank you.
That's really nice to hear. We've got hundreds of customer service people who are helping actually run BlizzCon who can hear that right now, so thank you very much.
Thank you all. But in regards to that, race changing, quest credit, and legendaries. I know a lot of people, me included, that race changed so we can min-max on a progression fight, and I didn't even think about it, and I lost my quest credit. But your customer service helped, but there's a lot of people that didn't get helped. And trying to recruit casters right now is really hard because most of the ones you want to recruit are on a part of the quest. And they're going to race change or faction change, and they'll lose everything. So what is your policy ideas about that? Just your thoughts on it.
I would like to create a whitelist of quests that don't get dropped when you race change. That way they carry over. We'd have to look into how feasible that is, but that's definitely something that I would want to do.
It's hard on the legendary front. We try to be really careful that our CS department doesn't get inundated with people trying to game the system because, oh, I should have gotten that extra piece. Don't you know that? And even if it's a totally illegitimate claim, it just ties those guys up. So we try to take a pretty firm stance of the legendaries of like, let the chips fall where they may, and we don't want anyone to get cheated out of what they earn, but we also don't want a legendary to be like this, oh God, customer service, nightmare every time we decide to add one.
And thank you for doing it for me. I love you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the future, are you guys ever going to make BOA items actually
BattleNet wide?
go cross servers? Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
All right.
Oh, go cross servers, like on your BattleNet account?
Yeah, I think she's wondering if BOAs will be able to transfer across all the servers and battle groups.
Maybe someday in the future. Probably not in the immediate future, though. We really don't have a mechanism right now to be able to send items across servers.
The databases don't do the best job talking to one another right now, so that's why it doesn't work. It's a technical concern.
So I have a dream too here, and the mail system is a terrible way to get players to get gear to their other characters. And like what we would like to do with the pets, but with the new pet battle system in 5.0 is, it would be wonderful if when you logged in and you created a new character, you just went to your pet page and there are all your pets, and you don't have to go check the mail and get all these things out of the mail. And if we could do something like that, we could certainly look at doing it for things like mounts and heirlooms as well.
Thank you on her behalf.
Such a dreamer.
It's a good dream.
All right, so with the past few patches, we've seen the emergence of two-button classes, like Swipe 30K Druid tanks, and 1112, 1112 Arcane Mages, also getting top of the DPS charts. Wasn't the response I was expecting. With the introduction of your Monk, which resembles a rogue in all attempts, and the fact that you can now build it from the ground up with a new expansion, what are you looking at as far as making this monk class not overpowered like a feral druid or an arcane mage, or completely suck like a ret pally or a blood DK?
think I heard a little QQQ in there.
To be fair, I have an Arcane Mage, a Blood DK, a Frost DK, and a Fury Prot Warrior, so...
So the two different things there I'll touch on really quickly is, initially we never put a lot of thought into AoE rotations. It just wasn't something you did a lot in vanilla WoW. Since then, it's become a really big part of PvE, and we've gradually tried to improve it to where every spec has something interesting to do in AE. They're not just sitting there channeling a Blizzard or channeling a Hurricane, and that's definitely the kind of thing we'll improve going forward. The Arcane Mage, even though they don't have a lot of spells in their list of what did damage on a certain fight, there is a lot of gameplay involved there, and the good Arcane Mages know that they do have to manage mana, they do have to line things up the right way. And I think, I don't know if you heard the last panel, but I think once we get Arcane Missiles back in the rotation a little bit, that'll feel a little better too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, whoever the Whovian was that came up with the name for Mage Tier 13, I love you. And my question is kind of building up on his with the Arcane Mages. Do you ever plan on like altering spells or maybe adding a new spell that gives us a dot? Because I don't really like just throwing up Arcane Blast, oh, there's the slow, and I just keep spamming Arcane Blast, oh, time for Arcane Missiles. Do you ever plan on like adding a dot and maybe nerfing Arcane Blast a little bit?
Well, as a matter of fact, in 5.0 with the talent revamp and all that kind of stuff, Living Bomb is a spell that all mages will have.
All right. Thank you.
I love the Tier 13 set too. It was a really fun collaboration between the designers and the artist. We suggested that we try to theme all of those sets after one of the new spells that everyone got in Cataclysm, and so the Time Lord Regalia totally made sense there. And then the artist just went crazy on the stuff, which was a lot of fun because we were getting a lot of feedback from the time from players like, oh, clearly with transmogrification now the art team's just going to phone it in because they can use old art. And I think, you know, our artists really kicked ass and showed in both PvE and PvP that's just not the case.
You mean we can't just phone it in anymore? Lazy Blizzard artists, we hate you.
Hi guys. With the reveal that the wand slot or the range slot is going away and wands are going main hand, does that mean that enchanters will in the future be able to make sweet new epic wands instead of the crappy low-level ones we can do now?
Definitely.
Short and sweet.
It's a good idea.
How's it going, guys? I just wanted to know what your changes are going to be for professions for the new expansion. Are you guys going to fix up the profession bonuses? Because I know that gathering professions, they really don't give too much, but as for crafting professions, you get like pretty much the best stuff. So you have to pretty much get two crafting professions in order to min-max. Is there any changes that we can look forward to?
I mean, that's the kind of thing we'll always take a look at. We don't have any sweeping changes to those perks that you get from those professions. We want, ultimately, we don't want min-max players to feel like taking a gathering profession is a mistake. At the same time, we know a lot of players get frustrated that they spend all this effort on, say, blacksmithing or enchanting or something, and then it doesn't give them enough power at max level. Professions, the kind of thing over and over, we hear from players who say, my profession isn't good enough. You know, everyone else's is okay, but it's time for a little love for me. So it's really hard to hit that sweet spot where they feel cool, but still not mandatory.
Also, with professions, if our quivers for hunters, if quivers are going to be displayable, will then leatherworking go ahead and be able to make quivers again or ammo bags?
We're not sure exactly what the delivery mechanism will be for those slots. It's not the kind of thing where we'd make like 20 quivers a patch or something like that. We want it to be more of a cosmetic and a reward. So we're still talking about the exact way to get that for the player.
Yeah, and from a visual side too, like we were literally just talking about how we want to add those things to all classes. So, you know, ammo pouches and quivers for hunters and tomes for paladins, and I think we need to kind of carry that across all classes and make them very unique and find a way to do that in a way where it's cool for gameplay but also works for the visual capacity. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hi there. My question is about transmog and items that you can no longer acquire in the game anymore. In specific, I have a priest with a benediction staff, and the quest for that was removed. And my question is, I'm very excited to be able to transmog that as bragging rights, and I'd be worried that you're going to open up models such as that to other players to transmog when it's really something that people who worked really hard at level 60 to acquire can hold that as bragging rights over the players who maybe didn't.
Yeah, situations like that are really tough because, as you said, some players went to the effort and want to make sure they, get recognition of the fact that they did it when it was hard. But then there are other, surely no one got rid of their benediction, but there are definitely cases along the way where people had no idea we were going to do transmogrification. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have said we would ever do it. And so we want to make sure that people who got rid of stuff as they thought they're supposed to aren't overly penalized either. So just off the top of my head, one way we've solved that problem in the past is by offering the model with a different texture or something so that you can tell the difference between the benediction that, was from when it was hard or the new one. We did something similar with the Zulabon bear mount.
All right, thank you.
Hi there. I'm Iris from the guild Tempest on Windrunner. And thanks, Adam. I would like to say, on behalf of all Ret Paladins, sorry for crying all day, every day on the forums. It's ridiculous. Thank you for doing your best to balance a class that's constantly changing. And I'll give you the respect for that. If you can deliver the RNG changes that you promised to make us more regular in our DPS so that we don't have a 5K window, then I'll be content. My biggest issue looking at this, though, is that with the 90 tier on our new talent tree, there's an obvious choice for Ret in the Holy Avenger ability, I believe it's called, which looks just like a flat DPS up because of that Holy Power acquisition. If you give us that, our DPS is going to skyrocket, and then we're going to get the nerf bat again, and we're going to completely reset the cycle of hatred. Just don't nerf us, don't buff us, please. We're so close to being balanced for the first time since ever. So just let it happen. Get rid of that. Let us be at peace. I'm fine with middle DPS.
I'm not sure that was a question, but it was very moving, so thank you. I mean, if your question was about the level 90 tier, then the intent is that all three of those powers be relatively similar DPS increases or throughput if you're a healer, and we feel like we have enough knobs there to hit those spots. The numbers we put up today haven't been through PTR, haven't been through rigorous testing, so we can continue to tweak things. There's no saying that Guardian of Ancient Kings needs to last the same duration or have the same cooldown that it does today, and we have ways of buffing the other two as well.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is about wind shear. Now, you're nerfing it for resto PvP. Do you intend to have them make a trade-off or to not let them have it?
I think ideally we don't want them to have it.
Okay, in that case, why don't you just hardwire it into the spec masteries so then enhancement and elemental don't have any effect?
I mean, that would have been another way to go. It's tricky when we make changes like this, and this is a fairly big change, to not feel to players like we're redesigning everything. And when their talents change is one level of change, when their passives change, when core mechanics change. This one, by tweaking the talents, we thought was a pretty easy change that players would kind of get, and yet still leave them the option if they really feel like they're dependent on wind shear, they can still get it today. In 5.0, that may be a good opportunity to just take it away from them, and I don't know if we've made that decision yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, I have a question. Will there be any craftable mounts in Mist of Pandaria, and will you be able to attack on your mount to anyone on the opposing faction? By any chance?
Will you be able to attack someone on a mount?
Yes.
Yeah, probably not.
And what about craftable mounts?
Yeah, we've talked about a craftable mount. John would probably kill me if I said anything more right now, but we have a pretty exciting idea.
Can you divulge? Come on.
Maybe jewel crafting?
Really?
Really?
I said maybe.
Maybe? Okay.
Maybe herbalism?
What a horde!
A shout out to Rebellion on Cho'Gall. My first question, though, only question, is an age-old question. Green fire for warlocks, is that possibility in Mist of Pandaria?
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. Let me explain. Technically, we came up with the design for the minor glyphs, and one of the very first things we wanted to do is change spell effects, which we thought would be really cool. You know, I think we even talked about, the blue fireball or green, things like that. And technically, it's just very hard for us to do that right now. We basically have to make an entire copy of the spell, which I know is a lame excuse because it doesn't directly affect you guys, but it is something we just have to solve first before we can let players customize their spells to that level, which I think would be really cool. Now, we could always offer Warlocks another spell that was just green colored, and the Warlock rotations have changed quite a bit. We can only touch on a little bit in the panels here, but we're hoping fairly soon to have talent trees, spec descriptions, all of that stuff up on our website, and you guys can kind of dive into it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I had two quick questions. First off, I know you guys really don't like warriors, so I'm just wondering, Heroic Leap, can we fix it? And I guess you could ask my second question now. It's kind of a lore question. It's from my girlfriend. There's really hasn't been a large representation of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender characters in the World of Warcraft lore. Are there any chances to change that in the future?
You want me to go first? You want to think about it for a minute? You want me to go first? Do you think about it for a minute?
I'll be able to think about it if you go first.
Heroic Leap, if you remember, we originally were going to do Heroic Leap, and then we pulled it, and then we tried to do it again. It's movement like that is just hard for our game, to be frank, and it's the kind of thing we keep working on. It's a cool ability. We want it to be better. It has its biggest problems when you try to change elevation, and the reason we keep having to clamp down on it is because mean players try to get to places they're not supposed to get by using Heroic Leap, which unfortunately makes it hard for all of us when you can't jump very much in altitude. When you use it on a flat space, it generally works pretty well. I know there are a lot of places in Battlegrounds, for example, going up an incline where it fails, and that's frustrating and definitely want to improve.
I think for part two, like there aren't any, I don't know, like we have how many quest designers? Probably 7? So, I mean, there's a lot of people that plug away on story for this thing, and certainly also like our CDev department's always chasing fiction and hooking characters and stuff like that, and we totally appreciate every component of our audience and want the game to kind of sing to everybody. So off the top of my head, I don't know if we're currently developing, gay or lesbian characters, but it's certainly a possibility. As long as the story is compelling, I think everything's gravy. As long as it's just a really good character, well-rendered character that people really respond to. So I think it's totally an open possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is in regards to the benefits and negatives of 10 and 25-man raids. It seems that in a 10-man model, there are huge negatives with class representation, wasted loot, like you can get all male for an entire run, and I was wondering if there's a possibility of maybe moving the 10-man model to a 15-man model to have more representation, more balance on the developer side for raid mechanics. And if not, maybe making some kind of smart loot system that would disallow, for instance, mail to drop if you didn't have any male users in your raid.
I think it's more likely that we would go down the road of trying to make the loot dropping slightly, vaguely intelligent. Going up to a 15-man raid, while it's actually something that we've discussed on occasion, is very difficult for players, right? Because if you got your 10-man guild out there and you've got your steady core group of raiders, it's really hard to say, oh, by the way, you're going to have to recruit another 5 to keep doing the same kind of thing you've been doing before. Especially if it's for the reasons of, that way you're more likely to have somebody that wants the mail. That's sort of a hard thing for people to swallow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, as a kitty druid, I just want to say that I really love what you did with Fandrel's Flame Scythe. Really well done. I really like that. My question is, do you have any plans to make any other items like Fandrel's Flame Scythe in the future and maybe spread the love among the other druid specs? And also, once we get rid of the items that make the aesthetic form change, will we be able to access the form later through something like transmogrification?
That's something we talk a lot about. When we give out an item like that, we ask ourselves, okay, do we want this to be what every druid looks like from now on? Because they probably would if we gave them the option. And by tying it to an item, we can have it last for a certain amount of time and then go away. We'd have to ask ourselves really carefully, is this, are we going to do this? Is this just going to be all cats are on fire now, or all cats who are capable of getting the item, or that sort of thing? So for the moment, we want to keep it conservative and say that as long as you want to use that staff, you can do that, but that was a special thing for the Firelands tier, and hopefully there'll be other special things in the future. We don't want to build up this library where, say, 5 or 10 years from now, there's 4 different magic ways cats can look. There's the ice cat or the storm cat or whatever like that.
Thundercat.
Thundercat. Ho! We don't have any existing plans. I can't think of anything in 4.3 that kind of fits that mold. It just is when it makes sense, we'll do it. We had that great model for the Doma fight, and we knew we could stick it on the feral form pretty quickly. We'll definitely do stuff like that in the future. As with the answer we gave in the legendaries, we don't want to make it so formulaic that players are like, oh, clearly this is the tier when the Fury Warrior gets the item because it's their turn. We want to keep it fresh and make it exciting when stuff like that shows up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to shout out to my guild Patronus Di Fortuna from Shadow Council. And as a hunter who's played that class for about 5 years, I want to thank you very much for the recent pet taming challenges that came out in 4.2. They were so much fun, and they really brought the hunter community really together. That being said, and how much we are so proud of all the pets that we've tamed, particularly the rare exotics, it seems really a shame that we're not able to take it into our raids and dungeons when we switch to our higher DPS spec. So I was kind of hoping and pleading that maybe this might be a change either in 4.3 and 5.0. I can maybe kind of sort of understand it in PvP, but when you're going up against an NPC in a raid or dungeon, why can't I have my spirit cat with me while I'm in marksman or survival?
You hit on a couple of different issues there. I don't know if you heard yesterday, but we talked about we would let hunters choose any pet, could be ferocity, tenacity, or cunning. So that'll help part of the problem. You can have your traditional, you can have your turtle out there doing DPS if you want to. That won't specifically help the problem where, a Beastmaster only pet is something a Marks hunter couldn't use. And ideally, the answer to that would be Beastmaster DPS is high enough that you can do that, and you don't have to follow the, you don't have to go Marks and lose your pet in that case. It is interesting in a lot of these cases that BM DPS is really pretty good, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because players go and look at the parses and they see a lot of low BM parses and a lot of high Marks parses because the best players out there pick marksmen, and a lot of the BM parses you see are by players who are messing around or don't know any better, and so it skews the data really badly. But when you actually sit down and try to do the highest possible DPS you can do as BM, it's really not that bad. And for a lot of players, their individual skill will have a bigger effect on the damage they're doing than what spec or talent they choose.
All right, thank you.
All right, I have a lore question.
At the end of Cataclysm with the goblins, Gallywix gets put in charge, and it seems really far-fetched because he's this bad guy the whole way through. And then what happens to him after you get to Azeroth? You see his head on the side of a mountain, but you never see him again. Also, Blinding Shield for Pallies. What happened to that?
Why don't you take both of those, Chris?
Be useful, Chris. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We all love you, Chris.
Thank you. Gallywix, you know, we haven't had a conversation about Gallywix in a while. So I don't know if there's any like core plans for him right now. He really served us well in terms of the Goblin experience. But I think he's super interesting, and I do think he's a bastard, and that is what makes him interesting. So I don't know. You know, we'll definitely be jamming on it. But since that content was developed, we haven't had a tremendous amount of discussion about him. Most of our discussion these days is trying to kind of buff up some Pandaren characters and try and make them interesting too. So I don't know. We'll be thinking about Gallywix and what to do with him.
On Blinding Shield, repeat after me, nothing is set in stone. Things can change. GC did not promise me a pony. But it is currently penciled in as the new Paladin level 87 ability.
Thank you so much. I think we promised him a moose.
I have 2 questions for you, please. You don't sound like a chipmunk. My first question is about the shaman new talent points that you have coming up. A lot of them seem to be geared towards resto and not really to a damage point. I know you said that you wanted hybridization to become more into play, but what's wrong with the classes that you want to be more of the damage role and not go into the healing?
If you look at several of those talents, there are options to do damage. The one that clones your spell, for example, is a great, you do a lightning bolt and it procs and now you get a second lightning bolt. So there definitely will be ways to increase your DPS. What we didn't want with this new talent system was for, say, an enhancement shaman to just go down there and say, okay, melee DPS, melee DPS, melee DPS, I'm done. Because then you're back to a cookie cutter build, which is the whole thing we're trying to avoid. And in the case of the shaman, because there is a healing spec as well, and because they are a hybrid, we wanted to have some healing tiers. But then we also have some tiers that are based around totems, or some tiers that are based around movement or utility.
But you also said that you wanted to get away from the talents, the totems in yesterday. Why would you create all these talents based on totems if you were going to take them away?
No, we love totems. We think totems are what is so cool about being a shaman. What we don't think are interesting is dropping a totem to get like Strength of Earth or something like that. The ones that are just passive buffs. All of the utility totems and the totems that do damage we think are interesting, and we think shaman can have fun choosing which one of those to drop down.
Thank you, though.
Hi. Hello. My name is Bob, and your question is kind of similar to mine, except with paladins. According to the lore behind Warcraft, each paladin has a librum, and you guys are going to get rid of relics. Is it somehow possible in the future you could add an animation to the librams,
When you say animation, do you mean actually make it visible on the character?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, like doing, hits on every class that's specific to that class. So yes, and also for hunters, we're going to do ammo pouches and, quivers and obviously other things for other classes as well.
So it is possible.
Yeah, and I think Greg can probably go into detail about how that's actually going to work with design. That's just from the visible angle, but taking away relics as a mechanic doesn't necessarily mean that we're not interested in following through on the visual side of things, and they have plans for how to deal with that, obviously, on the design side as well. I don't know if you want to talk to them.
Yeah, totally. I don't think I could put any better than that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice hammer.
Thank you, War Chief. I'm
You're welcome.
I'm Rationalist from Bloodbath Beyond of Lane. Hey, guys. sort of gameplay lore question. In the upcoming 4.3 End of Time, we get to kill, how do you pronounce it, Mormazoid, or the evil Nosdomo?
Murazond.
Thank you. In a 5-man, but Deathwing and Malagos require the 10-25-man. And I was wondering if this is actually the last we'll see of the Infinite, because I want to kill them epically and properly in their own raid. And also, player housing, please.
Well, for the housing, I've got the standard answer, which is it's something that we would love to do someday. It's something that we talk about all the time. We have a general idea of ways that we would do it, but they are incredibly time and resource consuming. So as long as you guys still want more dungeons and raids and character classes and all that kind of stuff, it makes it very difficult to do both of those at the same time. But we're still holding on to that dream that someday we'll be able to make it happen.
And I would say, relative to the infinite dragonflight question, you know, the component of it that is Nosdormu's story definitely, let me think about this before I roll this out. It definitely wraps fairly cleanly, but I think the infinite dragonflight concept is very cool and very useful for the world. You know, the time waves will always exist. It's nice to have some bad guys in there. We don't have any current plans post, you know, 4.3 for the infinite dragonflight, but I think it's an idea that could and should be leveraged forward, you know, indefinitely, provided it's cleverly done. Thank you.
Hi, I'm from Emerald Dream. I have a profession about crafting. For jewel crafting at endgame, it feels a little bland. Is there a possibility that in the future you would add something like trinkets, rings, or neck pieces that you could craft, like blacksmithing and leatherworking, raid drops recipes?
Yeah, we could certainly add more trinkets or something like that at the end. It's always a challenge for us to decide when is the right time to add the, add the new recipes. It's not something we do every single tier. And when we do, is there equality among all the different crafting professions? Or are people going to feel like, oh, now I have to go switch and become a jewel crafter because that's the only way to get these great trinkets, and there's nothing equivalent to that anywhere else?
I just want to add, maybe there would be a BOE so everyone could use them.
Even if they're BOE, it's, I'm assuming you are expecting something out of it as a jewel crafter, like gold or something like that. So it's still kind of giving something to one of the professions that the other professions aren't getting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask a art-related question about Pandaren. Once they, I'm pretty sure we understand how you choose Alliance or Horde, and then once you're beyond level 10, and say especially with stealth characters, how is there a way, or do you guys have any ideas of distinguishing between Alliance and Horde Pandaren beyond level 10 at least?
Mostly your UI will tell you. We've experienced this in places like the arenas where you can fight against the exact same race that you're playing. And we found that really the players don't depend entirely on what model it is to know if it's Alliance or Horde. More than anything else, to know it's your enemy, it's that red name above his head and the red circle when you target him, and when you mouse over it, the red text in the tooltip, all that kind of stuff. So primarily it's the UI, and we may end up doing some things to help the UI kind of more clearly distinguish an enemy Pandaren. But I think that's probably the approach we'll take. We don't plan to take the approach of making them look different somehow.
Yeah, I think, as far as the visual side goes, we explored ideas like, maybe the Horde pandas look a little bit more feral and wild or something like that. You get into that realm of, and the risk there is that one side no longer looks like the classic Pandaren, like the image that we've always, wanted to put out there as this is what a Pandaren is. And I think that's why the idea of them being able to choose at some point works so well with that very classic identity, is that we're not necessarily branching off at any point and saying, Horde pandas don't get to look like that anymore. We just really didn't want to go down that path.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey guys, the dungeon system with the leaderboards and the normalizing of gear, it looks really awesome, and I really hope you continue your work on that. It's going to take a lot of tweaking, but if the feedback is good and everything works well, do you potentially see that translated into raid and maybe tracking how many times a guild is wiping on a boss versus how many times they're actually killing it?
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. I definitely think there's a lot more that we could do to track player accomplishments and to maintain them historically, all that sort of thing. So I could imagine it extending to raids in the future somehow.
Great. Thank you very much.
Hello. My question was about there's lots of people wanting the reskinning of all of the old races. I was over at the art panel for the Pandaren, and they just looked so amazing. It re-invoked the desire. I was wondering not only about the reskinning, but they were talking about being about 10 different bone structures in the face alone. I was wondering if that was also something they were looking at reskinning for the old races, so they are at par with the Pandaren.
Yeah, totally. Like, I'm right there with you. I think we all are. When we look at the game, we all look at the current player races and just feel like, it's the one thing that we really want to see brought up to the level of everything else. The facial bone structure stuff you're talking about is approximately, currently in the Pandaren model, there's approximately 10 times the number of the bones that we have in the older player race models. And that's something that you saw with Thrall too, if you've seen it in the cutscenes or anything, and there's so much emotion that we're able to achieve with that. And with the pandas, that when we rework, and we really want to, and we're going to, no idea when that's going to happen. We currently, I'm literally personally working on some of that right now with some of the character artists. And I think we have a pretty good plan on how to roll that out, but there are challenges that come with that, like if I don't like that, so one day we don't want to just come out and say, everybody in the world looks new, and then we have 20% of our player base who are outside of Blizzard ready to stab me in the back and kick me while I'm on the ground because I ruined their lives, So we want to do it right, and we want to make sure that the way that we do it is in respect to what people have grown to know and love. So yes, that's the plan. We want to do that. It's in the works, and it will be at the fidelity of what we're seeing with the current Pandaren and other player and NPC models.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, I think this is going to be our last one.
All right, I'm Galan from Cenarian Circle. I've really enjoyed watching the items that you get from raids evolving in their art, in their texture, and in their glow effects. And I was kind of wondering what the new theme for Pandaren raids was going to be, like bamboo and wood or something.
Yeah, I think, one of the things that initially comes to mind is the whole brewing thing, we really want to make sure that we maintain that part of their culture, and I think that's a really cool kit that we can use moving forward in, the 85 to 90 stuff that you're going to see in the higher end dungeons and raids. Obviously bamboo, obviously the things that you're seeing if you play the demo here, but we really want to make it feel like all that stuff is crafted as part of their initial culture. So it's relevant to what you're seeing currently, and then maybe spinning off into that kind of brewing, Pandaren brew world a little bit more.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Everybody give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Blizzcon.
Thank you.